time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, but now the memories on the wall. I hear the sounds from the places where I was born. Up on the hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now. Yeah. There was a time I met a girl of a different kind. We ruled the world. I thought I'd never lose her out of sight. We were so young, I think of her now and then. I still hear the songs reminding me of a friend. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now. Up on the hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry
Yeah.
Jansport J.
Now don't ask me no questions, just listen to this shit. She catch a one-way flight to kick it wherever I'm at. So if she wanna stay, then the bitch will never come back. You wanna know how a chip feel? I've been there once. This year 3 in the beginning of a 10-year run. And as predicted, my persistence got my name on all them lists. Had a brick before rap, like that dope boy from Memphis. I survived all them death threats and 3 felony convictions. Plug found out my whole team was hot, he kept his distance. What's a stage with no mic and no voice of a poet? What's more important, the flower or the soil that grow it? Yeah, it's cool, but one rule, don't get caught in a moment. Or it's back to swinging ratchets and warming the water. Starving made me thin, and ain't no mercy in this game we in. Odds stacked against us, had to play to win. I got a broad I never saw before 1 a.m. I'm out west and crazy girls cleaning out the ATM.
Phones burnt, I need my pager back. Trips with that work, my baby made it back. I fuck with them hoes, I know she hated that. You gon' cry in that Toyota or this Maybach?
This for hustlers with straight cash, not bitches with fake bags. For hoes who fall in love with trappers and break bad. She texting my homie, but I'm fucking hers. She fake mad. These hoes can't handle a nigga they can't have. Unlucky for y'all, you know who the fuck is in charge. I put a couple in jars, let it fluff till it's hard. I'm at J House, carry James Marshall, cover the wall. Enough cushion I could cover the fall. You know business is business, bitches is bitches, and they fucking us all. You know how life go, you stuck with your flaws. What's that about? They had me fucked up. Niggas thought I'd suffer for long. I'm driving, counting money with hundreds on the coloring floor. Put my hands together and I pray for the bread. Cause I get 5 jail calls a day from the feds. Go to sleep with an alarm and a K on the ledge. And a fireproof 1,000-pound safe in the crib.
Phone so burnt, I need my pager back. Trips with that work, my baby made it back. Fuck with them hoes, I know she hated that. But you gon' cry in that Toyota or this Maybach?
5 o'clock traffic, I'm moving slow. I'm in the right lane, that's the usual. Time is feeling static, it's all my fault. Cause when you switch lanes, then you'll lose it all. Oh, I wish that things went a little different. All the small things that I didn't know I'd be missing. I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly. I got a list of reasons you'll live forever in my head. Remember spending weekends watching whatever's playing next. Remember when the seasons when you were cold and got upset. I guess we're never even. I said some things that I regret. Embrace the time that I got used to. A state of mind that's no longer new. I'll chase this high of getting close to you, of getting close to you. Oh, I wish that things went a little different. All the small things that I didn't know I'd be missing. I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we did but didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly.
Hi. How are you? Look at that timing. Aren't I good at what I do? My name is Grant Smithell. It's good to see you. How are you for this lunchtime with Towel? I am not streaming for a long time today. Short stream today. I had some time to sleep. I put my thoughts together. There have been some developments, of course. As I predicted, Farwell's lawyer screwed up. That was impounded material. It should have been filed under seal. And the person's name is subject to federal protective order, which I did not know. And you might be saying, Grant, how do you know this? Like, I was watching you yesterday. How did you find this out? Well, they put up a motion after we finished. A motion to seal the transcript, which should never have been made public. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what it means. We're going to talk about what happened yesterday and what is at the core of the Sandra Birchmore case. My first thought, the first thing I want to say, is if this were a situation where someone legitimately was worried about Sandra's safety and called the police, I would back down. Welcome, Buddy Love. Welcome, Sherry. I would not cover this. I'm telling you right now, as a journalist, if it were just someone who was worried about Sandra and they called the police and then the dispatcher told Farwell, I'd be more upset at the dispatcher. And that's not what we have here. And what we have is loan sharking. So it turns out that Sandra Birchmore, through a series of events that was set into motion because of a $248 debt, died. Now, whether Matthew Farwell would have killed Sandra Birchmore at some point is an open question. But the murder of Sandra Birchmore was accelerated because she owed $248 to a woman that she worked with in a illegal brothel, okay, at a restaurant in Stoughton. Why $248? Well, I don't know. You want to know my guess? Because that's the amount of $1 bills that girl got that night, or tips, or whatever. It came to $248, and Sandra asked if she could borrow it. She did, and then never paid it back. And then the girl went to, I believe, her pimp, who threatened Sandra. We know this from the 2023 Stoughton Internal Affairs Investigation Report. Threatened Sandra and said, Sandra, if you don't pay that money back to the girls at the dorm suite, then we are going to reveal your connection to the Stoughton Police Department. Well, like a week or two later, the girl herself that's owed the money, I know who this girl is, calls the Stoughton police and tries to report Sandra for theft. That didn't work. So immediately, as retaliation, the girl says to dispatch after she's told she can't report the theft, or the dispatch won't take a report. She says, but Sandra's sleeping with the detective there, Matt Farwell. The dispatcher immediately turns to Farwell within like an hour and says that this happened on January 20th, 2021. 11 days later, Sandra's dead. And the reason Farwell was so pissed was not because Sandra was threatening him about telling his wife. He thought he had that under control, although he was getting more concerned based on the evidence. What really set him off was the fact that this person called the Stoughton Police Department and revealed Sandra's relationship. Whether this person knew that would result in Sandra's death or not, I don't know. You've got to look at the forensic evidence, the data, the texts, etc. But I'll tell you, this person called Sandra and illegally recorded her after the person called the police department. And this person said to Sandra, listen, you didn't pay me the money you owed me, so I called the police department and told them about you and Farwell. She confessed. And that's what we discovered yesterday. And I don't think this was ever supposed to be made public. I don't know what happened. I can't figure it out. I'll show you the motion to seal that went up this morning. I'll let you listen to the story that I wrote after yesterday's stream if you missed 12 hours. Yeah, it's wild. Good to see you all. If you missed yesterday, trust me, I do not expect you to have lasted 10 hours. That was a long day. About 7 hours in, we found this. And it all kind of came together. It turns out that there's also evidence that William Farwell is probably the father, it's not confirmed, of Sandra's unborn baby. And William Farwell was instructing Sandra to go around having sexual intercourse with people and filming it clandestinely so that she could send it to him and he could use it as blackmail. It was a blackmail ring. And do you see how it collapsed? Much like every organized crime group, because criminals are stupid. One of the criminals was actually one of the co-workers of Sandra who learned the tactic, whether she was abused or not, learned the tactic from these police officers. And you know what she did? She used it against them, over $248, and brought their entire operation down. And that's what happened. It's like a drug dealer who's working for some really high-level cartel that goes out on the corner and sells Emmys and gets caught, has pictures taken of them doing a hand-to-hand. You know why? Because, and I hate to say this, people are good on the whole, but a lot of people are dumb and selfish. And if you teach dumb and selfish people advanced intelligence community blackmail tactics, they're going to use them. Over $248. Why do you think I got so pissed about Kate Peter being involved in all this? You don't teach people like that intelligence community tactics. They will use them to hurt people psychologically. Don't do that. What are you doing? Whoever read her in on that stuff, what are you doing? Now, Kate Peter is not this woman, but Kate Peter does know this woman. And listen, I need to be direct with you all. This is really pushing the limits of my journalistic ethics, you know that? This person who ended up being the person who set into motion the chain of events that got Sandra killed, with Kate Peters' help, wiretapped the FBI. And I told the FBI this, and the DOJ. I think mostly the FBI. I don't remember. So when those people, and wiretapping just means you illegally intercept the call. So when that person was being interviewed by the FBI, they patched in Kate Peter illegally and someone else, and they wiretapped the FBI. How out of your mind do you have to be to wiretap the FBI? Oh, Tommy, I know. Listen, I feel terrible. I have an email from my dear friend Francine I have to respond to. I did not get back to any text. Tommy, if you missed it yesterday, we went for 10 hours. 10 hours. And it's a big deal. Four Cats Chrissy says, I know it's scary. Unfortunately, when dots align, you can't unsee it. I know. I can't unsee it now. And I need, God bless you, Four Cats Chrissy, you're wonderful. As a journalist, I need to just tell you, okay? I need to tell you all. I don't know what the FBI actually knows, because there was a lot of people who were manipulating a lot of people related to this specific person and her role in Sandra's untimely demise. And I don't know if the FBI even knows that there was a threat by this person's pimp to Sandra before Sandra died. Because if they knew, they would have charged this person, I have to imagine. This person's only a witness, but I also need to tell you their name, I'm not bound by it. I didn't even know about it. I'm going to show you the motion where I learned about it. Their name, this person's name, is subject to a federal protective order. So, I mean, I'm not bound by it, but I'm going to cover this trial. And the last thing I'm going to do is disrespect Chief Judge Casper, regardless of what the reasoning is for the order. I don't know. I don't want to know. I'm just not going to argue with it. Other journalists, okay, might make a different call because they come from a different school of journalism. They don't really do embedded investigative journalism. They cover stories from afar. In order to get the perspective I need to understand what happened, have to actually live it. And so I have to make different calls ethically. That doesn't mean another outlet, there's no legal obligation on me to not tell you this person's name. I was telling someone about this in the Stoughton group earlier. I'm not bound by the order. I'm not a lawyer. Seriously, this is how you can tell. I'm not bound by this order. I'm not a member of the Department of Justice. I'm not a member of any government agency. I'm not a member of the defense team. I'm not bound by the order. But I'm not going to do it. All right? I think you all know, okay? And that's why I reported it the way I did. I have to balance the public interest. Even before I knew about the federal protective order, the reason protective orders exist is because a federal judge has thought about this too. And Chief Judge Casper knows a lot more than I do about the facts. And if in Chief Judge Casper's judgment the harms outweigh the public interest, then I'm going to follow the protective order. Because even on my surface level analysis based on just what I know, I determined the harms outweighed the public interest. Now, a colleague may make a different call. I don't know. But to even learn this information, you have to be very, very familiar with the story. And I don't think anybody even knows. There might be one outlet that could kind of figure this out, but even then, I don't know if they're going to publish it. They're very respectful too. If you got to go in that courtroom and cover this trial, you're not going to make an enemy of Chief Judge Casper before the trial. That's not a good life decision. She's literally in charge of the entire courthouse, the federal courthouse. It's her courthouse. She is the chief judge. So the way that I'm thinking about this is I can tell you operative facts. And I also want to tell you that they screwed up. I'm telling you, I know they screwed up. They never should have put that transcript in the motion. I don't know why they did. It was absolutely stupid. I don't control lawyers. I'm not a federal lawyer. I did go to law school. I'm not a lawyer at all, though. That's me outside of a courthouse, though. Look at, that's me. People say I age backwards. Oh, also I cut myself shaving yesterday. I did a pretty good job, making sure it didn't get worse, but I put a little Band-Aid on. That's me. the context of it, in hindsight, is very interesting. That state cop is very, very suspicious of me. And frankly, he should have been, because I knew they were dirty. So anyway, that's Tao. Alright, just thought that was an interesting picture. Now what I want to show you, more relevant to our discussion, is this. What is this? Well, I'll show you what this is. Ooh, double Tao. Can we zoom in, please? Thank you. That's too far zoomed. Thank you. I'm my own producer, so I'm asking myself to zoom. Well, let's take a look at what Farwell's lawyer filed very late last night. I'm talking like after 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. I was not awake. So it was at the very end of my stream. Now comes the defendant, Matthew Farwell, by and through undersigned counsel, and moves to file under seal Exhibit A of the defendant's opposition to government's motion in limine to admit decedent's statements pursuant to FRE 804B6DE 221. Now, we never looked at that attachment, okay? As grounds, but we did look at the motion. Undersigned counsel submits that the exhibit is an audio recording of a conversation between the decedent, Sandra Birchmore, and a prosecution witness. The name of the latter, the prosecution witness, is presently covered by a protective order in this case, DE 1922-5052. The defendant intends to provide the court and the government with a certified transcript of the call as soon as it is available. The transcript, when ready, will be filed under seal as well. Pursuant to Local Rule 7.1, undersigned counsel conferred with the government prior to filing this motion and understands that the government assents to the sealing of these exhibits. Okay, so here's the deal. If you're going to seal an exhibit, you can't make a reference to it in an unredacted filing. The whole point of sealing it is that you need to impound the motion if you're going to seal it. You can file an unredacted copy, I suppose, but in federal court you can just file motions under seal that reference sealed material. It happens all the time on this docket. Farwell's lawyer yesterday did this. Okay? I'm going to read you the story I wrote yesterday, if you missed the 10-hour stream. I cannot believe, in hindsight, that she did this. Go ahead, British Reporter Towel.
Conversation. Semicolon. Sandra Birchmore was...
Oh, one question for Fisher Archer first. We do not know who the father of Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby is as of now, but it has been narrowed down to someone who was married at the time. So it was not the Army recruiter. It could be Divine, could be Billy Farwell. He did sleep with Sandra on December 10th, 2020, which is 8 to 10 weeks before she died, which is right within the window. Could be this animal control officer in Stoughton, and then I think those are the three possibilities. But I don't know if the animal control officer was married. The man, we found out through the documents yesterday, the man who is the father of Sandra's baby was married at the time. Farwell revealed that in one of his motions. Hale he is one of the people on the list, but I don't know if Hale was married. But it's not the Army recruiter. I think Hale was the animal control officer, correct me if I'm wrong. Whatever one is the Army recruiter, he is off the list. He was not married in February of 2021. However, Billy Farwell was and is still married, and Divine, I believe, was and is still married. I don't know if he still is. But I don't know about the animal control officer. All we know for now is that the father of the baby, Sandra's unborn baby, is witness one. Okay, it's a different witness than this woman. Obviously, this is a woman. Witness one is a man. And he cooperated with the FBI, although he told them that he tried to encourage Sandra to report Matt Farwell to the FBI for abusing her when she was a child. I don't know about that. So that man was married in February of 2021. He cooperated with the FBI. He's known to the FBI, and he will be testifying at the trial. But we don't know who he is.
Sandra Birchmore was killed over a small debt owed to an unknown woman, someone that shared a dorm suite with Sandra at a restaurant in Stoughton, who, after attempting to extort Sandra, called the Stoughton police on January 20th, 2021 to report Matthew Farwell. Just 11 days later, on February 1st, 2021, Sandra and her 8 to 10-week-old unborn baby boy were dead at the hands of the man who groomed Birchmore when she was a child, abused her as she became an adult, and then killed her after that fateful phone call to the Stoughton police on January 20th, 2021, Matthew Farwell and his clique of cop-connected child traffickers. Source pages 4, 5 and 6 of 19 here. In the weeks before Sandra's death, according to a 2023 Stoughton Police Department Internal Affairs report, an unknown man also threatened Sandra about the money. Said Sandra's relationships with the Stoughton Police Department would be exposed. Source pages 39 and 52 of 60 here.
We had a question from Treasured. Thank you. I can't pronounce the second part, but that's a cool username. The dorm, from what I understand, I didn't go, obviously, but I've spoken to people. From what I understand, it was a restaurant off 128 near the IKEA. You went to the restaurant. It was a network of them, and you could order girls who you could sleep with. It was a sex trafficking front. It was the perfect cover. It, like, a lot of people coming in and out. It looked like it was just a restaurant, but in the back there was a brothel, and you could order the girls. And now, if you think about John O'Keefe texting Brian Higgins about John and Higgins being overcharged at bars for beers, dude, that was code. John was looking into this. That's why I'm almost convinced. I can't prove it yet. I'm close. I imagine people with better access to classified information than me can prove it. But I think John was onto him. And I think, like, what it was cops blackmailing other cops. Like, cops, like the head honchos of this network would bring in cops and firemen and be like, hey, want to come to a brothel? The cops would go to the brothel, or the firemen. They'd sleep with a sex worker who was being sex trafficked and was groomed at underage, probably found through the Police Explorers program, vulnerable, no family, etc. And in turn, the girls would be told to clandestinely film the cops and the judges and the firemen, the powerful people who would be let into these high-class brothels. Even, I'm sure they filmed out calls and in calls too. Okay? And then that would be sent to Divine and William Farwell, who would then, whenever shit came up that they needed fixed, they would just tell their blackmail target, hey, remember that girl you slept with? And dude, if a guy who's blackmailing you says, remember that time on like March 12th, you slept with a prostitute at 1:37, you don't need to see the tape. You know they know. And that's how I think they had all these. They weren't paying the judges, and they weren't paying the cops, and they had everybody in their pocket because they were all going to brothels, and it was being filmed unbeknownst to them. And then when they would need something from these guys, they would use the girls' footage. And what no one knew, Farwell, both Farwells and Divine were telling Sandra to delete her phone content, which she was doing and proving to them, but she was smart. And they were boomers. So she was remotely backing it up on her computer, and no one knew that. And that's how the family got the computer to the FBI, and that's how the FBI figured this out. But the underlying point here is that there's very strong, although not smoking gun, evidence that John O'Keefe was onto this. Very strong evidence. Okay? As in John openly talking to Higgins about prostitutes, John talking in code about being overcharged for drinks at restaurants, okay, with Higgins in the fall of 2021. And then, of course, you got the drug deal that Karen and John filmed in March of 2021, where John and Karen film it. John confronts the drug dealer. The drug dealer's like, okay, I won't do this anymore outside of John's house. The guy comes back the next day, and you got Kevin Albert calling into dispatch being like, hey, who's like east and west in Canton today? Like John O'Keefe, that Boston cop, he's like saying this dude on probation, like George Williamson, he's like selling drugs outside of his house. And Johnny confronted him, and you know, the kid said like, okay sir, like all nice. And then like the kid came back the next day, and Johnny flashed his BPD badge and gun, and the kid still came back. And dispatch is like, oh shit, well, you know, Goody's over there. And then Kevin Albert's like, oh, good, okay. You know, I think I'm going to go talk to the kid, or maybe Goody will go talk to him at his house. All right, we'll deal with it. Like, we're not going to, it's like, we're not going to, like, press a case on it. Excuse me? What? And so with all of that circumstantial evidence, the drug deal, John being suspicious of and confronting the drug dealer, the discussion about the prostitutes, nobody who confronts drug dealers, who's a cop, outside their home is buying prostitutes. Like all plus John, like Karen's comment about John being a pervert at 12:37 on January 29, 2022 on voicemail. I think John said to her, please come into this home with me. Like, we have to get these guys. They're dirty. They're bad. And Karen was like, no. No, dude. Like, I am not. Like, Karen's got a lot of dignity. So that's my answer to that question. I know it's a long answer to a short question, but that's why I think like Karen is such a big deal, because Karen wasn't involved with any of that. John just told her, like you would tell your partner unless you want to protect them, which is why I don't tell a girlfriend any intel. You would tell your partner, like, hey, like there's something really bad going on. Like the Birchmore murder was covered up. The state police are involved. The local cops are involved. This drug dealing is being ignored by Good and Kevin Albert. Like, what are we, Karen, what's happening? And then it might culminate in, hey, Karen, like, I think what they're doing is not only are they doing this, like, brothel network, but I think they're having these, like, sex parties at private homes with teenagers. And, like, but I gotta prove it. So, and my work, he was an undercover, I think, like, sex crimes investigator, like children's sex crime investigator. And so I think he was like, listen, it's good cover for me if you look like you're into this, because I can sell them on she's like just one of us, so just fake it. And she was like, no, dude, no, that's disgusting. And he was like, yeah, but it's not, the point is to get them. So do you want to get them? That's how I imagine that 5-minute conversation went down. He was trying to sell her on playing the role of his spouse who was into that world, and she wouldn't do it. He could still, I mean, it's really dangerous, but he could still do it alone, and that's what I think he did. So yeah, that's why I can't prove it. I'm going to, but I know in my heart of heart, like I know in my soul that John O'Keefe was onto these people. I know it, and it's not a hunch. I've seen the evidence, but I can't prove definitively that John O'Keefe said the name Sandra Birchmore before he died. When I do, I will have an explanation for why John O'Keefe died in part, but I haven't proven it yet.
Source pages 39 and 52 of 60 here. On January 20th, 2021, an unknown woman followed through on that threat and, in turn, sealed Sandra's fate over a small amount of money. That woman's role in the series of events culminating in Sandra's death was revealed in a motion by Farwell's lawyers this week, in the lead up to Farwell's October 5, 2026 trial for the death of Sandra and her unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy. However, her name is redacted. This reporter knows the person's name, but is withholding that information on the basis of various moral, ethical and investigational considerations. Quoting from Farwell's filing. On January 20, 2021, Birchmore's friend calls the Stoughton Police Department and tells a Stoughton police employee that her friend, Sandra Birchmore, has been having sex with Officer Matthew Farwell. DE 190, paragraph mark versus PG. 14. The recording of this call was subsequently destroyed by law enforcement. The defense has never heard it. Footnote. Law enforcement witnesses report that the recording of the call was not preserved and automatically deleted after 12 months. However, this so-called friend and another individual, footnote, this individual, a mutual acquaintance of the two women, is identified in the transcript. She laughs but does not speak during the call, made and recorded a three-way call to Ms. Birchmore the same day, January 20, 2021. The report described in the government's motion was made to the Stoughton Police Department, SPD. Excerpt of recorded call, 3:35 to 4 o'clock. Ms. ____. I've been good to you, nothing but good to you. Ms. Birchmore, really, so you called? Ms. ____. Inaudible. Ms. Birchmore, hold on a second. So you say calling the baby's father's work is being good? Ms. ____. I called the baby's father's work, because you didn't pay me, to make a police report. Yes. Ms. Birchmore, okay. And you know what that did for you? Nothing. Ms. ____. Nothing, great, but now I can take you to court and you know what? I'm not even going to take you to court because I'm not Sandra Birchmore who takes everyone to court. I'm just, you know what, Sandra, I don't care. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. I don't want to fix things, Sandra. That's the thing. I don't want to fix things. Ms. Birchmore, like you, no, but like even in future we decided to like I wouldn't. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. Well, I don't ever want to fix things. I don't want to be friends with you, Sandra. I don't want to be your friend. Like I don't need someone that treats me the way you did in my life. Ms. Birchmore, and I don't need somebody in your life because you could have just fucked the child over completely so. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. That's great. You shouldn't have been having sex with a married man in the first place. Ms. Birchmore, but it's still none of your business. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. That's great. I called to make my police report. That's why. Ms. Birchmore, but you also said other things that was none of your business. Did you or did you not? Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. I said I would like to talk to the detective that is having sex with her. I didn't. Ms. Birchmore, yeah, I guess you didn't answer the phone. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. That's good. I don't really care. She doesn't have to answer the phone. I got my point across. It's fine, Sandra, when you stop being a pathological liar, that's when things will look up for you. Ms. Birchmore, they're looking up just fine for me. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. Things are looking fine for you. That's not. Ms. Birchmore, the problem is for you. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. There's no problem for me. I'm happy as a clam. I just need to get paid and I'm good. Ms. Birchmore, yeah, but see. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. I'm happy as a clam, Sandra. Ms. Birchmore, yeah, not for long because I will be calling Color Street. Footnote, Color Street is a direct sales nail polish applique company. The caller, Ms. underscore 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 worked for this company as an independent seller, stylist. Ms. Birchmore's threat to contact her employer as retaliation for the call to the Stoughton Police Department is expressed here, again. Ms. Underscore underscore underscore. Okay, that's good. That's a threat so. Ms. Birchmore, not really. I called them once. That's not even a threat. For more context about the tragic and lonesome death of Sandra Birchmore, previously I reported. If Matthew Farwell puts John Fanning or Brian Tully's reputation for crime solving at issue in his defense during his federal trial for the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby boy, then the DOJ, under U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, will hit him on MSP corruption. Source: Fanning, a former Stoughton cop, where Farwell's brother, and Robert Devine all worked in the orbit of the Police Explorers program, personally wrote the Massachusetts State Police report, clearing Farwell for Sandra's murder. Within 24 hours of Sandra's death, and before the Office of the Medical Examiner, OCME, even did an autopsy on Sandra, Fanning and Tully's State Police Unit, and the Canton Police Department, where Sandra lived, pressured the OCME to find Sandra's death the result of self-harm. The OCME, along with Nick Guarino, who missed 30,000 messages between Farwell and Sandra, are now cooperating federal witness against Farwell at his upcoming October 2026 trial before Chief Judge Denise Casper, the same judge from the lawsuit involving Karen Reed and HAM, that HAM so badly wanted removed from state to federal court, at the Moakley Courthouse in Boston. Earlier in August of 2026, for more context and background, I reported. According to filings in the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case, Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey's State Police Unit, run by Brian Tully and his executive officer John Fanning, told Farwell, correction from earlier, which stated Fanning was told that the investigation of Sandra's death would be a problem for them, that there were no suspects, and that Sandra's death was not criminal. Fanning is the person who relayed that message about Tully's unit to Farwell. This occurred in 2021. This same unit, within 24 hours of Sandra's death and before an autopsy was performed, pressured the State Office of the Medical Examiner, OCME, now a cooperating federal witness. along with Tully and Fanning's former colleague Nick Guarino, to make a finding that Sandra's death was the result of self-harm. Shockingly, Fanning, who conducted an odd parking lot interview with Farwell after Sandra's death, used to work as a cop in Stoughton with Farwell before becoming Tully's right-hand man at the Norfolk DA's State Police Detectives Unit, SPDU.
Alright, so, with that said, I want to talk about a few things. One, it's so good to see you all. Two, that was never supposed to be made public. I don't think I heard someone saying the conversation between them is strange. We pick up 3 minutes in. I'm just going to annotate it for you so you can understand like what they're talking. It's a transcript of a phone call that was illegally recorded by this woman who's threatening Sandra. And remember, Sandra owes this woman $248. They work together at a restaurant in the back room at a brothel in the restaurant, okay? So, Miss Redacted says, I've been good to you. Nothing but good to you. And Miss Birchmore says, so you called? And then Miss Redacted tries to jump in, which is inaudible. And then Miss Birchmore says, hold on a second. So you're saying calling the baby's father's work is being good? Like, so Sandra's saying, so hold on a sec. You're saying they're calling Farwell's work, because remember, Sandra was telling people Matthew Farwell was the father of her baby, even though Matthew Farwell is not the father. So you say calling the father's work, the baby's father's work, is being good? And Miss Redacted says back, I called the baby's father's work because you didn't pay me to make a police report. Yes. So she's kind of speaking in a stilted lexicon. Instead of saying, because you didn't pay me, I called the baby's father's work to make a police report, which is grammatically correct, she's confusing the verb tense order and saying, I called the baby's father's work, comma, because you didn't pay me, comma, to make a police report. Yes. And that is like the most damning part. It gets worse. But that's easily one of the most damning parts. So, let's continue. Then Miss Birchmore says, and I'll explain this part to you. So, that is Miss Redacted saying, you didn't pay me the $248, so I called the baby's father's work. She's saying, I extorted you for money. I loaned you money, and we're going to talk about this bit in a bit. I loaned you money. You didn't pay me the money, so I called the Stoughton Police Department, just like that man who threatened you a few weeks ago said we would, and we revealed your connection to Farwell. And then Miss Birchmore says, okay, and you know what that did for you? Nothing. And so Sandra's saying basically, okay, you did that, but I'm not going to pay you. Like, she may as well have said the B word, like, I'm not paying you. Okay? She was telling her, like, I'm out. I'm not paying you. Hello, Miss Holmes. So good to see you. 304 Mafia says, hold on. I'm so sorry I missed it. My run shirt is out for delivery today. I'm so excited. Towel for life. 304 Mafia. I'm so excited. Can't wait to see it when it comes in. I wish we could still play Run. The artist has got to update their revenue sharing. All artists on YouTube have to do it, so it's not limited to that song, and then we can play it again. I'm going to send the artist an email so we can play the Run song. Alright, let's continue. So, Ms. Birchmore is saying, okay, and you know what that did for you? Nothing. So what she's saying there is, they're talking in code. Okay? She's saying, I'm not going to pay you. Like, you called to threaten me. Like, you now used your card. I'm not going to pay you. What's scary and why I think this woman is dangerous is Miss Redacted says, nothing, great, but now I can take you to court. And this is where I knew dude, this is like what a mob boss does when he's like, all right, forget it, just hit him. Because the girl in mid-sentence is like, nothing, great, but now I can take you to court. And you know what? I'm not even going to take you to court because I'm not Sandra Birchmore, who takes everyone to court. Sandra had just gotten an RO on someone. I'm just, you know what, Sandra, I don't care. And then Miss Redacted says, I don't want to fix things, Sandra. And that's the thing, I don't want to fix things. She's saying, like, that's what makes me think it's possible, but I can't prove it, that this girl knew at that moment that she was, like, had condemned Sandra Birchmore to death. That's murder. If that girl knew or should have known that the murder could have happened, it's manslaughter, maybe second-degree murder. If she intentionally called the Stoughton police and said at the end of the call, when she didn't get the police report about Sandra stealing from her, because you can't lend someone money and then accuse them of theft. That's not how it works. If she knew by saying at the end of the call, Sandra's sleeping with Matthew Farwell, Matthew Farwell was sleeping with Sandra, would lead to her death, that's murder. That's malice aforethought. That's premeditated murder. It's done, it's almost like done through an unwitting hitman. Like it's cornering Farwell into doing it, but it's still murder. Farwell committed the murder, but this, you can't call the police and say, Matthew Farwell's sleeping with Sandra, if your intent is not to help Sandra. You can maybe get away with it if you never told anyone that, like, say you let's start from the position of, say you genuinely wanted to help. So you called the police and you were like, Sandra's being abused. No liability, no criminal liability, in my opinion, zero. You may have been an idiot. You need to approach it differently. The dispatcher is at fault, etc. But no criminal liability. You didn't do anything wrong. If you call that police department because you are mad you didn't get paid $248 and you know that by calling Sandra will die, then that's murder. If you call and you don't know it will lead to murder, but you call in a way that a reasonable person would consider potentially could lead to someone murdering Sandra and you didn't think about it, then you were reckless. And that's second-degree murder. Maybe manslaughter, depending. And people have to understand, Matthew Farwell may have gone on to murder Sandra if this call never happened, but we don't know that. The reason it's a crime is he might not have done it on the day he did it. He moved up his plans because of this. And that's why that line right there is her basically being like, well, I could take you to court. Well, you know what? I don't have to because you're going to die anyway. Dude. What are you, a gangster? Over $248. That's why I'm saying, in my opinion, based on what I know now, this woman has to go to prison. Because this was not incidental. It was gangster shit. Over $248. And if there's proof she knew Sandra was going to get killed over this, then she should go to jail. That's murder. That's why I'm upset. Because I can't prove it on this transcript alone. But if there's any evidence that in the weeks leading up to this call to the Stoughton police, this girl knew that by revealing it Sandra would die, that call is evidence of murder. And it really upsets me. Right. And Towel Girlfriend makes a great point that by making the call, she might have just, quote, been trying to get Sandra in a lot of trouble, get her hurt. That's reckless, though. She might not have known about the murder. That's the question. That's more what does the evidence say? But it's absolutely right. Even if she didn't know, or plan for it to lead to murder, it's so reckless to try to get Sandra hurt or punished in that way that a reasonably prudent man, woman or towel, should have known in that situation that death could have resulted, and that's malice second-degree murder. It's especially in Massachusetts. It's straight malice second-degree murder. Because there's a direct correlation between the underlying criminal extortion, the underlying loan sharking, to the call to the Stoughton Police Department because the loan didn't get paid, to the dispatcher telling Farwell, to Farwell putting his plan in motion. That's murder. And the only question for me, if I were analyzing this facts and making a charging decision, is whether we have evidence that the woman in question knew that Sandra was going to get murdered when she made that statement to the Stoughton police. And if we have that evidence, charge her with first-degree murder. If we don't, second-degree murder, maybe manslaughter, depending on the totality of the evidence. But I'm sorry, you can't. I don't know if people, we're going to talk about this more in a second. I don't know if people understand this. You can't lend someone money, right, as a friend and be like, okay, here's like $248 and then threaten them. That is loan sharking. Now you may be saying to yourself, loan sharking? Isn't that when like the mob gives somebody money with points on top, like a vig, and then like threatens them or hurts them or breaks knees? Yeah, that's a form of it. You know what else is loan sharking? If you give someone like $50 and they're like, okay, I'm going to do my best. Like, you know, I got like a baby coming, or I got to fix my roof, and I'll pay you as soon as I can. And after like 3 months, okay, you're like, I just need that $50. And they're like, listen, man, you know, I'm in the hospital, so I would love to give you $50, but like, I've been in the hospital. So do you want to come to the hospital? And like, I don't even have $50. If you go to that hospital and say, I'm going to go break your window unless you find a way from your hospital bed to get me that $50 back, you just committed loan sharking. You committed a federal felony. And we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about the statute, because that's the, I hope folks understand. Again, if we were in the realm of someone was worried about Sandra, so they were trying to help her, we're not even talking about this. It's sad. It was a horrible decision by the dispatcher, who also has some liability here, in my opinion. But it's not, the person wouldn't be a serious criminal. What makes them almost on Farwell's level, but not the same, is the underlying loan sharking. That makes this this has to be charged. You can't, because the implication of not charging this person is that if somebody owes you $248 and you don't like that they won't pay you, you can go call the police department and be like, hey, that girl's sleeping with such and such cop, and you just hope that that cop will kill her to keep it quiet. Do you understand? As a public policy issue, this must be charged. You can't do this. Even if you don't know it's going to lead to murder, you can't. This is wrong. This is the reason Sandra's dead. She may have been murdered by Farwell, notwithstanding this call, but the reason she died on the day she did is because this woman put into motion the series of events that led Farwell to kill Sandra. Okay? That's not okay. That's a crime. It's absolutely a crime. It's multiple crimes. If this were done like to spite Sandra, it would be a crime. The loan sharking component of it, dude, you're talking like mafia level charges. Over $248. You can go to prison for the rest of your life for that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe we just didn't do a good job, like, teaching people, like, when they're growing up, like, what that law means. Maybe they don't think about it. Maybe it's more like nobody really thinks about, like, what giving money to a friend is, what loan sharking is. They're just like, oh, I'm trying to help. Things go bad, they yell. They don't really think about, they think of it as like, oh, you didn't pay me back for dinner, you know, instead of, oh, I'm loan sharking. And most people who loan shark don't confess to it and record themselves confess. Talk about self-snitching. The criminal lawyer, Bruce, I forget his last name, he's great. If he realized, when he figures out what this is, he's going to freak. This woman confessed to a federal felony, recorded herself doing it, and now it's being used like openly in court documents. And then Sandra was murdered, just extorting her over the money alone is enough to go to prison. The murder, because you, as part of your extortion, called the cops, I'm telling you, we got to analyze the case law, but what you're reading there is the moment that girl realized she didn't need to take Sandra to court because Farwell was going to kill her. That's my opinion. Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, he's great. He does a lot of good. So art is great, but you got to watch Bruce Rivers if you're gonna make like songs and you're in that world, because like you can't just go like recreating murders. Like some of these like artists, they're really smart, but like why would you do that? Of course they're gonna use it against you. All right, but let me continue. Notwithstanding my extolling the virtue and intelligence of Bruce Rivers, but let me continue. So the misredacted says, I don't want to fix things, Sandra. That's the thing. I don't want to fix things. Miss Birchmore then says, like, you know, but like even in the future, we decided to, like, I wouldn't. Do you understand? Sandra right there is panicking. She's not. It's a broken sentence because she's panicking. Like, you know, but like even in future, we decided to, like, I wouldn't. She's pausing because she realized that girl just signed her death warrant. She's trying, like, she's thinking through, like, she's trying to be like, but I said in the future I would, or, but I wouldn't, you know, do this, or I'd try to. And then Sandra's like processing in real time, like, oh fuck, she already told him. Like, oh no, I'm dead. And then the girl says, misredacted says, well, I don't ever want to fix things. I don't want to be friends with you, Sandra. I don't want to be your friend. Like, I don't need someone who treats me the way you did in my life. And Miss Birchmore says, and I don't need somebody in your life because, so she's misspeaking, she's nervous. And I don't need somebody in my life because you could have just fucked the whole. And what Sandra's going to go on to say there is, it's a phrase around here, you could have just fucked the whole thing up. And instead of saying that, she catches herself and says, you could have just fucked the whole, comma, she pauses, the child over completely. You could have just fucked the child over completely. So she was going to say fuck the whole thing up because she's thinking about the fact that Farwell doesn't know he's the father, doesn't know he's not the father. Farwell thinks he's the father when he's not. Matthew Farwell. Usually Sandra's smart, but she's under pressure. So she was about to say, you almost fucked this whole thing up, because she knows Matthew Farwell's not the father. But she catches herself, and then she's like, you almost effed the child over completely. So Sandra's trying to be like, don't you even care? Like, you just screwed a child over. And then Miss Redacted says back, that's great. You shouldn't have been having sex with a married man in the first place. Excuse me? Takes one to know one, man, I would think. Talk about a sanctimonious criminal. She's loan sharking Sandra, threatening her, degrading her, extorting her, and then being like, oh, I'm morally superior than you. My clients, you know, I don't ask if they're married or not. You knew. What? Lady. Like, that's serious criminal-minded stuff. Like, that's why I want to charge. The tone of this. It's like she's gleeful. Gleeful that she just signed Sandra's death warrant. She's rubbing, she may as well say, like, oh, enjoy, you know. Like, they got a hole for you under, you know, Farwell's seaside cottage. Ready. That's basically what she's saying. Do you see how dark this conversation is? But the woman threatening Sandra's a criminal. So she's using code. Like, you got to understand, when you are in that life, you use code. You don't say, like, sell me crack. Why would you say that? Unless you're Miles King, apparently. Then you just sell ounces of crack on pretrial probation. You know? That's the number one rule on Towel News, you know. Somebody tell Bruce Rivers we've adapted this mantra. No selling crack cocaine on pretrial probation. Okay? No sex in the champagne room. No selling crack cocaine on pretrial probation. Okay? It's a very simple, I'm going to make a t-shirt. It's going to say no selling crack cocaine on pretrial probation. Alright? Kevin Reddington's got a Latin tattoo that says never represented informant. I'm going to get a tattoo that says in Latin, I don't think they had crack back then. I don't even know if baking soda was a thing. Was Arm & Hammer around in the time of Jesus? I'm going to get a tattoo that says don't sell crack on pretrial probation. Okay? And then whenever anyone asks me, why do you have that tattoo? No one would do that. I'm going to be like, oh yeah? Wait till I tell you the story about Miles King and Michael Proctor. I got it all planned out. So anyway, my point remains the same. Do you see how dark? You got to think like a criminal. I know it's weird. But Sandra's not a criminal. Sandra was victimized and was just trying to get by. The other girl is a criminal. Criminals, like, they aren't what you think. I don't know, bro. They just look like regular people. But it's how they talk. Like, I don't know. They're not like mafia men who are like rubbing their chin to indicate like Vinny the Chin's down the street. Like, no. They're just kind of like, bro, like, go to the spot and like pick up he'll be there. Like, even like saying like a phrase like get the Oreos, someone would be like, shut the fuck up, like, you fucking loser. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, don't talk like that. The way they talk is more like, I'll meet you here at this time. Like, regular spot? Yeah, regular spot. Okay, like, don't bring your phone. Fine. Okay, I'll be there at this time. So nobody could figure out where you're going based on what the text says. That's how they talk. And that's how these girls are talking. The criminal is saying to Sandra, I just signed your death warrant. And Sandra's like, but why? And the girl's like, well, you didn't pay me. And Sandra's like, but my baby. And the girl's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. And the girl's reasoning is bullshit. Because please, all these girls, all the clients were married men. What the hell are you talking about, lady? You are not morally incredulous. She's just like making Sandra feel bad. If I were Sandra, I would have been like, oh yeah, what about your clients? But they know better than to talk about the brothel on the phone. That's probably the first thing they're taught. So instead, Sandra just takes it. She just moves on. And Sandra says, but you also said other things that was none of your business. Did you or did you not? Now, did you or did you not? Do you know where that comes from? That's a cross-examination question. You use a predicate clause, and then you add, because you only want to ask yes or no questions. So you say, ma'am, on the 14th of October, as you were walking across the street, you took the bat and bashed that duck in the head, didn't you? Did you or did you not? Like, you make a statement, and then to make it and it's allowed under the rules. To make a yes or no question out of it, you just add at the end, did you or did you not? Or is that correct? Or that's correct, isn't it? Or that's true, right? You just add that, like, phrase, but that's a lawyer phrase, not a cop phrase. That's a lawyer phrase. When you're saying things like, did you or did you not? She's smart. Sean Good was completely wrong. She might have played dumb, but she was not dumb. She doesn't talk dumb. She might have been in the underworld, the criminal underworld, but she's not dumb. She's street smart. She's not book smart. She's street smart. She's getting book smart, though. You know what I noticed? These guys hate the girls that in their world that become book and street smart. The most dangerous thing to these guys is a book and street smart victim, because that girl's really dangerous. If they're just street smart, they can control them. If they're just book smart, they just let them like go off and make a lot of money and then use their connections for their benefit. But if they're book and street smart, they're the problem. Dude, book and street smart people are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. They can move almost anywhere. In any circle. So, and you'll never be able to tell. They could be standing in front of you, and you would just think they're just a person off the street. You would never know. I've stood in front of lawyers before that have known me for 30 years, asked them questions at a press conference, and then gone up to them afterwards and been like, hi, I'm X, and they're like, what? Oh my God, that's you? I'm like, yeah. They're like, you just in plain sight, huh? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, the eyes. I'm like, yeah, you didn't notice them at first? They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, that's how I blend in. Now, here's the thing. This unnamed woman is a cooperating federal witness. And we're going to read a police report in a second from Super Dee Dee, where this woman was interviewed and tried to play down what happened and said she was Sandra's friend and all that. This recording has never been made public. It should never have been made public. The transcript should never have been made public. Farwell's lawyers filed this. When you file it on Pacer, and I pay for it, and I use the appropriate process, you put that document in the public domain. So she screwed up. And I said it yesterday. I told you the DOJ watches this. Somebody from the DOJ called that lawyer and was like, what the F did you just do? And the lawyer was probably like, what? I was just making the argument that the government was going to rely on the testimony of this person as Sandra's friend, and I just wanted to make the argument that, like, look, they weren't friends, you know, and the government was probably like, do you did you look at the protective order? And the lawyer was probably like, yeah, I've read most of them. No, did you look at the protective order about that person? Yeah. Well, you should probably read it again, counsel, because you just identified her. And counsel was probably like, oh shit, I should probably seal that, like, the transcript, huh? And the U.S. Attorney's Office was probably like, yeah, that's a good idea, counsel. I would do that. You should get on that. And then she did it at like 10 o'clock at night. That's how I know. This went up like literally after, like, I was like 8 hours into my stream. The motion to seal. She really screwed up. Listen, I've seen some bad screw-ups, and I'm not trying to rail on this lawyer. I've seen some bad screw-ups in my day, like when you're a lawyer, especially in federal court, you gotta have a security clearance, basically. You have to be very careful with confidential documents, because it's like state secrets. Federal court is a different beast. Like, you're going to be a lawyer there, you better know how to shut the F up, okay, all the time. And let me just say, this lawyer really screwed up. This has caused a serious problem. Because all the girls in the orbit, all the victims know, the survivors know who this girl is. And they are freaking pissed. They're literally, like, and these are the type of girls who, once they're out of the system and, like, ready to, like, speak their truth, like, they are, I don't know, like, they'll go stand in the middle of the town with a sign and just, like, yell about stuff. That's what they do. They'll go to political events, they'll go to the select board, they just yell. So, I don't know what this lawyer was doing, because what this lawyer did was basically reveal, like, when you're very close to this story, what this lawyer did was inadvertently reveal why Sandra Birchmore died. And it doesn't help her client. It hurts her client. But she revealed something very secret, like ultra secret. This is a level of secret. So, you know how sometimes, I mean, I can talk about this now, but if this was not in a motion and I knew about this, I would not talk about it. I would kayfabe you. Not only out of respect, but because this is very serious stuff. And now that it's in the public, I guess I can talk to you a little bit about what it's like. So if you see that kind of stuff and it makes your story, you know it makes the case, you know it makes the story, you still got to fake it. You still got to go out there and be like, I don't know. You got to pretend like you're still figuring it out. You know the answer, but you got to fake it. Because that stuff is very, just the fact, knowing that exists is enough to tip a subject of an investigation off, or a target, that they're in a lot of trouble. So, now that this is public, I can explain to you a little bit more what it's like. Not me, but hypothetically, about what it would be like to work as like a federal prosecutor or a judge. You know all this stuff from the jump, all of it. And you can't say a word in public. And in a democracy, the public is going to talk. They're going to say whatever they want to say. That's how, especially about court proceedings. They're going to have ferocious opinions. They're going to have lively debate. They're going to talk about your motions. That's just what it's like. But you can't talk. You might be able to do like certain statements when you arrest someone. There's very limited rules about public statements. But on the whole, you don't talk. You talk through your motions. That's called a speaking indictment or a speaking motion. But you don't talk. But you're privy to damning information, like the most damning information you can imagine. Like really shocking, horrifying, disgusting stuff. And you know who the bad guys and girls are from the jump. That's just how it works, especially the feds. You just know. But you can't talk about it. You can't tell anyone. You can't tell, like, you wonder why the feds are ghosts? Because you can't tell somebody who might be like a friend or ex-colleague of some guy who by 6 degrees of separation knows the target of the investigation. You gotta shut up. And you gotta shut up in a way where if you don't shut up, you go to prison for life. That's why Jessica Leslie got in so much trouble. She didn't realize what she was doing. She was compromising potentially a very serious investigation. And so with this kind of thing, right, the lawyer, the reason why you're not supposed to reveal this is because, well, one, people who were in the brothel or in Stoughton or in Canton, they're going to be like, I know who this girl is. And they're going to be like, wait a minute. Like that $248 debt, like she literally got Sandra killed. Well, yeah, no shit. All right, well, that's a problem politically for a lot of people. It's a problem in a lot of ways. All right, and that's why you keep it under protective order. You can charge it, but you don't let people just like go out there and realize this. It's shocking. It's disorientating. It's like it's too much for the public psyche at once, and so it can overwhelm it, and there can be deleterious social consequences, to put it lightly. So they kind of drip it so that people don't overreact. That's my opinion. This should not have been, I'm just going to give it to you straight, this should never have been released publicly in this form. Never. This was wrong. It's out there now. What this girl did was wrong. But this lawyer for Farwell has just branded this girl basically a murderer. She didn't mean to. I don't think she knew, because you have to like speak the language of Norfolk County, like southeastern Massachusetts, to understand what these girls are saying. And you have to really know. You have to really, really know. Not even the case file. You have to know the area. So, I don't know what to tell you. The lawyer, like, screwed up in a way that's just so egregious. I mean, the real criminal here is the woman who extorted Sandra, but what the lawyer has done here is, in essence, reveal, like, I mean, we're pushing, like, RICO level crimes on tape. And you got to remember, this girl was not like just threatening Sandra. She had gone to an intermediary, a pimp, I think, and said to the pimp, like, "Can you threaten Sandra?" And Sandra wouldn't pay, even when the pimp threatened her. Dude, that's RICO. That is straight RICO. Sorry, it's organized crime. It might not be conventional mafia organized crime, but it's OC, and it's dangerous. And these guys they were running blackmail rings on police. All right, let me continue reading through this. Then we're going to listen to the very relevant DOJ manual about RICO. Then we're going to finish the motion. All right. Then I'm going to show you we're going to finish this. Then I'm going to show you the interview with this woman, the unnamed woman. It's also redacted in the interview that she gave to the state police. We're going to compare this phone call, which is a record, a primary source that should never have been made public at this stage, with what she told the state police. All right. And I need to tell you, I think you're going to conclude that she's a liar. And I think she might have even lied to the feds. And worse, I cannot believe that anyone who had this degree of exposure would wiretap the federal government. They're gonna know. They're gonna eventually find, it's like, I told them. I told the FBI. I know the agent who was wiretapped. I don't know her personally. But, I was in the doghouse a little bit. I'm a little dumb sometimes. But I try to help. My point is the same, though. I told them. I did. I said, I think it's Brian Tully. You want to know what they said? I bet you do. I'm not going to tell you. Maybe 50 years from now. Oh, you really want to know, don't you? No, I'm not going to tell you. Not happening. Nice try, though. It was fascinating. There was a sentence that was said that changed my life. It was very casual, too. Wink is as good as an eye to a blind man, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so, needless to say, I'm a towel. And, I told the FBI that, and I told the agent that was wiretapped, that she was wiretapped. So, what are you going to do about it? All right, you shouldn't have wiretapped the FBI. So, in any event, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and people don't even realize this because I haven't gone into it yet. That wiretapping of the FBI is actually the smoking gun, because there's no reason that this girl should know Kate Peter. None. Zero. None. And there's no reason that Kate Peter should have strongly implied that she ran girls for cops. None. Zero. And there's no reason that Kate Peter should have giggled and laughed with a weird smirk when she said she'd known cops for a while. Now I think I understand. Alright? That is what makes it weird. And why would anyone ever feel so brazen as to think they could illegally intercept through a third-party call the communications of an FBI agent? I was so offended. I didn't get to talk about it at the time. I was so offended. My personal sense of justice was so offended when that happened. I was furious. I was so mad. It was so egregious, so over the line that I didn't even know what to say. I was like, that takes a lot. I haven't seen that level of brazen since, I've never seen it personally, but I've read about it in the 80s and 90s, some real cowboy stuff. But that's unheard of. You must understand. Even big time crime bosses know better than to take to F with the feds. You just don't. It's they have it as the number one rule: no cops, no feds. Because if you hurt a cop or a fed, you're gonna it's ugly. It's really ugly. And so if you do anything to a cop or a fed, they know they're gonna get the freaking hell. They'll touch a lawyer before they touch a cop or a fed. It's really dangerous for them. It's seriously the number one rule, because they know in the 80s and 90s what happened when they used to do that. If they touched a single cop. The reason why, by the way, is in Italy in the 80s, they did a bunch of mafia trials, and the mafia actually killed prosecutors and judges. So the U.S. had to set the tone that you can't touch a cop or a judge or a prosecutor. And so what happens if you do that, even non-physically, is they will put 1,000 case agents on it, and they will ruin you. They really will. It's the most serious thing you can possibly do. But I've never heard of it for that reason, because in every criminal syndicate, even the street gangs, the number one rule is no cops, no feds. Ever. And if you are shooting out with cops, it's because you're going out. You don't shoot cop. You don't even you don't do anything to a cop or a fed, because if they find out, it's just bad. It's considered a cardinal sin, an unwritten rule in baseball. And so there is an element of game to this. I'm not kidding. Criminals and cops, whether you're federal or whatever, it's a game. It's cat and mouse. And so there are rules to the game. You can do certain things, you can't do certain other things. This is an example, that wiretap, of breaking a cardinal rule. And I don't even know what the FBI thinks about that. Okay? Because there's no reason this specific person, unless they are very guilty, should ever have been teaming up with Kate Peter to do that. Ever. Wiretapping the FBI? Now, you want to know what's fascinating? The reason why this person was... I can't talk about this anymore. I can't. It's wrong. See, what's really frustrating is, as a journalist, there's all this stuff that's already out on the public record that I have an obligation to tell you, because this woman is involved in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. Do you understand? Do you understand? But I'm put in this untenable position, and I don't know what to do, okay? Because I've never looked at a confidential document. I've never looked at a classified document or a secret document in the orbit of this case. In fact, I've never looked at a document like that wasn't properly declassified ever in my life. How about that? But what I'm telling you right now is I don't know what to do, because I found out information through an amalgamation of factors. Okay, just a historical sort of aberration that I shouldn't know. And by knowing it, I also know the link, at least one of them, between the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore case and Matthew Farwell case. And it's this woman who threatened Sandra. And it involves TurtleBoy, too. Of course, unwittingly on his part, as is wont to happen to Eden. He just goes through life. Things happen to him, and in hindsight, they're just wild, developments that have a substantial amount of historical meaning. Little did he know what he was getting himself into. Because and this part I can't explain. There's no reason for this woman to have been involved in the Karen Reed case. She was only involved... You know what? There might actually be an ethical obligation for me to disclose this, because she was on the witness list for the state in the Reed case. Fuck. And if she talks to Kate, then she definitely talked to Tully and Fanning. So, unwittingly, she wasn't directly involved in the night of John O'Keefe's death. She was indirectly involved. See, how do I even do this? What am I supposed to do? Is all my training meant to just help me know what to do in this moment? And ethically report what I know? Because I'm not reporting to you anything I shouldn't know, or obtained without permission. In fact, I just figured this out from the documents. But you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, that this person... I'm sorry, I can't... it's something I have to talk about. So it's just a matter of public record, all right? There's just no getting around it, all right? So, and in that context, it is a little bit weird, because the way this person got involved in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case was after the fact, way after the fact. It's almost like they wanted to try to get in the orbit of the O'Keefe case to get information on TurtleBoy or something. That's how weird it was. But this person in particular should not have ever become involved. I would have to imagine, if this recording were out there in 2023. Remember, this conversation occurred on January 20th, 2021. no one would ever, or this person wouldn't have been even able to get close to TurtleBoy. So that's wild. I mean, you got to understand, this is everything. This person. It's not just, like, she's kind of a foot soldier. As someone compared it to, like, a cashier at the Red Sox game. Like, you, instead of being mad at the Red Sox for being bad, you're mad at the cashier at, like, the stand. Which is not true, because that's a completely different company. But I did take the point. I do think somehow Fenway Sports Group owns Aramac, but it's just a different company. But anyway, my point is the same, okay? This girl who threatened Sandra is not the powers that be. She just happened to be one person who needed to be protected and was in their orbit, so they gave her special treatment. Okay? That's what this is. And I think her role in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case was thus not an accident. It wasn't. She didn't just go fishing for that information. She wanted it for a reason. To get involved in the case. And it's so weird. Like, who hooked her up as a prosecution witness in that case? Lally? Tully? Fanning? Proctor? And why was she listed as a prosecution witness when she had nothing to do with the case except for getting herself involved by asking Aiden for evidence? Why, huh? Yeah. Yep. This is the big secret. This is it. Now that I actually put it all together and had a chance to sleep on it last night, ladies and gentlemen, along with the wider circle, what you are looking at in this call, and then the subsequent developments over 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, is why there was so much odd behavior in the orbit of the Karen Reed case. Because this woman actually knows where the bodies are buried. And she was the big, like, secret that would expose what happened to Sandra Birchmore. And nobody wanted the feds to find out. No one wanted me to find out. It's the big secret because it's the shame of the state police and the Stoughton police and the Canton police. This woman, what they did for her. And it wasn't for her. It was because of how she played it and like what she positioned herself to stay alive and safe. But she did it at the expense of Sandra Birchmore's death, over $248. And she did not care about Sandra's baby. Do you know how I don't care if you were victimized as a child. Do you know how depraved you have? It's like Farwell saying he was victimized as a child. Okay. Do you know how depraved you have to be to do that over $248? You're irredeemable. You can't come back. And then to actively work against the FBI and to help Tully and them? Come on. Come on. It explains all the panic, though. There was so much, like, there was something that was so explosive that Tully and Fanning and Morrissey and Kate Peter, all these people, no one could find it out. No one was going to be allowed to find it out. It was so bad that they had to hide it. And this is what it is. It's her. It's this girl. Now, it's not just her. It's the blackmail network that was operating around her, the brothel she was involved in, Sandra too, but this girl, the police that she was helping. This girl is a serious criminal, huh? She's like one of the smartest criminals I've ever seen. She almost got away with it too. It's never who you think it's going to be. Ever. It's always simpler than you think it's going to be. And at the same time, it's never who you think it's going to be. It's always a very simple explanation. Humans are simple. They have complex motives. So the way it all plays out is complex. But the motive is always simple. And the explanation is always simple. It's just never what you expect. As I said yesterday, a butterfly flaps its wings in Boston, and a tsunami hits Hokkaido. That's what this is. This is it's a hell of a story. It's a shame. One little choice, folks. Something as simple as saying to a police dispatcher, Sandra Birchmore is sleeping with Matthew Farwell, can change the entire world. It can ripple outwards in ways no one understands. This is what people talk about when they mean like one decision can and other people's and cause death and serious harm and change Norfolk County and bring God to people who needed him, I suppose. All of this can happen because of one 60-second phone call. One choice. Maybe you will live your whole life without ever having one of those moments. But the warnings that the moral teachings of the ages are all centered around helping you make the right choice in those moments, because it might actually happen to you. And in this case, this woman made a choice in 60 seconds that spiraled outwards, and like a butterfly flapping its wings through 6 degrees of towel bacon, resulted in multiple deaths, years of chaos, a public relations disaster that, although it brought about Adam Deitch, did so only by the grace of God, caused innumerable families to be torn apart, brought more anguish, pain, tears, and heartache than I've ever seen in my life, and that's saying something for what I cover, and in effect brought about a moral reckoning for the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. One phone call, one 60-second phone call, and all of our lives changed forever. Little did we know it. That's stunning. History changed on January 20th, 2021. It went on a path that was very dark. And only now are we approaching some semblance of normality. That is how time works, though, after all, isn't it? It's just one moment. That is the nature of time. And we're back. Hello. That's the nature of time, though, ladies and gentlemen, in so many ways, isn't it? Which is one moment spreads outwards. That's why I never believed this, like, 50-50 concept of time. It's not that simple. Choice is never binary. Choices are like tesseracts. They create dimensions outside of our ability to see. We may understand what a choice does in terms of history, But the real impact of a choice would be like trying to understand what a tesseract looks like when you can only see in 3 dimensions. A choice impacts a single choice can impact so many things that history, by its very nature, although it is predetermined by certain actions and decisions, is literally a constantly evolving choose your own adventure story. So, make the right decisions. It astounds me in a lot of ways. It does, even me. Blows my mind to think that was the moment. And it can't be a coincidence. I'm telling you, it can't. That this person then became involved in the Karen Reed case and was close to the Norfolk DA. It's too late now, though. I really believe it's too late. I think they have these people. Alright, as I wait for your comments to load, allow us to proceed to our next section of the analysis. I was reading for you the exchange between Sandra Birchmore and this unknown person. Sorry, let me just pause the studio feed so I can get some extra buffer. It's getting hot. It's 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and I don't have my cooling fan with me. You know what I'm saying? So some of you used to be like, why is it so loud in the background? Well, electronics don't love heat. You know what I'm saying? They just don't. They're not a fan. So I use cooling fans. See, look at all your comments flying back. And if I don't use the cooling fan, the broadcasting equipment gets all made. Alright, back to our exchange. Here we go. Good to see you all. That was quite a rant. I was really going there. I think you all get it, though. I've done my job as a journalist. I feel I've said enough so that the public can make informed decisions about their role in our participatory democracy. And I shall say no more. Actually, that's not true. I inevitably am going to say more. That's just what it's like to be a towel. Alright, here we go. So, some of you may not understand the line where Miss Redacted says, that's good. I don't really care. Or Miss Birchmore says, yeah, I guess you didn't answer the phone. So what's happening there is this is a 2-way call that's turning into a 3-way call. So Sandra and the woman, we're going to call her, can we give her a name? She's not being Irene Adler. We got to give her a name that's suitable for this. And it has to be someone, see, I don't watch a lot of modern media, so it's got to be someone, I don't even know. How am I going to find an appropriate, like, historical reference? This is really hard. This person is very unique. They're a villain. They're a villainess. But they're a very unique form of villain. They're hurt. They have their own... Every villain has a complex from some kind of harm that they went through. Some people turn that harm into benevolence. Some people turn it into malevolence. This villain is non-archetypal. I've never seen a villain like this before. It's not like Professor Moriarty, right? So a Professor Moriarty villain is someone who's going to have, I don't know, this sort of like academic aura about them and like be sly about their crimes and then kind of look you in the eye and they know that you know they're a criminal, but they know you can't prove it. That is Professor Moriarty. That's not this. This is closer to like... It's got to be a good example of this in like political espionage or something. It's closer to like the woman who... No, because she started as an FBI agent. It's closer... I can't think of it. It's literally the most unique archetype for a villain. It's like someone who's very damaged and they don't have a lot of power, okay? They're very marginalized, but they're observant. So, like, they'll be in rooms with powerful people, like, they'll be victimized, but they're observing and learning from the men around them who are victimizing them. And then they're kind of picking up on the tactics. And I don't mean, like, throwing someone on a bed tactic. I mean, like, they're picking up on, like, okay, so if you really want to pressure someone, you find out, like, what are they trying to hide, and okay, and then what do? Like, you got to use, like, the police, the courts, like, you got to move these chess pieces. It's politics, but it's criminal politics. You got to move the chess pieces around, and you got to get what you want. Now, how do I know that this person is a very low-level person? Because nobody who's a high criminal would do this over $248. They wouldn't. Dude, no. Not even over, like, 10 G's. Maybe over, like, a moral offense, like punching someone's wife, but not over that amount of money. Maybe a couple $100,000. But this girl, like, normally you'd pay a hitter, okay? You would, I'll just give it to you straight from what I've read in the case files. You would pay a hitter over something like that. If you were talking like $500,000 debt unpaid, you would just pay a hitter. It's a lot of money for a professional hit, like probably 200,000, maybe more, according to the records. So you're paying and you're losing the debt, okay? But you're sending a message to your other customers or whatever, or the other people with money out on the street, you better pay. So that's what you're really paying for. This girl, she didn't have any money on the street. She's not a gangster. She lent her friend $248, but she was around guys who were doing stuff like that over big money. And she was like, fuck it, I want my money, and Sandra won't give it up, so I'm going to put a little pressure on her. Yeah, well, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. Because she put a little bit of pressure on Sandra and ended up killing her. And that's why I'm trying to say this villain, it's like someone who is it's this position juxtaposition of being exposed to high-level criminal tactics while being not a high-ranking criminal. Which is rare. It really is, because most of this stuff's compartmentalized. But it seems like, from what I can pick up, these girls were being read in. Like, they were being told as they got, like, involved in this operation, like, when you go out and sleep with these cops, like, film them and bring us the clips. All right, well, you're teaching these girls how to blackmail. And that's what this girl did to Sandra. She blackmailed her, and the girl was trying to probably get a reputation as, hey, like, you don't play ball with me, like, I'll show you, like, what I can do. And instead, the girl got a reputation, that's for damn sure, but it's not what she was expecting. She's going to get a reputation as someone who got someone killed over $248. And by the way, yes, I'm going to go, I don't know when, to the Stoughton Select Board and the Canton Select Board with $248 in ones, okay? And I'm going to, in a display of my First Amendment rights, start making it rain on the podium. I'm going to pick all the money up and donate it to a veterans organization afterwards to make a point. But the point remains the same. I'm going to make it rain, and I'm going to say, this is what a human life was worth in your town. And I'm going to then take that $248 in ones, and I'm going to make it rain. I've never done that before. I'm not really into that. I don't really know the mechanics of it. I'm going to have to do some research. Maybe there's some videos on it. You know, I'll figure it out. But the point is, I'm then going to go in there, and whatever making it rain involves, I'm going to do. Okay? And I'm going to say to them directly that this happened fundamentally, although it was actually enabled by a wider grotesque culture of child and human trafficking and brothels and drug dealing and corrupt cops and judges and prosecutors. Fundamentally, what this came down to, that Sandra Birchmore's death and the life of her unborn baby was worth $248. And all of you, I'll say this to the select board, for various reasons, went along with it, the cover-up that is, except for Donna McNamara and Nick Carino and the medical examiner and those 3 state police crime lab techs and Jessica Hyde, and Hank Brennan, all of you You went along with it. Was your soul worth $248? Imagine how you would feel if you had someone killed over $248. More appropriately, imagine if I was in Sandra's life and she could have just said, Grant, can I have $248? Yes. Just pay her. Just pay the girl. Here's the $248. You would have helped her too, right? Because a life, I don't know what a life is worth. God can determine that. But I'll tell you, it's worth more than $248. And that's what makes me upset about this. We have to have a reckoning. See, here's the thing that makes this job really hard. It's not a job, it's a vocation. The only person, the only entity that I can turn to make this call, no one's going to call me. It would be like the military calling me during the war. No one's going to call me and tell me, Grant, you can't show that footage of that tank. I have to know in the moment what is the appropriate way to take in and relay information. I have to. I can pray to God, which I did last night a lot, and today. But I have to make the call. And we're getting very close to the point where I have to make the call. I don't want to do this. I don't like anything about this. But there is nothing morally redeeming about this person. Nothing. If I saw even one thing in there, because this happens, okay? Somebody is really concerned for their friend, and they don't know what else to do. They think it's going to get physical or dangerous, and so they report the third party. I've heard of that, okay? It's not uncommon. In fact, it's very common. And the victim oftentimes will get mad. If that's what this was, I would not have any qualms with just being like, listen, it was a mistake. It shouldn't have gone up. This girl was just trying to help. We would have moved on. We would already be analyzing other things. The reason this is absolutely inexcusable is that this conversation is direct evidence that this person was extorting Sandra for money. $248. And the reason, think about this. Why would you ever go to the police over someone not paying you $248 as a form of blackmail to punish that person unless you wanted a reputation on the street that if you put money out, that you better be paid? Dude, that's criminal shit. That's why I won't overlook this. That's criminal-minded. There's nothing redeeming about it. It's selfish. It's incredibly dangerous. That mentality. It's illegal. It's wrong. And it cost Sandra Birchmore her life. So I'm sorry. All of the boxes are checked for public interest. The harms? Well, okay. This person is clearly going to face, I don't know, questions like by the FBI. The public is clearly going to have a lot of questions. Okay? They are going to, probably after 5 years or so finally have to go through the catharsis of, okay, people know. They're not going to be able to say that they were Sandra's friend. There's going to be an emotional impact from all of this on the community, etc. I have to think about all of that. And I have to think about, where does the scale tip right now? It's very, I mean, I don't know if I'll make the call now. I don't really have to. I think a lot of you already know. But I think we're tipping very strongly towards public interest disclosure. She has to testify, okay? She has to go up on that stand. She's going to walk into the courtroom. So the decision I have to make is, are we all going to learn about this when she gets up on that stand and somebody tweets it? Or are we going to learn about it now? Or at some point before then? And that's what I have to think about. So, I know, listen, and by the way, it's not to be, you're watching a journalist process in real time. So unlike with other reporting, where after a month you would see the story, you are just in my newsroom. So, but yeah, I've thought about this a lot. I've weighed all the factors. I've weighed all the factors. And it's not, the judgment call is more of an ethical one. All right? Because for me, I have to think about the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. And I can't know what I don't know. Like, there are things that I don't know, okay? And I would be just as derelict in my duty as a journalist if I did the same thing she did, inadvertently. This woman had clearly more malicious intent. But if I inadvertently, by acting, caused a series of events to unfold that had a deleterious impact on justice, then I would be mad. Likewise, if I stayed quiet and that had a deleterious impact on justice, I would be mad. So I have to think. I have to think very hard, and I have to look at all of the variables I know, and then I have to think about the universe of potential variables in this case, and specifically related to this disclosure. Then I have to think about, out of all those known variables, which ones do I know, which ones do I not know? Then I have to guess, based on all of that, what are the remaining unknown variables, and how big is that section of the equation, and then I have to make the call. It's never going to be zero, ever. Otherwise, human knowledge would be perfect, and that's not possible. The human relationship with truth is an asymptote. It approaches but never touches the x-axis. So I like to try to get as close as possible. You can call me a parabolic curve. All right, let me continue reading. So now a third party is going to enter in. Hello, Kyle Sharkey. Hold on. Aiden, defendant's motion to stay further review by the Tank Team pending imminent enactment of the Massachusetts Journalist Shield Law. Kyle Sharkey, you got the document for me? We'll review it immediately as soon as that. So I will review the new TurtleBoy document. Look, you know what's cool? So shirts just keep showing up at my house. I think it's great. All right. So I like to thank you to TurtleBoy, probably Laura from London. She's great. That merch just shows up at my house. Okay. People send me shirts. I wear them. This is great. I got a TurtleBoy shirt. It's like a license plate. It's cool. So anyway, I'd be happy to read the TurtleBoy motion. I just go downstairs this morning. I forget what I was doing. I was like pulling up the trash bin or something after the trash man came, or I was going to the store. And I find this, shirt. It's like a package on the front porch. And, I have to make sure it's safe. So I do my thing, and then I bring it inside. I'm like, oh, it's just a shirt. And still, I have to make sure, with me, you never know. People could do weird shit. So I just make sure it's all right, I won't tell you exactly what I do when people send me packages to make sure they're okay, but I made sure it was fine. And then I opened it into the shirt. It was great. And if you're wondering, Grant, when you get gifts, do you sweep them for bugs? Literal electronic tracking devices and wires, yeah, and wiretaps? Yeah. Of course I do. Of course I do. I might even find an AirTag on my car and then leave it there just to see, and then try to determine who's tracking me by seeing who shows up at a place that they couldn't have known I was at. I'm that lethal. I'm really dirty. You think they play dirty? I'm benevolent. I play much harder. Hi, T.A. Sarah. T.A. Sarah, 70 billion bonus points. You are that. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good to see you all. I will read this new motion. All right, where's Kyle Sharkey? Kyle, do I have to go to your... did you post the document? Did Super Didi post the document? Do we have a link? I mean, you're a mod. You can just drop the link. Is the document actually up? I want to how about this? I'll put the document into a special voice. Okay, we'll do a TurtleBoy document read. So I'll pick a special voice for Mr. Vetero. Oh, Kyle, Sharkey, and Dee Dee are so wonderful, by the way. As much as I try to post all the filings, like, I don't even want to think about the pacer costs. Without Kyle and Dee Dee, I could not keep track of all of these filings. Kyle, Dee Dee has not posted it yet. Come on, Super Dee Dee. See, Super Dee Dee's really smart. She's a talent. All right, Kyle. You're the one that brought this to my attention. But yes, Kyle. Oh, he literally posted it. He posted it in the YouTube chat before he posted the fact that it's up on the docket. So, all right, hold on. Watch this. That's how good Kyle is. Can we all practice our collective summoning powers? So we're all going to work on this together. If we all think about Super Dee Dee posting this motion at the same time, I think we can will her to do it. She's probably having her coffee, okay? She doesn't start her day, even in the afternoon, without a few coffees. You know, she's a Super Dee Dee. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, yes, so we did, Towel Girlfriend Nikki and I did name our cat Cal, and he gets called Cal all the time. So, Kyle, his name gets said all the time, and we named him after Cal, because Cal's a cat. Pat Ray says, let's wait on saying more to avoid endangering anyone by mistake. And Nikki gave her the perfect name, Madam Shark. Madam Shark. Yeah, I like that a lot. God bless you, Pat. No, absolutely not. I don't take no unknown calls. Anyone who is actually calling you will show up with a caller ID or leave a voicemail. Like, seriously, you gotta schedule a call. If you're not on my schedule and you call me and I don't know your number, I'm going to be quite perturbed. I got to set up. You know what I'm going to do? I have a plan. I'm going to set up a calendar so that you can just book meetings with me if I want to meet with you. Because I know a lot of people want to talk. I'm so sorry. I'm not ignoring you. I just got to have us all booked. Like, if you want to talk to me, I got to book you into a calendar. All right? I'll let you talk to me. I don't care. I don't charge. I just like talking to people. But I gotta set it up. There's gotta be some administrative structure to this. Because just like me trying to review a lot of emails and messages like this, I can't. I have a lot going on. So we're gonna set up a system where if I want to talk to you, okay, we won't just say all right, we'll do a call. I will send you a link, and you can book a calendar invite, and then we will talk for that specific amount of time. On that day, okay? That's the best way for me to do it. I'll work with Towel Girlfriend to get this set up, all right? It'll be great. But the problem is only I can manage my calendar because I can't have anyone else knowing who's meeting with me. So I got to figure out how we're going to do this. I got to look into the OPSEC of it all. But my point is that's what we're going to do. I forget what that had to do. What did it have to do with? I don't remember what that had to do with. I think it had something to do with an email. I don't remember. Either way, I'm ready to read this motion. Oh, unrelated to that. So let's go back to our towel seance. This is a pro-Abrahamic seance, okay? So we're following in those traditions, and we're going to summon Super Towel Dee Dee to post this motion, okay? So what you do is, you just kind of wiggle your elbow. That's the Super Dee Dee sign. And then you just think to yourself, wow, I would really like it if Super Dee Dee posted that motion. You know? You know what I'm saying? Because then, she'll post the motion. So if we all just sit here, right, and just think about Super Dee Dee posting the motion, we can test whether our collective consciousness can actually impact the material world. You know what I'm saying? We'll run some kind of experiment. T.A. Sarah, are you taking notes? The note here is that we're running a science experiment to determine if we can use our collective consciousness to impact the material world by getting Super Dee Dee to post a motion. All right, this is called a hypothesis. All right, we're going to see if we can turn it into a postulate, and then a theorem, then a theory, and then some kind of accepted principle. Excellent job, T.A. Sarah. 77 billion bonus points. All right. I'm absolutely ready for this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give it a minute. We're actually taking a mental decompression break. And then I will go back to that dialogue. Then I got to show you the police report. Then we will read this motion because Cal told us about it. He's a cat. The cat, so our cat, my son, who's a cat, he is probably reacting to me saying this. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Chase. So good to see you all. So T.A. Sarah is like, no, science. Excellent job, T.A. Sarah. All right, so continuing. I will read this motion, okay, because Kyle, who's a Kyle, brought it to my attention. And as soon as it is posted, we shall analyze it. But that is dependent on our experiment working, all right? You know, I don't know what you should do. Like, I've never really thought about, like, collectively summoning Super Dee Dee, so I don't really have a playbook for this. I guess you could just, like, think about it. I don't think you actually have to do anything. We're not making any sigils or anything. I'm not down with that stuff. That's occult paganism. I think those people are heathens. Unless they worship the trees. I'm okay with certain pagans, but not occult paganism. No, absolutely not. Odd. Oh, that's right, my window's open. I was like, why are there birds chirping? I opened my window for the first time in a very long time. And I'll tell you, it's nice to have some natural light. But anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good to see you all. We have some work to do. I'm giving Kyle like another few minutes. Somebody just let me know when Super Dee Dee posts it. If it's under 10 minutes, we're going to attribute Dee Dee posting it to our collective willing her to do it. If it's more than 10 minutes, no. I'm saying this is a failed experiment. All right, so let's go over to Super Dee Dee. Come on, Super Dee Dee. Nope. Super Dee Dee's having her coffee. You know what I'm saying? She's Super Dee Dee. Maybe Kyle will post a motion. That would be nice, Kyle. Come on, Kyle. Nope, nothing yet. All right, let's get back to work. All right, so centering ourselves. I will read that motion as soon as it's posted. All right, so if anybody wants to be on Towel Watch, your job is to monitor Dee Dee's feed and Kyle's feed, and as soon as that motion goes up, you post the motion in here, and then I'll transliterate it. How's that for a word? Into hilarious Mr. Betterow, maybe apropos Mr. Betterow voice, and then we'll listen to it and I'll analyze it and I'll yell things. It'll be great. Listen. Hello, Talmon Bunny. Hello, Bo. And hello, Kofi. Kofi's a dog. Talmon Bunny, did you get your apron? I'm so excited. I heard Talmon Bunny's getting a Towel News apron. That's epic. I'm going to send my Nana one for Christmas. All right, so that's the plan, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you want to hear me read this motion, especially because it's about the Shield Law, the journalist's Shield Law. As soon as it goes up, I will read the motion. Criminal court dockets are a little bit more delayed, but Super Dee Dee's good. You know, Super Dee Dee, she's not a bird, she's not a plane, she's just a Super Dee Dee. I don't think she comes on YouTube now that I think about it. I don't know if someone was asking that earlier, but I've never seen her like on YouTube. She's mostly on Twitter. She's great though. The Justice for Sandra Birchmore page, which, and you can't sing Kyle and Dee Dee's praises enough, with all the docket monitoring they do. Thanked both Kyle and Dee Dee this morning. And Kyle and Dee Dee probably monitor dockets, more so Kyle. Dee Dee will post the documents, but Kyle monitors dockets more aggressively than some goats eat grass, all right? And goats love grass, all right? I mean, dude, you ever seen a goat in a field of grass? He's in his happy place, all right? That's a happy goat. Kyle, his happy place is court dockets. He just sits, now, not really pacer, you got to pay a lot for that, but for the state court dockets, you don't have to pay. He just sits there. You can't run a script. You want to know how I know? Because it's script resistive on purpose. It says no scraping, and it has a caption. So you can't scrape mass courts. You have to manually click the refresh button or hit F5 like every minute. And Kyle does that all day. He's a Kyle. Kyle sees things before lawyers on cases see things. Sometimes Kyle and I see documents when the only thing on mass courts is an apostrophe in the document. The clerk hasn't even put the title of the document on the docket. It's just the image and an apostrophe as a placeholder, and we get it like immediately. We're that good. I'm a Tao. But that said, what are we polling? Oh, Talmon Bunny, it is about the revelations yesterday that the redacted woman in this dialogue threatened Sandra Birchmore over a $248 debt on January, sometime in January, maybe late December 2020, early January 2021. When Sandra wouldn't pay the debt, a man was sent to threaten Sandra over the debt to the girls at the dorm suite. Remember that? Sandra said no. The girl came back to Sandra, threatened her again. When Sandra wouldn't pay, the girl went to the Stoughton Police Department, tried to report Sandra for theft. The Stoughton Police Department would not take the report. The girl had loaned Sandra $248. And in turn, at the end of the call, the woman, the unknown woman, says to the Stoughton police, "Oh, Sandra's sleeping with Matthew Farwell." And other stuff as well, apparently, of which there is no record, because the call to the Stoughton police was deleted after 12 months. But later that day, the girl, the unknown woman, calls Sandra and records it and confesses. Oh, let me restart the chat call. I'm so sorry. And confesses. She literally calls Sandra and says, "Listen, I called the police department today and I told them about you and Farwell because you didn't pay me the money you owed me." Within 11 days, Sandra Birchmore was dead. And this woman then went on to tell the state police that she was Sandra's friend. This woman's name is subject to federal protective order. She's still out there today. She's free. And we're going to talk a little bit about what this all means. And then we also have a TurtleBoy motion we are going to read as well as soon as it is available. It just went up literally like 60 seconds ago, though, so it's going to take a little time. All right. But Kyle's good, though. He's a cow. He'll get it. The clerks will... So on the criminal clerk docket, the clerks will sometimes send them out. Like, it depends on what you're doing. Most of the time they won't, but they sometimes will send them out. But Kyle's really good at getting them. Just saying goodnight to Towel Girlfriend. She's the best. I love her dearly. Alright, so we're going to analyze that motion as soon as it goes up. Now I'm going to finish explaining to you this call. So the call initially involves the woman, unknown woman, saying to Sandra, "Well, I called the police and told them about you and Farwell because you didn't pay me." And Sandra is then like, "Well, why did you do that? Like, you know, that's not your business." And then now we're at the part of the call where a third party is joining. Sandra had tried to call them before, okay, but they didn't pick up. All right. So now Sandra, this is a three-way call. It started as a two-way call. It's now about to be a three-way call. Sandra calls the third party a second time and they answer. And then Sandra starts, as that person answers, Sandra jumps in and is like, "Yeah, I guess you didn't answer the phone." And then Miss Redacted, who is now on a three-way call with Sandra and this unknown third woman, says to Sandra, "That's good. I don't really care. She doesn't have to answer the phone. I got my point across. It's fine, Sandra. When you stop being a pathological liar, that's when things will look up for you." Then Sandra says, "They're looking up just fine for me." And then Miss Redacted says, "Things are looking fine for you? That's not..." And then Sandra jumps in and says, "The problem is for you." And then the woman says, Miss Redacted says, "There's no problem for me. I'm happy as a clam. I just need to get paid and I'm good." And Sandra says, "Yeah, but see..." And Miss Redacted jumps in and says, "I'm happy as a clam, Sandra." And then Sandra says, "Yeah, but not for long, because I'll be calling Color Street again." And then the footnote from Farwell's lawyer says, "Color Street is a direct sales and nail polish applique company. The caller, Miss Redacted, worked for this company as an independent seller stylist. Miss Birchmore's threat to contact her employer as retaliation for the call to the Stoughton Police Department is expressed here." Miss Redacted: "Okay, that's good. That's a threat. So..." Miss Birchmore then says, "Not really. I called them once. That's not even a threat." Why say what twice? Oh, the thing about things looking fine for her? Yeah, happy as a clam. So this girl, I really do think, I do think this girl was threatening Sandra's life. I think she had already signed Sandra's death warrant, and this was the like kiss of death. I'm telling you, that's my read of it. Yeah. I really do think this is, it's just like it seems like, teenagers talking, like high schoolers, but it's criminal. And it's a kiss of death. It's her saying, I told the police, like, you're dead now. That's the tone. And Sandra was like, but you're gonna, my baby. And the woman was like, yeah, I don't care. It's this woman. She wanted her dead. I truly believe it. I can't prove it yet. How much you want to bet this woman had a relationship with one of the Farwells or Divine or something like that? How much you want to bet? And why do I say that? Well, speaking of Super Didi, if we scroll down here, we have, where is it? Hold on, where did Super Didi post it? I'm going to have to find it. Give me 1 second. She might have posted it on one of the other posts where I was covering that. Let me go. I can just go to her page if I need it. Give me a second. Where is it? Not there, not there. Not there. Oh, Brother Counsel did a really good review of Judge Gilday's ruling that I thought was relevant. Give me 1 second. Let me go back to Super Didi's page, because I can just go into her replies and see where she replied to me. Here. Thank you, Super Didi. See, Super Didi's like a vengeful librarian. You don't want to mess with Super Didi. She's Super Didi. She has just everything. Game recognized game. You know what I'm saying? Alright, we gotta zoom in. It's not the best quality scan, but it's just the original, so it's just what it is. So, here is Trooper Dwayne Dunn, working under John Fanning and Brian Tully, investigating Sandra Birchmore's murder. On March 10, 2021, Trooper Dunn conducted a phone interview of Redacted. Redacted had called the Norfolk DA's office and stated she had information regarding the death of Sandra Birchmore. Redacted described herself as a close friend of Birchmore. Redacted stated that she had known Birchmore since they were 7 or 8 years old, at which time they were involved in a program that helps mothers strengthen bonds with their children. They then played volleyball together from ages 9 through 12. Redacted stated she moved to a different school in Brookline around the 5th to 6th grade, but remained living in Stoughton. Over the years, she and Birchmore would lose touch for an extended period of time and then reconnect and occasionally communicate via social media or an occasional text message here or there. This continued into their late teens and early 20s. According to Redacted, this past summer, she and Birchmore began to interact once again. Redacted stated that Birchmore had just moved into her apartment in Canton a few months ago. Prior to that, Birchmore had asked Blank's mother if she could move into her house. Birchmore had said at the time she was having an issue with her aunt, who was selling the house where they were both living. Redacted also stated that Birchmore did not trust her aunt with her cats and wanted Blank's mother to look after them. Birchmore also asked Blank to watch her cats and dogs if she ended up going back into the military. When asked about the types of conversations she would have with Birchmore, Redacted. According to Redacted, around late November or early December, she went over to Birchmore's apartment complex where they hung out for approximately 2 hours outside the building. Redacted then went over to Birchmore's apartment a few days after that. Around December 12th, Birchmore told Redacted that she was pregnant. She told Redacted that the baby's father was a Stoughton detective, but she did not say his name. Birchmore told Redacted that she and the father are dating, but because he's still married, they are not official. According to Redacted, Birchmore had told her that the baby's father was going to divorce his wife, but can't right now because of the coronavirus. Birchmore had told her that at the time she became pregnant, Redacted. Birchmore told Redacted that she used to babysit Redacted. Birchmore asked Redacted if she was going to have a baby too, and mentioned something to Redacted about baby fever. Birchmore began avoiding certain foods when she began to suspect she was pregnant, but Redacted pointed out this was before Birchmore even took a blood or urine pregnancy test. Redacted stated that Birchmore told her she had told the baby's father about the pregnancy a few days after Christmas. Apparently, the father was upset about the pregnancy and Redacted. She then kicked him out of the apartment. Redacted stated that Birchmore told her, he said, "I wish you would unalive yourself," or "I wish you were unalived." 7. Birchmore told Redacted that she wanted the baby to have the father's last name and wanted the birth certificate to reflect that. She also wanted him in the delivery room when she gave birth. Redacted stated that Birchmore had demanded that if he could be in the delivery room with his wife, then he could be in the delivery room with her. Birchmore had told Redacted about a second meeting between her and the father of the baby to discuss the pregnancy, which occurred sometime around January 8th. According to Redacted, Birchmore and the father argued at this meeting as well. Redacted said Birchmore told her the father of the child had been pursuing her. Redacted. When questioned as to when Birchmore told her this, Redacted stated she believed it was in December. Redacted stated that it seemed like Birchmore and the father were involved in an on-again, off-again type relationship. Redacted stated that the father's brother knew about their relationship and knew about the pregnancy. That would be William Farwell. Redacted stated that Birchmore owed her a lot of money, which she estimated to be $248. According to Redacted, Birchmore had owed her the money for a couple of months, and eventually she told Birchmore she needed some of it paid back. This was on or about January 16th of this year. Redacted stated that Birchmore responded by saying that she would send her $150 that night. After receiving no response from Birchmore, Redacted got irritated and asked her why she only stopped responding when she requested that Birchmore pay her back. Birchmore responded a few days later, stating that she didn't respond because she had hit her head on her car door and then again on the pavement and had to go to the hospital. Redacted. 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 Redacted stated that she eventually told Birchmore she was going to file a police report if Birchmore did not start to pay back the money she owed. Redacted stated that on or about January 20th, she called the Stoughton police and informed them about the monetary dispute. Redacted advised this was a civil matter. Redacted stated that she became upset and responded to the officer on the phone by insinuating that the Stoughton officer or detective that Birchmore is engaged in a sexual relationship with should tell her to pay back the money she owes. Redacted stated she then received a phone call from Birchmore not long after this took place. Oh, they covered it up. Oh, really? How about paragraph 12? During that phone call, Redacted revealed to Birchmore that she disclosed to the Stoughton Police Department Sandra's relationship with Matthew Farwell because, specifically, Sandra did not pay her back that money. And as a result of that information being disclosed to the Stoughton Police Department, Matthew Farwell was told by a dispatcher who then, Matthew Farwell, as a result of learning this information, then went on to murder Sandra Birchmore. All right, I want John Fanning and this dude arrested. Matt Dwayne, trooper number 3943. How dare you? They're all in on it. They needed this witness to be in on it because her threatening Sandra, if they pursued it to its natural conclusion, would have revealed what was going on. Not just at the brothel, but would have revealed this woman got Sandra killed. So they hid it. They hid it. The state police covered this up, obviously, but they covered for this witness. That's why this witness and the state police are friends. Wow. They didn't just cover for Farwell, they covered for her. Dude, imagine having that kind of pull where John Fanning and Brian Tully's state police unit is covering up your role in a murder. Dude, this girl must have thought she was the cock of the walk. Oh, I'm furious. I'm pissed. And that's it. We're doing the Pats Are Back song. That's it. Oh, I'm pissed. Dude. What? Who the hell is this? Dude, they would do this for as long. So it was more like opportunism. They would help anybody. This unit would help anybody as long as it aligned with what they were trying to accomplish. Oh, dude. These people. Oh, come on. Talk about pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining. All right. Pats Are Back. Shout out Pats Are Back. We got a song. It's the towel song. It's not Run. This person said that about your lovable, wonderful towel. I think I want to play a song while that tweet is up on the screen, because you know what? I was raised in a beautiful country called the United States of America. I want to dedicate this to, let's see, Kate Peter and Tuesday Gazette and Julie Carpenter and Ginny James, and then let's see, any other person on Kate Peters' Discord. Oh, Jason Broyles, he's a weird one. And then, you know, not Biff and Boomer. They're gonna flip. You know, Biff and Boomer flipped. Federal indictments are imminent. But you know, everyone else that is Kate Peters' friend. I have a message to you and your Shrek-based odd cult leader. Okay, ready? Let's do it.
For you and you and you, I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that violation, violence. That's why she had a limousine to the winner's face and like the college level music. My friends are all annoying.
Great song. I mean, an all-time classic. Alright, we got to do a few things. Let me get all made. Alright, let me get all made. So, to get all made, I got to compile this into a PDF and get all made. Alright, then I'm going to write it up. I'm going to get all made. That's it. Kofi, man the garrison. We are storming northern France. We are going to restore Her Royal Highness Boozy Beauty to her rightful throne as the Queen of France. Listen, this unit, they were cover-up artists. Come on now. Alright? They were better cover-up artists than Madonna's skincare team. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Madonna's going to be like, why am I catching strays? Well, I'm not exactly sure that you weren't involved with those devil, occultist, weird pagans. Alright, Miss Madonna? So don't come barking up my tree. Find your own tree house. Damn Madonna. You see what happened? Listen, I am 5 days free from watching Jolie. Not because I don't like it, but because she's too funny and I start sardonically mocking serious news topics. It's still happening. I just mocked Madonna for no reason. I mean, it's kind of funny, but my point is, you know, I'm just saying. Alright, so I downloaded those images. Now what I'm going to do to talk you through this, to write this report up, what I have to do is I have to go to make this into a PDF first. Alright? Because I can't cite to the report as like Dee Dee's like Twitter post images. To make it useful for like a report, I got to go select those 4 images I just downloaded, make sure they're in order, and then render them as a PDF. Okay? So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to make sure everything's in order. It is not even close to in order. Alright, so that's page 1. What's page 2 look like? It has 6 at the bottom, and there's no redaction. So that's going to be page 2. That's going to be page 3. That's going to be page 4. Done. Render it as a PDF. Now let me just show you how this works. You download the PDF. It's going to make me all mad because it's going to open as a PDF when I don't want it to. That's fine. And then I'll show you how the process works. And we're still waiting for this motion. The second Kyle uploads the damn motion, or somebody uploads the motion, you just let me know. I'll be on it. Alright. Now, let me just show you what this will look like. Alright. So, I think it's this one. Oh, is it this one? It's the one ending in an A. This one. All right, so after I do all the work, I then open that, and there we go. We have a nice PDF. All right, PDFs we can work with as a source. We can't work with images. They're just not what we need. Now, what I want to do is I want to take Dee Dee's post, because she's the one who found it, okay? And I want to repost it, okay? And then I want to say this. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that Brian Dolly and John Fanning's State Police Unit, via Matt Dunn, covered up the unknown mystery woman's loan sharking threats to Sandra Birchmore in order to protect Matt Farwell? These monsters. All right. And then I'm going to upload that PDF I just generated because I'm all mad. All right, I have a certain way of doing things. There's a method to the madness, ladies and gentlemen. There is a method to the madness. And don't believe anyone who tells you otherwise. Yeah, listen, this dude might be going to prison. He's in trouble. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. He's all bad. Pete Bunnington would be all mad. He'd be like, this man bad. And I'd be like, I know Pete. He's a bad man. He's all bad, Pete. See, Pete doesn't like bad men. He gets all mad. Listen, you think I'm brutal? Wait till you see Pete Bunnington. He gets all mad. Where is my document? I want my document. Where did it go? Why is it hiding from me? Did I put it in like a random subfolder? I demand that you give me my link to my document. I'm not talking about Kyle, although I do think Kyle should, get me my document. The world wants that document, Kyle. Let's go. Where is the damn thing? You can't just hide from me. I uploaded you. You are my document. I demand you show yourself immediately. Here it is. Alright, and then I gotta rename it. Alright, hold on. Can I rename it, please? Why are we having problems here today? I'm getting all frustrated. What is your major malfunction today, Private? Let's go. This is just not being cooperative. I'm going to start objecting. I object on procedural grounds. Oh, I guess but it's not even that warm. It is 85 degrees. Normally I only run into this problem when it's like, I don't know, 90. Alright, what are we doing here? Seriously, what are we doing? I'm getting all made. Alright, now you want to work. Excellent. Well, at least you finally figured it out. I mean, I'll give you credit for working. Credit where's credit's due. Source. Compare with the transcript of the call that woman had with Sandra on January 20th, 2021. Alright, and then I'm going to go get the transcript of that call. Does that work, Grant, objecting on procedural issues? Well, yeah, I'm not a lawyer, that's not legal advice, but if you object on procedural grounds, you're basically saying, Judge, don't reach the merit, like, we're not going to argue the merits. Instead, like, they didn't do this right. So please, like, X, Y, like, don't even, like, make me argue this, Judge, because they did something wrong. There's a difference between procedural and substantive due process. So you can say, Your Honor, they didn't follow the rules for writing the document. They didn't do X, Y, or Z. You know what I'm saying? They didn't comply with, like, my rights. They didn't serve this on me. That's objecting on procedural grounds. And, yeah. That works. You have to be right. You can't just, like, what one of my professors one time told us, if you If you ever fall asleep in class and get called on, just say objection. Because the professor will be so baffled, they'll just move on. But in general, like, I guess as lawyers, if you hear, it's better to object than not object. You shouldn't just object frivolously, but on the whole, you can get punished for not objecting on appeal. Like, the court can hold it against you. So it's better to just object. So lawyers just object. I mean, literally, they just yell objection. In Massachusetts, you can't do a speaking objection. So you can only do, you can only say the word objection. So you just get lawyers who just, it looks really odd if you don't know it, but they just yell the word objection. They just get up and yell objection because their tool is the word itself, objection. And the judge then, if the judge wants to talk, they'll say, okay, grounds. But most of the time the judge will be like, oh, I know why they're objecting. And if the judge sustains without letting you talk, you can be like, Your Honor, can I preserve my grounds for appeal? But yeah, on the whole, it's very odd. Objecting on procedural grounds. It's rare. It does happen, but it's not. Judges don't like to do that because it deprives the litigant of being able to reach the merits. And they'll look for every reason in the world not to do that, in fact, just to reach the merits. Well, I shouldn't say that. If it's a case where they don't want to reach the merits, they will look for any reason in the world to dismiss it on procedural grounds. Standing is another good example of what is, in essence, procedural grounds. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is wait for this document. I'm going to check Cal's feed again. I don't control when it gets posted. It's a criminal court document. I cannot drive down there and read things to you at the same time. So we're relying on Cal and Super Didi. If someone wants to post this motion, it would be great. I'm sure it's going to be fascinating. All right. Now, as we segue into the RICO segment, when we do read this motion, it's going to be about the freedom of speech and the journalist's shield law. So I want to play you a quick song, okay? Just so we all remember what this is about.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they want to get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain.
I got no strings, so I have fun. I'm not tied up to anyone. Take that string when you can see there are no strings on me.
I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. Thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch. Full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do. Asking me to tone it down during the interview. Trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain.
I got no strings, so I have fun. I'm not tied up to anyone. Take that string when you can see there are no strings on me.
Come on son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga, tell them what's up. Word, nigga, fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those snake ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke.
Relax, Tech, relax.
It's my day off. Word up. Fuck.
For the
For
kids.
the kids. For the kids.
Wu-Tang is for the children. You know what I'm saying?
Beat bandits.
Wu-Tang is for the children. And if you don't know what it means, then get with it. Alright? Wu-Tang is for the children. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I have Immortal Technique's phone number. That's actually the group. The main artist is named Philippe. He's very smart. I was a little tired when I met him. I've never called him, but I have Immortal Technique's phone number. I'm probably one of the few people who can say that doesn't live in New York. Well, I guess it kind of made sense. I was involved with, things, the Boston Common, politics, things, and concerts, and being a towel. I lived hard, alright, and fast. Okay? You know that song, Fast Car, by Tracy Chapman? That was my life, alright? Just very hard, very fast, no time to think about what was happening. Cool shit would happen. It's kind of like when Dave Chappelle described when he met Kanye for the first time. And Dave Chappelle's like, he was hanging out with Kanye, who was sampling beats from the Black Album for Dave Chappelle and a few other guys. Like before Kanye, after Heart of the City. So Kanye kind of came about, I think, during Rock La Familia era, like maybe Hard Knock Life V3, somewhere around there. But I think it was the compilation, like Rock La Familia album. And then he kind of really got popular with Heart of the City on the Blueprint. I met Jay-Z when he released the Blueprint, actually. He was at Strawberries on Memorial Drive. I was in like 6th grade. And then he was fascinating, smaller than you'd think in person. And then what happened after that? Oh, so then Jay-Z released the Black Album, which had Lucifer on it, which is probably the beat, I would say, that made Kanye the most famous. There was some other stuff on the Black Album that was good. And then Kanye kind of took off on his own, with Jay-Z's help, with Through the Wire, etc. But there's a point there. I had a really good insight there. There's a point there regarding Kanye. Let me see if I can remember it. I am going to have to run it back. I have a DVR because I really don't want to lose the thread. Buffer. It's getting hot. It's 80 Blueprint. I met Jay-Z when he released.
You can suck my.
Fast Car by Tracy Chapman. That was my life. All right, just very hard, very fast. No time to think about what was happening. Cool shit would happen. Oh, right. So Dave Chappelle is explaining when he met Kanye for the first time. And Chappelle's like, yeah, Kanye got a phone call. And he was like, no, I can't talk right now. And the person clearly was like, why? And he's like, listen, because my life is dope and I do dope shit. And then he just hung up on him. And there was a point in 2009 where I was hanging out with the New England Patriots. And I was like, wow, I live a very intense life. And then I just kind of went back to my life. I didn't there was one moment when I was hanging out with the Patriots where I was like, this is cool as shit. And then I was like, I don't have time to think about that shit. And then I just went about living my life. All right, that was your transition. We got to talk about Rico now. We're waiting for that document to go up. We don't have it yet. But yeah. Anyway, I've been around. I don't know. I lived hard. I had a lot of fun, now that I think about it. I saw some ridiculous stuff. We're going to talk about Rico, though, because what was done there was not just a casual thing about a loan. It was a threat, and they followed through on it. So let's learn about Rico from the DOJ Justice Manual. Hello, Tao friend, so good to see you. And then I'm waiting for this document. I know a lot of you want to see me analyze the document. As soon as we have the document from TurtleBoy about the press shield law, I will analyze it. But I don't have it, all right? So we're trying to will Kyle to post it. He's a Kyle.
9 to 110.000 Organized Crime and Racketeering. 9 to 110.010 Introduction. 9 to 110.1 9 to 110.010 Introduction. This chapter focuses on investigations and prosecutions involving RICO, 18 U.S.C. sections 1961 to 1968, illegal gambling, 18 U.S.C. sections 1511 and 1955, loan sharking, 18 U.S.C. sections 891, and gambling ships, 18 U.S.C. sections 1081 to 1083. The Violent Crime and Racketeering section of the Criminal Division supervises prosecutions of each of these statutes. For an additional discussion of RICO, see Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, RICO, a manual for federal prosecutors, available from OCGS. Updated May 1999. 9 to 110.100 Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, RICO. On October 15, 1970, the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 became law. Title IX of the Act is the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Statute, 18 U.S.C. sections 1961 to 1968, commonly referred to as the RICO statute. The purpose of the RICO statute is the elimination of the infiltration of organized crime and racketeering into legitimate organizations operating in interstate commerce. S. Representative, number 617, 91st Cong, 1st Sess. 76, 1969. However, the statute is sufficiently broad to encompass illegal activities relating to any enterprise affecting interstate or foreign commerce. Section 1961, 10, of Title 18 provides that the Attorney General may designate any department or agency to conduct investigations authorized by the RICO statute, and such department or agency may use the investigative provisions of the statute or the investigative power of such department or agency otherwise conferred by law. Absent a specific designation by the Attorney General, jurisdiction to conduct investigations for violations of 18 U.S.C. Section 1962 lies with the agency having jurisdiction over the violations constituting the pattern of racketeering activity listed in 18 U.S.C. Section 1961. Cited in JM 9 to 110.812. 9 to 110.101 Division Approval. No RICO criminal indictment or information or civil complaint shall be filed, and no civil investigative demand shall be issued, without the prior approval of the Criminal Division. See RICO Guidelines at JM 9 to 110.200. Cited in JM 6 to 4.210. 9 to 110.200 RICO Guidelines Preface. The decision to institute a federal criminal prosecution involves balancing society's interest in effective law enforcement against the consequences for the accused. Utilization of the RICO statute, more so than most other federal criminal sanctions, requires particularly careful and reasoned application because, among other things, RICO incorporates certain state crimes. One purpose of these guidelines is to re-emphasize the principle that the primary responsibility for enforcing state laws rests with the state concerned. Despite the broad statutory language of RICO and the legislative intent that the statute shall be liberally construed to effectuate its remedial purpose, it is the policy of the Criminal Division that RICO be selectively and uniformly used. It is the purpose of these guidelines to make it clear that not every proposed RICO charge that meets the technical requirements of a RICO violation will be approved. Further, the Criminal Division will not approve imaginative prosecutions under RICO which are far afield from the congressional purpose of the RICO statute. A RICO count which merely duplicates the elements of proof of traditional Hobbs Act, Travel Act, mail fraud, wire fraud, gambling or controlled substances cases will not be approved unless it serves some special RICO purpose. Only in exceptional circumstances will approval be granted when RICO is sought merely to serve some evidentiary purpose. These guidelines provide only internal Department of Justice guidance. They are not intended to, do not, and may not be relied upon to create any rights, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law by any party in any matter civil or criminal. Nor are any limitations hereby placed on otherwise lawful litigative prerogatives of the Department of Justice. Updated October 2016. Cited in JM 9 to 110.101, JM 9 to 110.811. 9 to 110.210 Authorization of RICO prosecution, the review process.
Nanya, to answer your question, I have seen one episode of Game of Thrones, the first, and that's it.
9 to 110.210 Authorization of RICO prosecution, the review process. The review and approval function for all RICO matters has been centralized within the Violent Crime and Racketeering section of the Criminal Division. To commence the review process, the final draft of the proposed indictment or information and a RICO prosecution memorandum shall be forwarded to the Violent Crime and Racketeering section. Separate approval is required for superseding indictments or indictments based upon a previously approved information. Attorneys are encouraged to seek guidance from the Violent Crime and Racketeering section by telephone prior to the time an investigation is undertaken and well before a final indictment and prosecution memorandum are submitted for review. RICO reviews are handled on a first-in, first-out basis. Accordingly, the submitting attorney must allocate sufficient lead time to permit review, revision, conferences, and the scheduling of the grand jury. Unless there is a backlog, 15 working days is usually sufficient. The review process will not be dispensed with because a grand jury, which is about to expire, has been scheduled to meet to return a RICO indictment. Therefore, submitting attorneys are cautioned to budget their time and to await receipt of approval before scheduling the presentation of the indictment to a grand jury. If modifications in the indictment are required, they must be made by the submitting attorney before the indictment is returned by the grand jury. Once the modifications have been made and the indictment has been returned, a copy of the indictment filed with the clerk of the court shall be forwarded to Violent Crime and Racketeering section. If, however, it is determined that the RICO count is inappropriate, the submitting attorney will be advised of the section's disapproval of the proposed indictment. The submitting attorney may wish to redraft the indictment based upon the section's review and submit a revised indictment and/or prosecution memorandum at a later date. Updated January 2020. 9 to 110.300 RICO Guidelines Policy. It is the purpose of these guidelines to centralize the RICO review and policy implementation functions in the section of the Criminal Division having supervisory responsibility for this statute. 9 to 110.310 Considerations prior to seeking indictment. Except as hereafter provided, a government attorney should seek approval for a RICO charge only if one or more of the following requirements is present. 1. RICO is necessary to ensure that the indictment adequately reflects the nature and extent of the criminal conduct involved in a way that prosecution only on the underlying charges would not. 2. A RICO prosecution would provide the basis for an appropriate sentence under all the circumstances of the case in a way that prosecution only on the underlying charges would not. 3. A RICO charge could combine related offenses which would otherwise have to be prosecuted separately in different jurisdictions. 4. RICO is necessary for a successful prosecution of the government's case against the defendant or a co-defendant. 5. Use of RICO would provide a reasonable expectation of forfeiture which is proportionate to the underlying criminal conduct. 6. The case consists of violations of state law, but local law enforcement officials are unlikely or unable to successfully prosecute the case, in which the federal government has a significant interest. 7. The case consists of violations of state law, but involves prosecution of significant or government individuals, which may pose special problems for the local prosecutor. The last two requirements reflect the principle that the prosecution of state crimes is primarily the responsibility of state authorities. RICO should be used to prosecute what are essentially violations of state law only if there is a compelling reason to do so. Updated January 2020. 9 to 110.320 Approval of Violent Crime and Racketeering section necessary. A RICO prosecution memorandum and draft indictment, felony information, civil complaint, or civil investigative demand shall be forwarded to the Violent Crime and Racketeering section, Criminal Division, 1301 New York Avenue, NW, Suite 700, Washington District of Columbia, 2, at least 15 working days prior to the anticipated date of the proposed filing or the seeking of an indictment from the grand jury. No criminal or civil prosecution or civil investigative demand shall be commenced or issued under the RICO statute without the prior approval of the Violent Crime and Racketeering section, Criminal Division. Prior authorization from the Criminal Division to conduct a grand jury investigation based upon possible violations of 18 U.S.C. Section 1962 is not required. A RICO prosecution memorandum and draft pleading or civil investigative demand shall be forwarded to the Violent Crime and Racketeering section. It is essential to the careful review which these factually and legally complex cases require that the attorney handling the case in The field not wait to submit the case until the grand jury or the statute of limitations is about to expire. Authorization based on oral presentations will not be given. These guidelines do not limit the authority of the Federal Bureau of Investigation to conduct investigations of suspected violations of RICO. The authority to conduct such investigations is governed by the FBI guidelines on the investigation of general crimes. However, the factors identified here are the criteria by which the Department of Justice will determine whether to approve the proposed RICO. The fact that an investigation was authorized, or that substantial resources were committed to it, will not influence the department in determining whether an indictment under the RICO statute is appropriate. Use of RICO in a prosecution, like every other federal criminal statute, is also governed by the principles of federal prosecution. See JM 9 to 27.000, A-Q. Inclusion of a RICO count in an indictment solely or even primarily to create a bargaining tool for later plea negotiations on lesser counts is not appropriate and would violate the principles of federal prosecution. Updated January 2020, cited in JM 9 to 63.1200. 9 to 110.330 charging RICO counts. A RICO charge where the predicate acts consist only of state offenses will not be approved except in the following circumstances. 1. Local law enforcement officials are unlikely to investigate and prosecute otherwise meritorious cases in which the federal government has significant interest. 2. Significant organized crime involvement exists, or 3. The prosecution of significant political or governmental individuals may pose special problems for local prosecutors. 9 to 110.400 RICO prosecution, prose, memorandum format. A well-written, carefully organized prosecution memorandum is the greatest guarantee that a RICO prosecution will be authorized quickly and efficiently. VCRS maintains sample prosecution memoranda available to department attorneys. Once a RICO indictment has been approved by the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section and has been returned by the grand jury, a copy of a file-stamped copy of the indictment shall be provided to the section. The section shall also be notified in writing of any significant rulings which affect the RICO statute, for example, any ruling which results in a dismissal of a RICO count, or any ruling affecting or severing any aspect of the forfeiture provisions under RICO. In addition, copies of RICO motions, jury instructions and briefs filed by the United States Attorney's Office, USAO, as well as the defense, should be forwarded to the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section for retention in a central reference file. The government's briefs and motions will provide assistance to other USAOs handling similar RICO matters. Once a verdict has been obtained, the USAO shall forward the following information to the section for retention. 1. The verdict on each count of the indictment. 2. A copy of the judgment of forfeiture. 3. Estimated value of the forfeiture, and 4. Judgment and sentences received by each RICO defendant. Updated January 2020, cited in JM 9 to 110.815. 9 to 110.800 Violent Crimes in Aid of Racketeering Activity, 18 U.S.C. Section 1959. Section 1959 makes it a crime to commit any of a list of violent crimes in return for pecuniary compensation from an enterprise engaged in racketeering activity, or for the purpose of joining, remaining with, or advancing in such an enterprise. The listed violent crimes are murder, kidnapping, maiming, assault with a dangerous weapon, assault resulting in serious bodily injury, and threatening to commit a crime of violence, as defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 16. The listed crimes may be violations of state or federal law. In addition, attempts and conspiracies to commit the listed crimes are covered. The maximum penalty varies with the particular violent crime involved, ranging from a fine and/or 3 years imprisonment up to a fine and/or life imprisonment, except for any murder occurring on or after September 13, 1994. Which are subject to the death penalty. For any murder occurring on or after September 13, 1994, the prosecutor must comply with the department's death penalty protocol, see JM 9 to 10.000. See approval guidelines at JM 9 to 110.811 through 816. 9 to 110.801 Violent Crimes in Aid of Racketeering, 18 U.S.C. Section 1959, Division Approval. No criminal prosecution under Section 1959 shall be initiated by indictment or information without the prior approval of the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section, OCGS. All requests for approval must be submitted at least 15 days in advance and accompanied by a prosecution memorandum and final proposed indictment. See Approval Guidelines at JM 9 to 110.811 through 816. Updated May 2011. Cited in JM 9 to 63.1200. 9 to 110.802 Violent Crimes in Aid of Racketeering, 18 U.S.C. Section 1959, Approval Guidelines. Because Section 1959 reaches conduct within state and local jurisdictions, there is, absent compelling circumstances, a need to avoid encroaching on state and local law enforcement authority. Moreover, Section 1959 complements the RICO statute, 18 U.S.C. Sections 1961 to 1968, and incorporates RICO concepts and terms, namely, enterprise, and racketeering activity, and there is a need to maintain consistent applications. All proposed prosecutions under Section 1959 therefore must be submitted to the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section Criminal Division, for approval in accordance with the following guidelines. Updated May 2011. 9 to 110.811 The review process for authorization under Section 1959. The review process for authorization of prosecutions under Section 1959 is similar to that for RICO prosecutions under 18 U.S.C. Sections 1961 to 1968. See JM 9 to 110.200, ASAQ. To commence the formal review process, submit a final draft of the proposed indictment and a prosecution memorandum to the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section. Before the formal review process begins, prosecuting attorneys are encouraged to consult by telephone the Violent Crime and Racketeering Section in order to obtain preliminary guidance and suggestions. The review process can be time-consuming because of the likelihood that modifications will be made to the indictment and because of the heavy workload of the reviewing attorneys. Therefore, unless extraordinary circumstances justify a shorter time frame, a period of 15 working days must be allowed for the review process. Updated May 2011, cited in JM 9 to 110.800, JM 9 to 110.801. 9 to 110.812 Specific Guidelines for Section 1959 Prosecutions. 1. In deciding whether to approve a prosecution under Section 1959. The Violent Crime and Racketeering Section will analyze the prosecution memorandum and proposed indictment to determine whether there is a legitimate reason the offense cannot or should not be prosecuted by state or local authorities. For example, federal prosecution may be appropriate where local authorities do not have the resources to prosecute, where local authorities are reasonably believed to be corrupt, where local authorities have requested federal participation, or where the offense is closely related to a federal investigation or prosecution. A prosecution will not be authorized over the objection of local authorities in the absence of a compelling reason. Accordingly, every prosecution memorandum must state the views of local authorities with respect to the proposed prosecution, or the reasons for not soliciting them. In addition, the specific factors set forth in the following sections will be considered with respect to all proposed prosecutions. 2. Section 1959 was enacted to combat contract murders and other violent crimes by organized crime figures. CS Representative, number 225, 98th Cong, 1st Sess. 304 to 307, 306, 1983, reprinted in 1984 U.S. Code and Admin. News, USCAN, 3182, 3483, 3487. The statutory language is extremely broad, in that it covers such conduct as a threat to commit an assault, and other relatively minor conduct normally prosecuted by local authorities. Thus, although the involvement of traditional organized crime will not be a requirement for approval of proposed prosecutions, a prosecution will not be authorized unless the violent crimes involved are substantial because of the seriousness of injuries, the number of incidents, or other aggravating factors. 3. The statutory definition of enterprise also is very broad. It is closely related to the definition of the same term in the RICO statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1961, 4. It should be noted that the definition in Section 1959, unlike the RICO definition, includes a requirement of an effect on interstate commerce as part of the definition. and does not include an individual within the definition. No prosecution under Section 1959 will be approved unless the enterprise has an identifiable structure and purpose apart from the racketeering activity and crimes of violence it is engaged in, and otherwise meets the standards for a RICO prosecution. 4. The term racketeering activity is borrowed directly from the RICO statute, 18 U.S.C. Sec. 1961, 1. It will be construed in the same way under Section 1959 as it is under RICO, for purposes of approval. See JM 9 to 110.100, A.Seq. Updated May 2011. 9 to 110.815 Prosecution Memorandum, Section 1959. Every request for approval of a proposed prosecution under Section 1959 must be accompanied by a final draft of a proposed indictment and by a thorough prosecution memorandum. The prosecution memorandum should generally conform to the standards outlined for RICO prosecutions. See JM 9 to 110.400. The memorandum must contain a concise summary of the facts and a statement of the evidentiary basis for each count, a statement of the applicable law, a discussion of anticipated defenses and unusual legal issues, federal, and where applicable, state, and a statement of justification for using Section 1959. It is especially important that the memorandum include a discussion of the nexus between the enterprise and the crime of violence, the defendant's relationship to the enterprise, and the evidentiary basis for each Section 1959 count. Submission of a thorough memorandum is particularly important because...
So, by the way, if you're wondering, wait a minute. Oh, Dee Dee posted it. Excellent. Excellent. Good job, Dee Dee. Dee Dee's a super towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to analyze this motion from TurtleBoy. But before we do it, we have to develop a special TurtleBoy voice for Mark Betterow. I'm on it. Oh, no. Oh, God help us all. All right. Where are we going here? All right. Dee Dee. Where are you, Dee Dee? Come on. I thought Kyle posted this right at the top. All right. Apparently it's up. How long is it? Is it a good motion? Nope. This is a Farwell motion to exclude Dr. Smock. That's Rule 615. Nope. Dee Dee has not posted Aiden's motion yet, unless she posted it somewhere I didn't see. She's posting Farwell docs from yesterday, which we've read, but I do not see Dee Dee having posted Aiden's motion. All right. It might just not be up yet. All right. But yes, Dee Dee is posting. I think she's monitoring the docket as well. As soon as it as soon as that docket is up, document is up, I will review it on the docket. All right. So it's not up yet. No, don't worry. I appreciate those of you monitoring Super Dee Dee's page closely. Dee Dee is posting. Dee Dee's trying to get caught up on the same Farwell documents we've been reading, so she's doing that while I think we're waiting for the motion from Aiden. And hopefully that'll get scanned up before the end of the day at about 4:30. All right? Yes, but no such thing as a false alarm when you're closely monitoring. It just means you're being attentive. All right, let's take a listen to what loan sharking is now, okay? This is the loan sharking statute, and then I got to find the actual statute itself, okay? So here's the loan sharking statute.
Submission of a thorough 18 U.S. Code Section 891 Definitions and Rules of Construction. To extend credit means to make or renew any loan, or to enter into any agreement, tacit or express, whereby the repayment or satisfaction of any debt or claim, whether acknowledged or disputed, valid or invalid, and however arising, may or will be deferred. The term creditor, with reference to any given extension of credit, refers to any person making that extension of credit, or to any person claiming by, under, or through any person making that extension of credit. The term debtor, with reference to any given extension of credit, refers to any person to whom that extension of credit is made, or to any person who guarantees the repayment of that extension of credit, or in any manner undertakes to indemnify the creditor against loss resulting from the failure of any person to whom that extension of credit is made to repay the same. The repayment of any extension of credit includes the repayment, satisfaction, or discharge in whole or in part of any debt or claim, acknowledged or disputed, valid or invalid, resulting from or in connection with that extension of credit. To collect an extension of credit means to induce in any way any person to make repayment thereof. An extortionate extension of credit is any extension of credit with respect to which it is the understanding of the creditor and the debtor at the time it is made that delay in making repayment or failure to make repayment could result in the use of violence or other criminal means to cause harm to the person, reputation, or property of any person. An extortionate means is any means which involves the use, or an express or implicit threat of use, of violence or other criminal means to cause harm to the person, reputation, or property of any person. The term state includes the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and territories and possessions of the United States. State law, including conflict of laws rules, governing the enforceability through civil judicial processes of repayment of any extension of credit or the performance of any promise given in consideration thereof shall be judicially noticed. This paragraph does not impair any authority which any court would otherwise have to take judicial notice of any matter of state law. Added Pub.
I hope
L
you paid
90 to
very,
321,
I hope
Title
you paid
2,
very close
Section
attention.
202, May
Did you listen to that? I hope you understand what that was saying about what it means to lend someone money, and then also what it means to engage in an extortionate act to collect any amount of lended money. It doesn't matter if you have a credit card company or if you're just some dude who lends a guy money on the street. All right, now let's take a listen to what it actually means to loan shark.
L 90 18 U.S. Code Section 892 making extortionate extensions of credit. Whoever
Pause.
makes any extortionate extension of credit or
And
conspire.
remember, we just learned that extension of credit does not mean like extending someone's credit above its current limit. It means giving someone money as a loan.
Whoever makes any extortionate extension of credit, or conspires to do so, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years, or both. In any prosecution under this section, if it is shown that all of the following factors were present in connection with the extension of credit in question, there is prima facie evidence that the extension of credit was extortionate. But this subsection is non-exclusive and in no way limits the effect or applicability of subsection A. The repayment of the extension of credit, or the performance of any promise given in consideration thereof, would be unenforceable through civil judicial processes against the debtor in the jurisdiction
Boom.
within which the debtor, if a natural person, resided, or in every jurisdiction within which the debtor, if other than a natural person, was incorporated or qualified to do business. The extension of credit was made at a rate of interest in excess of an annual rate of 45% calculated according to the actuarial method of allocating payments made on a debt between principal and interest, pursuant to which a payment is applied first to the accumulated interest and the balance is applied to the unpaid principal. At the time the extension of credit was made, the debtor reasonably believed that either one or more extensions of credit by the creditor had been collected or attempted to be collected by extortionate means, or the non-repayment thereof had been punished by extortionate means, or the creditor had a reputation for the use of extortionate means to collect extensions of credit or to punish the non-repayment thereof. Upon the making of the extension of credit, the total of the extensions of credit by the creditor to the debtor then outstanding, including any unpaid interest or similar charges, exceeded $100. In any prosecution.
Game over. Game over. Why? What? Game over. It does, the interest part is just one way to prove it. It doesn't matter if she lended it at interest or not. It's more than $100. Check. Sandra was aware that there had been a prior attempt to collect. It was like $248. Sandra said she would pay like $100 or $150 of it. There were extortionate means used to collect it. Boom. Boom. I got back. Hello. All right. That's it. Tell me, based on your erudite reading of this, why I'm wrong. Why was that's loan? I've read every element of the offense. That is extortionate extension of credit. 18 USC 892. It's more than $100. Okay, the statute clearly was designed to cover small personal loans, or they wouldn't have made it $100. Sandra was aware of the credit attempting to be collected by extortionate means, and it had been punished by extortionate means through the report. Boom. It's prima facie evidence of extortionate extension of credit. And if the guy that pressured Sandra conspired with her to do it, he can go down too. Up to 20 years in life. Up to 20 years in federal prison for that. And it can, so don't, I hope people understand now. That is not a joke when you do that. Don't ever do that. If you lend someone money, don't ever do that. Ever. Don't threaten them. That's just not, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but listen to what you just read. Don't ever do that. You're committing a federal crime. Let's go to the next section.
Quick search by citation. 18 U.S. Code Section 893 Financing Extortionate Extensions of Credit. Whoever willfully advances money or property, whether as a gift, as a loan, as an investment, pursuant to a partnership or profit-sharing agreement, or otherwise, to any person, with reasonable grounds to believe that it is the intention of that person to use the money or property so advanced directly or indirectly for the purpose of making extortionate extensions of credit, shall be fined under this title or an amount not exceeding twice the value of the money or property so advanced, whichever is greater, or shall be imprisoned not more than 20 years, or both.
Okay, what's next?
18 U.S. Code Section 894 Collection of Extensions of Credit by Extortionate Means. Whoever knowingly participates in any way, or conspires to do so, in the use of any extortionate means, to collect or attempt to collect any extension of credit, or to punish any person for the non-repayment thereof, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years, or both. In any prosecution under this section, for the purpose of showing an implicit threat as a means of collection, evidence may be introduced tending to show that one or more extensions of credit by the creditor were, to the knowledge of the person against whom the implicit threat was alleged to have been made, collected or attempted to be collected by extortionate means, or that the non-repayment thereof was punished by extortionate means. In any prosecution under this section, if evidence has been introduced tending to show the existence, at the time the extension of credit in question was made, of the circumstances described in Section 892, b. 1, or the circumstances described in Section 892, b. 2, and direct evidence of the actual belief of the debtor as to the creditor's collection practices is not available, then for the purpose of showing that words or other means of communication, shown to have been employed as a means of collection, in fact carried an express or implicit threat, the court may in its discretion allow evidence to be introduced tending to show the reputation of the defendant in any community of which the person against whom the alleged threat was made was a member at the time of the collection or attempt at collection.
Hello, Terry. It's so good to see you. How have you been? God bless you. Oh, yeah. I think multiple violations here. This is a wild series of statutes. Give me 1 second. This part was repealed. Alright. So, okay. I think I got her on at least 2 federal law violations. At least 2. So I have to write this up, but someone please tell me why I don't have her on these statutes. I think I got her on 2 federal felonies for what she did to Sandra. And I don't think I'm getting this wrong. I think I'm reading this right. All right, tell me why I'm wrong, because I really think I have this. I think she violated 18 USC 892 and then 18 USC 894. All right? I think there's prima facie evidence of it. I've looked at every section of the statute. All right? Now, I'm not a federal prosecutor, but I read you kind of saw what I did there. I read the manual. So what you do is you start with the operations and sections manual. It tells you what you need to know about the offense. Then you got to read the actual federal law, okay? While thinking about, you see how hard it is to be a federal prosecutor? You got to know, it's not just like indicting someone. You got to follow all these rules to do a certain type. You got to know what law you're applying, or laws. You got to know how they work together, and you got to know the steps you got to take to get it approved. I know, right? Really makes you want to be a federal prosecutor. It's hard. It's very bureaucratic, but it's rewarding. But you need to be good at what you do. And you need to know how to follow instructions, like to the T. Like everything you do is very important. Like a single, like a typo's fine. Nobody cares. Like judges make typos, as you know. Towels make typos. Everybody makes typos. It's kind of like the unifying like theme of the legal profession. Everybody makes typos. You can make typos. What you cannot do is you absolutely cannot miss a step in the process. Most of them are statutory. Most of them have to do with due process rights. You just can't like miss. You can't be like, well, I don't want to call or write this letter to the criminal division in Maine Justice. Well, bro, you don't have a valid investigation. The FBI can do it without that letter, but without approval from Maine Justice, you are not investigating anything. You're just a cowboy. So you got to know what you're doing, and you have to do it right, and you got to do it by the book. And it's got to be perfect. That's why, now do you understand why Adam Deitch is such a force? You can spend your life in a DA's office. You are never going to be that good. Never. I don't care. You either have to be a savant, or, like, there's a reason they wanted me to be a federal prosecutor. Like, the powers that be at Maine Justice. Because they were like, that kid, oh yeah, he loves this stuff. Yeah, I kind of do. But I don't want to be a federal prosecutor. Not right now. I want to set policy for the Department of Justice. I want to make Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, the Attorney General. She's really smart. I want to just unleash her on human traffickers and see what happens. She doesn't like bad men. I don't like bad men. Let's get them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you for that disco ball. That was wonderful, Noel. God bless you. All right, so I got to write this up. You'll get a little song. We're going to do this TurtleBoy motion if it goes up. All right, if it doesn't go up, that's fine. I get doctors in the morning, so I will not be covering the Karen Reed hearing tomorrow. All right, maybe I'll tweet about it, but I have to go to the doctor. My health comes first, and the past few days have been really hard on me. So you will forgive me. Maybe we can watch the Karen Reed hearing. Trial Channel will probably put it up. That's tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. But I won't be covering it. I have to go to the doctor. Now, if I were irresponsible, I would have called the doctor and been like, no, I can't go. But you know what? I'm a responsible towel, and I'm going to my doctor. Thank you so much, E-Chase. Yes, I think, so if it doesn't go up by 4:30, that document, it's probably not going up. But we'll definitely keep an eye on it. I want to write up what I just found, though, because very rarely do you get a chance to study the federal loan sharking statute. And let me just tell you, nothing makes my heart sing more than researching federal statutes. I love it. I love it. Now, do you see how fun this is? When you get to study a federal statute, look how complex it is. Do you see how we had to do the definitional section? We had to learn about the precising terminology versus lexical definitions. Then we had to apply across different sections of the statute our learned knowledge. It was great. T.A. Sarah, there will be a pop quiz. Okay, everybody ready for your pop quiz? We're doing a pop quiz. That's it. That's it. Pop quiz. All right, class. This is Towel Lecture. We are doing a pop quiz. All right? We haven't earned any GOAT videos yet, but my word, we're doing a pop quiz, all right? 300 of you voted, by the way, on your reaction to a female loan shark. Objection! To a female loan shark indirectly causing Sandra Birchmore's killing by Farwell. 37% of you said speechless. 28% of you said I'm a mad towel. 24% of you said angry, and 11% of you said you're raising a goat army. I mean, more power to you. All right, here's your pop quiz. This is a very hard pop quiz. All right, T.A. Sarah is going to administer the pop quiz. No cheating. No cheating. Here we go. T.A. Sarah's trying to object. It is fair. Objection overruled, counselor. Sit down, Mr. Lally. I haven't even asked the question yet. Of course, T.A. Sarah. All right, here we go. Let me see. All right. Let me see. I got to think about the question first. So it's going to be about loan sharking. All right. Okay. Let's see. What is not a prima facie example of extortionate credit collection under federal law? Okay? What is, now read the question carefully, Kevin, if Kevin's here. All right? This is very, very important. You have to read the question, okay? No cheating. Read the question. T.A. Sarah, cover your paper. They're going to try to cheat. All right, here we go. Is it? I'm going to list the answers out. What is not a prima facie example of extortionate credit collection under federal law? Okay, what is not? All right. Now, Professor's going to do a little review. This is your time to do review. Keep an eye on things, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. Okay, what is not a prima facie example of extortionate credit collection? Okay, a threat to the debtor. Okay, what is not a threat to the debtor? What other ones do we have? Hold on one second. Okay. A debt not enforceable in court. Okay. A threat, not a threat. A debt not enforceable in court. Okay. Let's see. A reputation for threats to collect, or threat, implied threat to debtor. Okay. All right. What is not a prima facie example of extortionate credit collection under federal law? Oh, God bless you, Noel. You're so kind. And I have to make sure what is not a prima facie example. Okay. Okay. You have 4 choices. I switched up the choices. Take a look at them. They're in the poll. Here is your pop quiz. Ready, everyone? TA Sarah is administering it. What is not a prima facie example of extortionate credit collection under federal law? An overt, I said over, but it's overt threat to the debtor, a debt that is enforceable in court, a reputation for threats to collect, or an implied threat to the debtor. All right? So what is not an example, a prima facie example on its face, what just by doing it is not an example of extortionate credit collection under federal law? Is it an overt threat to the debtor, a debt that is enforceable in court, a request, a reputation for threats to collect, or an implied threat to the debtor? This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I'm going to let a few more of you try to answer. Now, I'm telling you, I think we had good retention on this because a majority of you have gotten this right. I am very proud. Kofi, did you get this one right? TA Sarah says, for the record, my objection was overruled. My objections were overruled. You did well, TA Sarah. Okay. Class, you're doing a great job. I know some of you, it depends on where you're watching, whether you have a phone, whether you're on good internet. So I give everybody I'd say about a minute or two to put their answers in. Take your clicker, all right, at your seat. Enter A, B, C, or D, 1, 2, 3, or 4, if you'd like to use the Arabic numerals. 1, 2, 3, or 4, ladies and gentlemen. All right? So, everyone ready? I'm going to give you 10 more seconds to answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the correct answer to this question came from 18 U.S.C. Section 892, subsection B, subsection 1. Ladies and gentlemen, if a debt is enforceable in court, that is not prima facie evidence of an extortionate attempt to collect credit. So those of you who picked answer B, excellent job. You got it. 60% of you got the right answer. Excellent job. The 20% of you who said a reputation for threats to collect, that is, if you have a reputation in the community for threats to collect debt, that is prima facie evidence of extortionate collection. If you make an overt threat to the debtor, I mean, if you think about that, that's of course prima facie evidence of extortionate collection. You made an overt threat. And an implied threat to the debtor, same concept. If whether you implied it or made an overt threat, you made a threat, that is evidence, prima facie evidence of extortionate collection. Therefore, the only thing on that list that is not prima facie evidence of extortionate collection is answer B, which 60% of you got, excellent job, which was a debt that is enforceable in court. I understand C1902. That's a fault of the YouTube poll system. They only have like 25 characters per answer. I'll give you half a point. Still counts. Good job, everyone. I want to reward you, even in these tough moments, for learning. Learning is half the battle. T.A. Sarah, 17 trillion Googleplexes worth of bonus points to Kofi, and then 2 Googleplexes worth of bonus points to everyone else. And you have to figure out how many zeros that involves. Good luck. Good job, Kofi. No, well, see, T.A. Sarah, Kofi just got enough bonus points to buy the country of Madagascar, so he's moving there now. He's going to set up an island with Chat Mom Lynn. They're going to have penguins, dinosaurs, blackjack. It's going to be great. I'm going to go visit them. Yep, Kofi owns Kofi's like, wait, what? Kofi, I'm pretty sure, is convinced that he is the star of this program, which is kind of true. I mean, the goats are really the star. But more so than anything else, ladies and gentlemen, Kofi is the Johnny Cochran of this program. In fact, of all of YouTube, you could live your entire life. You could have your subscribers go down for just months on end. You still will never live up to the glory that is Kofi as Johnny Cochran. He is YouTube's Johnny Cochran. No one will tell me otherwise. All right? See what happens. See what happens, ladies and gentlemen. I should not be allowed to consume drama content. I just end up inevitably becoming sardonic. Reporter towel. Grant, Amanda had a note from her dog. Okay, I approve the note, Amanda. Good job. Unlike the Hulk saying no more stairs. Kofi rules. Hi, Chat Mom Lynn. Kofi Bunny and Chat Mom Lynn are going to go to Madagascar and they're going to raise penguins. Penguins aren't really natural to Madagascar, but you know. All right, you got a song now because I got to write. So, did Dee post a motion? Anybody post a motion? Can I have my motion? No more pop quizzes. T.A. Sarah, it's okay. You have lots of bonus points. You know, use them to your advantage. All right, nothing yet on that motion. I hope it'll hit the docket in the next like 13 minutes. Oh, that's right, Chat Mom Lynn, Greenland. But like, you know, Chat Mom Lynn, Kofi's advocating for, Kofi really wants to go to Madagascar. You know, he's been talking to Bunny about it. He is just determined to go to Madagascar. I'm not going to stop him. I tried to tell him there isn't really a lot there. He didn't really care. So anyway, this song goes out to Kofi. It's his favorite song. It's called Mr. Saxo Beat. That's why he wants to go there. He thinks this song is from Madagascar. It's not. But, you know, that's cool.
You make me this, bring me up, bring me down. Play the seat, make me move like a freak. Mr. Saxo Beat makes me this, brings me up, brings me down. Play the seat, makes me move like a freak. Mr. Saxo Beat. Sexy boy, set me free, don't be.
Ladies and gentlemen, understanding towel or rule 1. I name the dishonorable member for Stephen Kem. Okay, you have been stripped of your towel wrench. You have been permanently removed from the sitting of the house. All right? If you want to defend police officers covering up child sex trafficking, Sandra Birchmore being extorted over $248, and then her baby and her dying as a result through this strange series of events. You can do so, but you are not going to come on this channel and project your moral and intellectual fallibility among adults discussing serious matters. Okay? You have been named. You shall not return to this place. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I am a towel. Now, the rest of us are going to go back to our serious work, okay? And you, sir, can wallow in the shame of being one of like 12 people who have been permanently excluded from this honorable house under Towel Standing Order Rule 1. How about them fucking apples?
Be so shy, play with me, my dirty boy. Can't you see that you belong next to me? Hey, sexy boy, set me free. Don't be so shy, play with me, my dirty boy. You are the one I need. You make me this, bring me up, bring me down. Play the freak, make me move like a freak. Mr. Saxo beat makes me this, brings me up, brings me down. Play the freak, makes me move like a freak.
Wait a minute. 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 I have a message. I will play T.A. Sarah's favorite song next, but I have a message. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a message. I would like to send this song out, okay, to all the people in Norfolk County who thought that because someone came from a family that didn't have money, or because they were vulnerable, or because they didn't have a good support network, that those people were deserved to be turned into mechanisms of profit generation. Okay? For every person involved in that, for every person, even those who were victimized, who perpetuated that cycle of terror, those open-air prisons worthy of Kessler's Darkness at Noon, ladies and gentlemen, for every person who participated in the cover-up, for every person who ran blackmail on police officers, this song is for you. Where is it? Where is my song?
For you and you and you, I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide that by your lips and by your legs. I swear she had a liver, she hit different when it's facing like the college got the music, every day like this. Your friends are all annoying. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. That's that hot girl bummer anthem. Turn it up and throw attention for you and you and you. Fuck you and you and you. That's that hot girl bummer anthem. Turn it up and throw attention for you and you and you. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. That's that hot girl bummer anthem. Turn it up and throw attention for you.
If I love myself, I wouldn't put the habits above myself. I wouldn't dumb myself down around cats who don't want myself. Craft more than the craft, I can't pun myself. I'm a human fucking being, I got human fucking feelings. I ain't admit I sat till like 18, and that's only cause like 3 rappers said I could. Well, if you young and you listen, I said you could. If I loved me, I bet I would. Be the best I could, know that I'm bigger than a habit. We all doing backflips to figure out the math. It ain't rocket science, we got to triumph with compassion. But my passion ain't calm, tell them fashion ain't bombs. I'ma have to stay strong, occupation of the land, occupation of the souls, occupation of the song. They say America, if you don't love it, you can leave. But I can't exit this body, this soul, this time, this me. But I'm inundated with more than I can grieve. The skin I'm in burns from the lessons that I've learned. I ain't less than what I've earned, and I'm more than what I'm worth on the market. I'm purging the darkness. We here to live, we here to try. Is that too preachy? I don't give a fuck. Can't relate, you ain't lived enough. Ain't talking age, I'm talking pain, I'm talking. If we loved each other, we just wouldn't. Still we let violence do it, just couldn't. How I'm supposed to stay on beat without a heart? If I love me, I do the work. That post ain't permission to not do the work. You post for permission to not do the work. If you love me, you wouldn't do that. First we say it to our parents, then we say it to our girls, then we say it to the world. But if we say it to ourselves, maybe we would have a shot. Wouldn't need to have a shot, wouldn't need to have a knot. Maybe we could be weird, wouldn't need to have a prop. Maybe we could worry about the talk of the clock instead of upticks and optics and profits, and not risk it all just for posturing. Stop preaching, white boy. Nah, I'm just speaking, fam. For the first time in a long time, I ain't gasping. I'm breathing, fam. And I don't care if they believe it, man. Cause I love me. So I wouldn't do that.
London's burning! London's burning! London's burning with boredom, babe! London's burning down, 9999! London's burning with boredom, babe! London's burning down, 9999! All across the town, all across the night, everybody's driving with four headlights. Black or white, you turn it on your face, a new religion. Everybody's sitting around watching television. London burns. London burns down. Na 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 na. London's burning with the border flame. London's burning. 999. Up and down the westway, in and out the light. Great traffic system is so bright. I can't think of a better way to spend the night. Being around underneath the yellow light. London's burning with border beat. London's burning. Na 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 na. London's burning down. Border beat. London's burning down. Na 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 na. Now I'm in the subway and I'm looking for the flat. This one is the fish block. This one leads the flat. I went down through the empty block looking for a home. I run through the empty stone 'cause I'm all alone. London's burning. London's burning down. Na 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 na. London's burning. Border beat. London's burning. Na 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 na. London's burning.
Listen up, here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. 'Cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I'm blue. I'm blue.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day to be a towel. It is a glorious day to... Let me just tell you, I know I needed a little break there. Very rarely do I need a break. So clearly those of you who were like, oh my goodness, he took a break. He doesn't take... Who could possibly have got Grant to take a break from a stream? Are you kidding me? A break? I bet some of you were like dancing, like, I'm going to sit here until he comes back, because I bet whatever just happened is absurd. He would never take... Like, did the government call him? Like, oh my God. Like, was it the Pope? Who could possibly have called Grant during a stream where Grant would take the call? I've seen Grant reject calls during stream from, like, very, like, high-level people and be like, no. Oh, yeah, that it is a great day to be a towel. Okay, I just want to say that. God is good. I love America. That's all I'm going to say. I will have more to say in time. I just want to let you all know it is a glorious day to be a towel. I'm thrilled. I know there's a lot going on. I'm going to write this story up. I know you all just listened to a lot of material. I don't know if the motion just went up. It had nothing to do with that. I will have more information in time, but I will tell you right now that I am an excitable little town. Okay? You know, things are really coming up, little town. All right? I didn't think it would ever happen. I thought I was just destined to be a little towel forever. No, I'm a big towel now. Oh, yeah. Good to see you all. How you doing? We await further information. Thank you, Scott. I know a lot of you were like, well, he's not writing. He must be doing something. Oh, yeah. I was doing towel things. Now, I will see if this motion has gone up. All right? Allow me to do that. Give me 1 second. Let me check Super DD's page. All right? If it hasn't gone up, I'm going to write up this thing. I can always do this later. It's not, like, pressing, but it is important. But I really want to read this motion about the new journalist shield law. And we don't have it yet. Nothing, I know it's... So, the thing is, the court doesn't always scan it right away. We can always read it another time, but I really love analyzing these kind of motions, and I was going to make a special voice for Mr. Betterow. So I'm going to give us a little time. I have the doctors tomorrow, so you're not going to see me in the morning. I got to take some time. But hopefully I'll have excellent news all around. So I'll hang out for a little bit. I'm not giving you too much time today. I said it would be short. I promised Towel Girlfriend no more than 5 hours because she's worried about my health, which is fair. But if we can analyze the motion, you know, by the top of the hour, we'll analyze it. I also later will write up what we just analyzed about the making extortionate extensions of credit. Now that we have learned about it, though, let's actually read the Farwell motion yesterday. We didn't get to finish because I just started yelling. I mean, I didn't just start yelling, bro. I was being a frickin', you know what I mean? I was being a towel. And you might have seen Towel be a towel before, but yesterday, I mean, I was on one. I'll tell you that right now. All right? So I'm not going to deny it. I was a towel, and I was on one. All right? All right? Let the history books reflect it. All right? I'll admit it. All right, now let's listen to this motion we did. We got 4 pages in, and I just started yelling. It wasn't, like, as bad as some of the moments that have happened on this stream when I get really mad, but I definitely had to compose myself multiple times. Let's go.
United States District Court, District of Massachusetts.
This is the Farwell voice.
United States of America. Docket number 1:4-CR-10259-DJC versus Matthew Farwell. Defendant's opposition to government's motion in limine to admit decedent statements pursuant to Free 804(b)(6). Now comes the defendant, Matthew Farwell, and hereby opposes the government's motion in limine to admit decedent statements pursuant to the Federal Rules of Evidence, FRE 804(b)(6). DE 190. The government, in its motion, argues that decedent Sandra Birchmore's out-of-court hearsay declarations ought to be admitted as evidence against the defendant at trial pursuant to the principle of forfeiture by wrongdoing.
I want to set policy.
United States versus Houlihan, 92. F. 3rd 1271. 1280. First Circuit, 1996. First and foremost, The government must establish that Ms. Birchmore qualifies as a witness or potential witness under this doctrine. Giles versus California, 554, U.S. 2008. The government next must prove that Mr. Farwell engaged in 1. Wrongful conduct, 2. Intended to cause the witness's unavailability, and 3. Actually caused the witness's unavailability. FRE 804, B6. The government's motion fails to meet this burden. The indictment. Mr. Farwell is charged in count 1 of the above-numbered superseding indictment, DE 63, with killing a witness in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, A1, C, A1. Whoever kills or attempts to kill another person with intent to C. Prevent the communication by any person to a law enforcement officer or judge of the United States of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense or a violation of conditions of probation, parole, or release pending judicial proceedings.
I think that's a great question, Scott. That's why I'd love to read the motion. I can also research the statute itself.
The government declined to charge Mr. Farwell pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, A1, O, 1, A1. Whoever kills or attempts to kill another person with intent to A. Prevent the attendance or testimony of any person in an official proceeding. Witness/potential witness. Having failed to charge Mr. Farwell with killing Ms. Birchmore with intent to prevent her attendance or testimony in an official proceeding, the government now avers in its motion that it will prove by at least a preponderance of evidence at trial that A. Farwell caused Birchmore's unavailability, B. By a wrongful act, C. Undertaken with the intention of preventing Birchmore from testifying at a future trial. The government alleges that Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore engaged in a years-long intimate relationship that began a month before her 16th birthday and ended with her death at age 23. Mr. Farwell was married for the majority of that time. He and his wife were expecting their third child at the time of Ms. Birchmore's passing. Ms. Birchmore herself was pregnant with another married man's child at the time of her death. She told Mr. Farwell that he was the father. Mr. Farwell was a police officer for the town of Stoughton, and the government alleges that he and Ms. Birchmore at times carried on this illicit affair while he was on duty. Alternatively, the defense can only surmise that the government presented the charge pursuant to paragraph C, and the grand jury returned a no true bill, to the extent that these acts qualify as criminal conduct, statutory rape, wage theft, civil rights violation under color of law. The government has identified Sandra Birchmore as both a victim and a witness. The government now alleges in its motion in limine that Ms. Birchmore was a witness or potential witness as defined by FRE 804, B6, and United States v. Houlihan, 92 F. 3rd 1271, 1280, First Circuit 1996. In support of its request, the government proffers that Ms. Birchmore threatened to reveal the extramarital affair between herself and Mr. Farwell and her pregnancy to Mr. Farwell's wife, that she disclosed details of her affair with the defendant to certain friends and family, and that she made inquiries about obtaining a civil court order of child support. The government offers no evidence that Ms. Birchmore ever evinced any intent to testify against the defendant in any potential criminal proceeding. In fact, the government offers no evidence that Ms. Birchmore ever demonstrated any intent to report the defendant for criminal conduct to any law enforcement agency. On the contrary, the government omits from its motion evidence that Ms. Birchmore affirmatively declared to a prosecution witness that she would not make any such report. The individual, who was later determined to be the father of Birchmore's fetus, told the FBI that Birchmore told him that she began a sexual relationship with Farwell, a married police officer, when she was 15 years old. This individual tried to convince her to report this and looked up the statute of limitations. Birchmore replied that she would not report it. She was concerned about having to put her sex life on trial. The government ignores and omits this powerful proof because it does not support their narrative. This is a recurrent theme in their case. Instead, in its motion, the prosecution points the court to a telephone call made by a third party to the Stoughton Police Department 2 weeks prior to Ms. Birchmore's death. On January 20th, 2021, Birchmore's friend calls the Stoughton Police Department and tells a Stoughton police employee that her friend, Sandra Birchmore, has been having sex with Officer Matthew Farwell. DE 190, paragraph 5, page 14. The recording of this call was subsequently destroyed by law enforcement. The defense has never heard it. 2. However, this so-called friend and another individual, 3, made and recorded a three-way call to Ms. Birchmore the same day, January 20th, 2021. The report described in the government's motion was made to the Stoughton Police Department, SPD. Excerpt of recorded call, 3:35 to 4. MS. I've been good to you, nothing but good to you. MS. Birchmore. Really, so you called? MS. Inaudible. MS. Birchmore. Hold on a second. So you say calling the baby's father's work is being good? MS. I called the baby's father's work because you didn't pay me to make a police report. Yes. MS. Birchmore. Okay. And you know what that did for you? Nothing. MS. Nothing? Great. But now I can take you to court, and you know what? I'm not even going to take you to court because I'm not Sandra Birchmore who takes everyone to court. I'm just, you know what, Sandra? I don't care. Later in the call. 1350 to 1600. MS. Birchmore. Okay, put it this way. Even if I fix things with you like at this point, 2 law enforcement witnesses report that the recording of the call was not preserved and automatically deleted after 12 months. 3. This individual, a mutual acquaintance of the 2 women, is identified in the transcript. She laughs, but does not speak during the call. MS. I don't want to fix things, Sandra. That's the thing. I don't want to fix things. MS. Birchmore. Like you. No, but like even in future we decided to I wouldn't. MS. Well, I don't ever want to fix things. I don't want to be friends with you, Sandra. I don't want to be your friend. Like I don't need someone that treats me the way you did in my life. MS Birchmore. And I don't need somebody in your life because you could have just fucked the child over completely so. MS. That's great. You shouldn't have been having sex with a married man in the first place. Miss Birchmore. But it's still none of your business. MS. That's great. I called to make my police report. That's why. MS Birchmore. But you also said other things that was none of your business. Did you or did you not? MS. I said I would like to talk to the detective that is having sex with her. I didn't. MS Birchmore. Yeah, I guess you didn't answer the phone. MS. That's good. I don't really care. She doesn't have to answer the phone. I got my point across. It's fine, Sandra. When you stop being a pathological liar, that's when things will look up for you. MS. Birchmore. They're looking up just fine for me. MS. Things are looking fine for you? That's not. MS. Birchmore. The problem is for you. MS. There's no problem for me. I'm happy as a clam. I just need to get paid and I'm good. MS Birchmore. Yeah, but see. MS. I'm happy as a clam, Sandra. MS. Birchmore. Yeah, not for long because I will be calling Color Street 4 again. MS. Okay, that's good. That's a threat, so. MS. Birchmore. Not really. I called them once. That's not even a threat. Recording of call, to be filed under seal as Exhibit A. This excerpt contradicts the government's characterization of the caller as Missy Birchmore's friend. It also makes clear that her objective in reaching out to the SPD was to collect money owed to her by Miss Birchmore. Furthermore, this transcript shows that the only transgression reported in the call to SPD was a consensual adult extramarital affair between the defendant and Miss Birchmore, not a crime. Finally, Miss Birchmore's own words in this recorded dialogue make clear that her only desire was to seek revenge against the caller, her so-called friend. The government, in its motion, refers to a text message where Sandra Birchmore told Matthew Farwell that something he did during an encounter made her fear him. She also texts 3 friends about this alleged frightening encounter with Farwell, describing concerns for her own safety and the safety of the baby. She tells at least one friend that Farwell grabbed her phone out of her hand, removed her computer from her hand, and shoved her. Assuming arguendo this account constitutes a single episode of earlier abuse, the prosecution offers no evidence it was intended to dissuade Birchmore from testifying against the defendant in some future theoretical criminal proceeding. The government doesn't even attempt to make that claim in their motion. Wrongful conduct / causation / manner of death. 4 Color Street is a direct sales nail polish applique company. https://support.colorstreet.com/hc/en-us/360560548514514 The caller, Ms. worked for this company as an independent seller / stylist. Ms. Birchmore's threat to contact her employer as retaliation for the call to the Stoughton Police Department is expressed here. The government alleges that Matthew Farwell murdered Sandra Birchmore, and by this wrongful conduct caused her to be unavailable as a witness at trial. Sandra Birchmore's manner of death is the paramount factual issue in this case. The government states in its motion in limine that 2 independent experts have reviewed the evidence and determined that Birchmore's death was a homicide. The prosecution, however, omitted from its brief that they have conferred with at least 4 other experts, 2 board-certified forensic pathologists, a forensic anthropologist, and a radiologist. Each of these 4 experts have communicated findings to the government that contradict certain material opinions and / or observations of the aforementioned independent experts. In keeping with their theme, the prosecution will not call as witnesses half of these dissenting experts at this trial. The government also failed to inform the court in its pleading that the defense has served expert notice of its intent to call a board-certified forensic pathologist, a psychiatrist, a pattern impression expert, and 2 forensic anthropologists whose expert opinions will refute the testimony of their 2 independent experts. 5. Indeed, one of the forensic anthropologists on the defense witness list is the FBI forensic anthropologist consulted by and subsequently cast off by the government. Finally, the board-certified pathologist who personally performed the autopsy on Sandra Birchmore now opines, having sat through repeated meetings with the prosecution, as will be discussed below, that the manner of death is medically undetermined, not homicide. This contradicts the prosecution's 2 privately retained doctors. 5. The defense has also filed FRE 702/Dober challenges regarding the 2. Sandra Birchmore's body was discovered in a seated hanging position in her apartment in Canton by first responders on February 4, 2021. Her death was ruled a suicide by asphyxia by board-certified forensic pathologist Dr. Maria Del Mar Capo Martinez of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, OCME. On December 29, 2022, Darlene Smith, as the personal representative of the estate of Sandra Birchmore, filed a civil wrongful death claim in the Norfolk County Superior Court against Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, William Devine, the Stoughton Police Department, and the town of Stoughton. The civil complaint alleges that the defendants, through their inappropriate and undue influence, ultimately led her, Birchmore, to allegedly take her own life. Complaint attached as Exhibit B. This complaint has never been amended to withdraw suicide as Sandra Birchmore's manner of death. Docket sheet attached as Exhibit C. On January 3, 2024, Ms. Maker Smith's attorney, Stephen J. Marullo, wrote to the OCME requesting information as to the fracture of the hyoid bone found during the autopsy of Ms. Birchmore. Specifically, Mr. Marullo's office asked, is a broken hyoid bone consistent with cases of asphyxia, where a person is simply leaning into a ligature as opposed to a violent drop or strangulation?
Boom!
The OCME replied approximately to...
Boom! Hello? 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 The hyoid bone fracture was discovered prior to January 3rd, 2024. We have our first clue. T.A. Sarah, we have our clue. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been on a multi-day, exhaustive search to determine exactly the date that the FBI, through Dr. Spock, obtained evidence of the hyoid bone fracture. Okay? We now know that it was before January 30th, 2024. Why? Because on that day, Sandra's family's attorney reached out to the State Office of the Chief Medical Examiner asking for information about the fracture of the hyoid bone, which the FBI found. 50 billion bonus points for T.A. Sarah for being attentive and paying attention. Good job. See what I mean? We don't have a definitive answer, but look at that. We just jumped back 2 years. That cuts off a lot of time. Now, we know the investigation through the federal grand jury began in August of 2023. Oh, look at the golden goat. Oh, thank you so much, Terrania. That's such a wonderful golden goat. Look at it. It's above my head. It's a goat. You're a goat. I love goats. My point is, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you right now, I think it is glorious that there was a golden goat above my head. But going back to the point, listen to me, this is a very big insight. It's a big insight for a number of reasons. One, doesn't give us exactly what we need, but it narrows the window. Did the FBI and Dr. Spock find the... Now, we just learned that the FBI investigates stuff before the DOJ starts a grand jury. We just learned that from the RICO study. So, did the FBI find this broken hyoid bone prior to August of 2023? That's still our big question. But now we've narrowed it down. The broken hyoid bone from Sandra Birchmore was discovered prior to January 3rd of 2024. Now we already know that's within the window of when the federal grand jury was operating, starting in August of 2023 related to Farwell. But we now have a very strong indication that that broken hyoid bone was discovered by Dr. Spock and the FBI prior to the FBI, the DOJ grand jury, which means we've narrowed it down even further. I really do think it was potentially as early as 2022, maybe 2023. I think I can rule out 2021, unless there's some very odd quirk that, like between the IA investigation that Donna McNamara started on February 5th, 2021 in Stoughton, the police chief, and the FBI, unless there's something I don't know. I think I can narrow it down to sometime in 2022 or 2023. But remember, a big variable here is Rachel Rollins was being like pushed out of office, basically. In the sense that Rachel Rollins was the U.S. attorney starting in January of 2021. She impaneled the May 26, 2022 public corruption grand jury that got a bunch of state police charges brought. But then she got in trouble for interfering in the primary between Ricardo Arroyo and Kevin Hayden. It's a long story. The DOJ OIG wrote a great report in May of 2023 you can read. It's 162 pages long. To read that report, though, you have to know they don't use people's names, so you have to know that the first assistant U.S. attorney at the time was Josh Levy, the head of the criminal division was Bill Abley, and the chief of the public corruption unit was Dustin Chow. I'm not telling you the name of the executive officer because she's the boss lady. So anyway, my point is that basically Rachel Rollins, starting in like August, September of 2022, got in trouble. She was the U.S. attorney. She was the first black female U.S. attorney ever. And she was working under President Biden. The reason she became U.S. attorney, I think, is because she helped Ed Markey ward off a primary challenge from Joe Kennedy Jr. in the Senate race in 2020. Joe Kennedy Jr. was then a federal rep in the 4th, which is Jake Auchinclosh's seat. And Kennedy Jr. was like trying to follow JFK's path from the federal House of Reps to the Senate to the presidency. And in 2020, Ed Markey was like the bulwark preventing Biden from facing a primary challenge. Because remember, the Dems until like the middle of 2024 thought it was going to be Biden as the nominee. So they wanted to ward off this primary challenge. They bit off their nose to spite their face, frankly. I don't love Joe Kennedy Jr., but he was better than Biden. So they had to tank Joe Kennedy Jr.'s primary run against Markey, and they did that like in a weird way involving like Rayla Campbell and Rachel Rawlins and another unnamed individual. It's a fascinating dynamic. But anyway, so Rachel Rawlins becomes U.S. Attorney in January 2021. She used to be the Suffolk County District Attorney, and she like wouldn't prosecute low-level offenses, like the opposite of the broken window theory. Like she would just not prosecute. If you like busted the window of the 7-Eleven on Mass and Cass, she would not prosecute you. That's what caused the Mass and Cass problem. Her. So anyway, she gets in trouble because in like the spring of 2022, she goes to this event in Andover, okay, Massachusetts, North Andover or something, with Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, and she takes a government vehicle and orders her staff member to drive her there. That gets the attention of the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General, and then, through a tip, they realize Rawlins actually staged a pretextual federal investigation that did not exist and then leaked it about the Suffolk DA, Kevin Hayden, who was her predecessor. Now, to understand that political confluence of events, what you have to know is that when Rawlins left her office as Suffolk DA early to become U.S. Attorney, the governor at the time was a Republican named Charlie Baker. In Massachusetts, if a district attorney leaves office early, the governor fills the seat until the next special election. So, Hayden fills the seat. He was a Democrat, but he was not a Rachel Rollins style, don't prosecute anything, like I hate cops. He was more of a moderate Dem who Charlie Baker liked, okay? So Charlie Baker appoints Kevin Hayden to be the Suffolk County District Attorney. Kevin Hayden faces a primary challenge from then Boston City Councilor Ricardo Arroyo. Now, in the last month before the primary in August of 2022, Ricardo Arroyo is going to get hit with an October surprise by the Boston Globe because they found out about like a DV incident in 2005. Now, Rawlins thinks that the only way to salvage her progressive legacy is to have Arroyo win the primary over Kevin Hayden. So Rawlins, in her infinite wisdom to like subvert the Globe's scoop about Arroyo's 2005 DV sort of reports, Rawlins goes to this lawyer at the Justice Department's like recusal division. It's this very obscure administrative division of the DOJ. And she's like, I need to recuse myself because we're going to investigate Kevin Hayden. Mind you, the reason Rawlins was putting forth for investigating Hayden had to do with an MBTA like police officer situation where these two cops like pulled a guy over off duty and beat him. Rawlins was the DA when that case first started, okay? The transit police were the only union that endorsed Rawlins. All right? And Rawlins tried to blame that on Hayden, which is a problem Hayden inherited from Rawlins, okay? And she's trying to look at this because Hayden got a donation from some of these officers in the transit union. But unbeknownst to anyone at the time, Rawlins had an agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office where she was not allowed to do any type of investigation related to anything to do with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office or any party to any litigation when she was Suffolk DA for a period of 1 year. So from January of 2021 through January of 2022. All right, well, that's not good because Rawlins was starting this Hayden thing right around the time when all of these investigations into Hayden, quote unquote, were starting up. In any event, it gets worse because when Rawlins in, I'd say, August of 2022 can't get an investigation open, she gets desperate. She goes to a guy named Daniel Medved, who's a professor at Northeastern. I've actually talked to this man because the whole thing's very political. But the point is, Dan Medved writes his letter to Rawlins at Rawlins' behest, asking Rawlins to investigate Hayden over the transit thing. Medved is supposed to get Rawlins to come to like a book signing event like a month later. It was like a quid pro quo, the DOJ OIG implies. But the ethics office ends up intervening and stopping Rawlins from going to Medved's event, okay? But Medved writes his letter, and that letter is a criminal referral. I'm not going to talk about this. I'm just not, okay? It's a thing I'm not going to get into details. A criminal referral is a very serious thing, especially from someone who is a high-ranking academic. Okay, they're very serious. It's less serious than like a congressional committee or an elected official sending one in their official capacity, but an academic sending a criminal referral in August of 2022 goes to the Globe and tries to pitch them on running a story about Hayden being under federal investigation, and the proof Rollins has is a copy of the recusal letter that she got signed by Maine Justice. But it wasn't Maine Justice, it was some obscure administrative office that just like rubber stamps recusals. How about them apples? There never was an investigation of Hayden. When the Globe wouldn't take it, because the Globe, you got to think about this politically. The Globe was trying to decide between Arroyo and Hayden. The Globe had the Arroyo story, and Rollins knew it. But the Globe hadn't run the Arroyo story. Rollins was trying to get them. She was trying to what's called catch and kill the story. So, if you can't get the Globe to spike the story about Arroyo, then give them something else to convince them that Hayden's worse. So, she tried that. It didn't work. So then she went to the Herald. The Herald, to their credit, 7 days before the election, this is what being a journal is like. The Herald gets this leak, and they refuse to run it. They refuse to run it from Rollins. Now, you might say, okay, so that's the end of the story, right? Hayden wins the primary. Nope, not the end of the story. In November of 2022, because that's abusing the office of the U.S. Attorney to interfere in politics, the DOJ OIG brings in Rollins for an interview. Rollins lies during that interview in December of 2022, according to the OIG. She lies about talking to Sean Philip Cotter, then with the Herald, now with the Globe. The DOJ in January of 2023 refers her for criminal charges federally. The Biden DOJ, her good friend, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, spikes the prosecution. Wink is as good as a nod to a blind man. 4 months later, the DOJ OIG releases their report. She resigns. That's what caused the delay. I think the FBI was onto Farwell before Rachel Rollins got in trouble, and what caused the administrative delay was perhaps, oh shit, so they may have been onto Farwell or this cover-up as early as like spring 2022, and it got delayed because of Rachel Rollins. That's my opinion. And you see that all started from that date. I think we've narrowed down the FBI's involvement in this to sometime at the end of 2021, like the beginning of it, through at the latest the spring of 2022. Now, I can't confirm that. I can confirm it was before January of 2024 now, but I cannot confirm when the FBI got involved. We're getting close. If we get confirmation the FBI was involved in this case prior to 2023, even prior to like August 2023, it's a huge deal. It means there was a secret federal investigation going on. And if we find out it started before January of 2022, do you realize what the implications of that are? Oh, Renya, thank you so much for your compliment about my hat. I love your username. Enjoy your towel wrench. Folks, I can't believe how much they've kept secret and for how long. It's incredible. The skill you would need to do it.
Weeks later, explaining, you questioned whether this hyoid fracture is consistent with cases of asphyxia, where a person is simply leaning into the ligature as opposed to a violent drop or strangulation. After consulting with the medical examiner, she indicated that a hyoid bone can be fractured without strangulation or a violent drop. At some point, either before or after this email, Attorney Marullo retained board-certified forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden. Dr. Baden, in a letter to the law firm dated June 18, 2024, opined that Ms. Birchmore's manner of death was homicide. In April of 2024, the government brought Dr. Capo Martinez's report, autopsy photos, and photos of the death scene to Dr. Zoe Sundel, forensic pathologist and the director of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System, AFMES. Law enforcement notes from this meeting revealed that Dr. Sundel told the government that broken hyoids happen in hangings. Nothing at the time of her review looked like a manual strangulation, and nothing at the time of her review contradicted the OCME's finding that the manner of death was suicide. After these two board-certified forensic pathologists declined to rule Ms. Birchmore's death a homicide, the United States Attorney's Office privately retained non-board-certified doctor of emergency medicine and self-proclaimed staged suicide expert Dr. William Smock. The initial indictment charging killing of a witness or victim, USC 1512 Section A, 1, C, was returned on August 27, 2024. The superseding indictment adding the charge of protection of unborn children, USC 1841 Section A, 1, A, 2, A, 2, C, was returned on October 28, 2025. The government declined to call both Dr. Capo Martinez and Dr. Sundell as grand jury witnesses in this case. The prosecutors met with Dr. Capo Martinez again in July 2026. Dr. Capo Martinez then sought out additional information from the prosecution and consulted with her colleagues at the OCME. Dr. Capo Martinez subsequently amended the death certificate, in this case to medically undetermined. The government enlisted the expert opinion of an FBI forensic anthropologist after their initial meeting with Dr. Capo Martinez. She conducted a visual and radiological examination of Sandra Birchmore's hyoid bone at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. Several of the FBI's forensic anthropologist's findings contradicted those of Dr. Smock. For example, she saw one fracture, not two, of the hyoid bone. She opined that fractures of the hyoid bone can occur in hangings, and the type of blunt trauma to this hyoid bone is undetermined and may have occurred substantially after the death event. The government has declined to call her as witness at trial. The defense will call her instead. The government has served expert notice of its intent to call Dr. Baden. He is presumably the second independent expert who will opine that Sandra Birchmore's manner of death was homicide. The government notes in its expert disclosure that Dr. Baden has not reviewed any additional materials since he authored his June 18, 2024 report. Absent from discovery is any evidence that the government
Three Clerk Monty, I don't think we know yet. We know that Dr. Smock was probably retained before January of 2024, I agree, but we don't know exactly when.
has directly consulted Dr. Baden regarding the instant case. It bears noting, too, that the government's disclosure differs from the 2024 report as it changes Dr. Baden's cause of death determination from strangulation to asphyxia/strangulation without explanation for the change. The government, in filing this motion, has asked this court to declare, based upon a preponderance of the evidence standard, that Matthew Farwell murdered Sandra Birchmore. They have asked the court to make this conclusion prior to trial, based upon the following points. Matthew Farwell was the last person to see Sandra Birchmore on the presumptive date of her death, February 1st, 2021. Birchmore was a prolific cell phone user. Her cell phone never moved after Farwell arrived at her apartment and was found days later next to her body. Farwell's DNA is on the ligature that was found around Birchmore's neck. Two independent experts have opined that, among other things, Birchmore's fractured hyoid bone, other hemorrhaging in the neck area, and the existence of perimortem abrasions on her nose are evidence that further supports the conclusion that she was murdered and did not take her own life and that of her unborn child. Matthew Farwell voluntarily met with law enforcement after Ms. Birchmore's body was discovered. He admitted that on the evening of February 1st, 2021, he went to her apartment. He asked her if he could come by, and she said no problem. That night, he broke up with Birchmore and told her that she was crazy, and it was not his child. Farwell told Massachusetts State Police, MDP, said Birchmore told him that he was a dick. He told her that it was all over, and he was blocking her from all forms of communication. He said that it was a pretty nasty argument, but they weren't too loud. He kept telling her that there was no way that he was the father, based on her timeline. He said that Birchmore was upset, but she did not make any suicidal statements at all. Farwell told investigators that he had been trying to distance himself from Birchmore, and that she was having sex with other people during their entire time together. He did not know that she was telling other people that he was the father of her unborn child. He said that he has been to her Canton apartment 5 to 6 times, and he helped her move in. Farwell also told MSP that Ms. Birchmore had been sectioned by the police department when her aunt sold her grandmother's house where Ms. Birchmore was living in at the time. The government alleges that, during the course of their relationship, the defendant directed Birchmore to delete their text exchanges as well, but she did not do so. Sandra Birchmore's cell phone and laptop were recovered from her apartment after her death. There is no evidence that Mr. Farwell took them from the scene or attempted to tamper with them in any way.
You know why? Because he thought her cell phone had no messages, and he didn't know she backed them up on her computer.
The government makes no such claim. The prosecution states in its motion that Matthew Farwell has been identified as a major contributor of the DNA mixture found on the duffel bag strap wrapped around Ms. Birchmore's neck and affixed to the closet door handle. In that same motion, the government alleges that he opened that same closet door, presumably with his bare hand, only a week prior. It is also important to note that the DNA evidence from the duffel bag strap yielded a complex mixture of multiple male contributors. The government fails to include in its recitation that Matthew Farwell was excluded as a contributor of the male DNA found under Ms. Birchmore's fingernails. The government's two independent experts, Smock and Baden, in reaching their respective conclusions that Ms. Birchmore was strangled to death, placed considerable weight on the fact that her hyoid bone was fractured. The government specifically notes this detail as well. Indeed, the defense expects that the frequency of such a finding in suicide by hanging may turn out to be a dominant issue for the jurors' deliberation in this case. On this subject in particular, Dr. Baden and the Department of Justice, DOJ, have found major disagreement in another high-profile case. Dr. Baden has made public statements, some quite recently, questioning and criticizing the DOJ's handling and determination of the manner of death of criminal defendant Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Epstein died in federal custody while awaiting trial on charges of sex trafficking of minors. Despite the 3 neck fractures present in Epstein's case, the DOJ and the FBI ruled Epstein's death a suicide. After a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19, 2019 autopsy findings of the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the November 2019 position of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York in connection with the investigation of federal correctional officers responsible for guarding Epstein, and the June 2023 conclusions of DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. FBI Memo, July 2025, United States Department of Justice 6. Dr. Baden personally observed Epstein's 2019 autopsy and has repeatedly asserted his expert opinion as to his manner of death and the sufficiency of the DOJ's investigation. In February of this year, Dr. Baden was interviewed by the major British newspaper, The Telegraph. Dr. Baden claimed that he had never seen a hanging by suicide with 3 neck fractures throughout the 50 years he was employed to review post-mortem reports for inmate. 6 available at https://www.justice.gov/opa/media/1407001/DL. Deaths in all New York State and local jails. Even one fracture. We have to investigate the possibility of a homicide. 2 definitely warrant a full investigation, he said. Findings in textbooks never see those fractures, and neither have I. Then Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Sampson disagreed with this, saying that fractures of the hyoid bone and the cartilage were seen in both suicides and homicides.
Are you kidding me right now? Jeffrey Epstein appears for the first time in the Sandra Birchmore case, and it's in the context of Dr. Baden pointing out how both Sandra, he didn't say it directly, he implied it, and Jeffrey Epstein had death staged in the same way. Oh, that's it! Kofi, man the garrisons. That's it! That's it, Kofi! I'm mad. I'm all mad. Oh, that's it. Oh, I'm really mad. This is outrageous. It really was staring us right in the face the whole time. Kofi, I'm all mad. I get mad. You know what happens when I get mad. Man the garrisons, Kofi. Man the garrisons. I'm ready. Let's go.
And again, they used
Now, normally I wouldn't break in, but, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stick to my 5-hour commitment to tell girlfriend. Because if you stayed, you might be able to see some wild documents that have just come in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to do it live. We're going to do it live. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to wait. I know I'm going to get the email any second now. Everybody ready? We're going to do it live. It's going to be fascinating. Oh, yeah. I got to write up what I just found, though. But now oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. This is happening. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is happening status. Happening. Very much happening. All right? Not the Epstein thing. It's even more happening than that. Could be big. It could be big. All right? I'm going to sit here. I'm going to be a towel. Just going to sit. And if it comes in, it comes in. I'm ready to go. You never know what things have to be included. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, I want to post some things. So, 1 second. If you would be so kind. Alright. Alright, here we go. Well, there it is. Jeffrey Epstein has showed up in Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell federal case documents. Farwell's lawyers point out Sandra and Epstein were hung in the same way. Something government expert Dr. Baden finds very abnormal when hyoid fracture are present. How's that? I wrote that up pretty well. Alright. That's wild. So this is the motion in limine. It's the same one as yesterday, but I gotta go find it. Alright. Now I'm very interested in these documents too that we might be about to get. Alright, I'll stay up as long as I can. I'll give you my all. Alright? I am a towel. Alright? We'll see how many. Oh, waiting for it. Come on now. I know it's coming. It's not the ruling. It's not the motion from Aiden either. It's something that could be even more wild. I know. How's it possible? I don't know what to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Towel news can be an adventure. Strap in. Let's see where we go. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we'll wait. I'll let you know. All right. It's a news network. All right. So I'm driven by the news cycle. I'm just sitting right here. I am not offline. Thank you very much. That's a travesty of shame and democracy. 1 second. Nope. Nope. Yes. Here it is. And the source is page 12 into 13. Alright. I'm ready. All right, it's here. Ladies and gentlemen, the documents have arrived. I don't know if the documents are going to have anything in them. I'm going to look at them now. All right, where are they? Down. Down. All right, let's look at them on the towel phone. Hashtag towel phone. You're a towel phone. Let's go. All right, all right. That's just, oh God, what is all this stuff? Okay. Okay, contract, okay, RFP, project manager, okay, it's 159 pages. RFP, the final report. Yeah, we already got the final report. What's this? Payments, okay. Company information, executive summary. All this looks like public documents. What's this? Qualifications of the personnel assigned. Let's see. What else do we got here? Okay, what's in the other document? Alright, what about this one? Okay, what do you got for me? Is this the one? What's it? How long is this one? 52 pages? What the fuck's this? What the fuck is this? FYI. What the fuck is this? Whoa! What the fuck is this? What is this? What? What? Alright. 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 Okay, we're going to look at this. Fascinating. They're documents related to the hiring of Five Stones by the Canton Select Board to do an audit of the investigation, to audit the police department. And then there are documents involving like communications between Brian Higgins and Berkowitz and things like that. So let's take a look. I don't think, from my cursory review, there's nothing that I'm seeing in here that, but I didn't review everything, that just jumps off the page. But let's look at it. You can't just wing it. You got to look at every document. All right, so let me get these for you. Let me get them downloaded, and let's do it. No, I don't think it's muted. If you have no sound, just refresh your stream, Nefarious. It happens from time to time. All right, so if you stayed, good job. Good job, ladies and gentlemen. You have earned some... Oh, there's 3 of them! Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. What's this? What's this? I don't think I need this. I don't need that. I got this. Okay, and then I got this. All right, now let me go to the Google Drive. Alright. I'm over at the Google Drive. I'm going to upload them. And then we're going to look at them. I know. I'm great at building suspense, right? I'm a tag. Nope. Alright, let's take a look and see. I don't hold FOIAs, right? I just drop them. Nope. 2 new FOIA documents have just come in. The first related to Five Stones investigations, being hired by the Canton Select Board to investigate the Canton Police Department. The second involves Brian Higgins, Ken Berkowitz, and Sean Good. Links. I don't need the PDF to open, thank you. I just need the links. Thank you very much. We don't need to open the PDFs. I object. I object. Objection. Objection. I object. Sir, you can't object to your own question. Yes, I can. I'm a tab. Alright, here we go. I gotta get each one. Oh, how big are these PDFs? They shouldn't take that long to upload. Let's go. Only one of them is uploaded. Come on, let's go. How big are these PDFs? One of them's 10.7 megabits. That's not that big. Alright. One. and then let me get the other link. All right, here's records 2. Grab the link. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. I am reviewing them now on stream live. Okay, so there we go. Got that. Let me just open them up. All right, so here we go. This is the one about Higgins and all them. Okay, and then this is the one about Five Stones. Alright, so let me just do that, and then let me do this, and let me close that, let me do that, grab that, and then just put those 2 screenshots on the post, and then we can begin reviewing. Alright, see how efficient Little Towel is? You know, you have to have a system. It's very hot though. That is bothering me. It's like 86 degrees. It's kind of warm for a towel. Towels don't do well in the heat. We overheat easily. You know, with towels. And then let me just grab the link to share the stream. Grab that. Close that. Grab that. Post that. There we go. And Berkowitz. Is that how you spell Berkowitz? Berkowitz. And done. Alright, so if you want to follow along with these documents, I'm going to drop the Twitter post in the chat. Go ahead and click that. You'll be able to follow along, and let's take a look at these FOIAs. And I'm not supposed to go past 5 hours. Towel Girlfriend's going to get all made. Alright, so let's take a look. Here's the first one. It is an email from Berkowitz telling... So Brian Higgins tried to email Ken Berkowitz on September 6, 2022, and he got an email back saying, please contact Chief Rafferty, because Berkowitz had retired. The content of the message on September 6, 2022 from Higgins to Berkowitz was ATF Special Agent JOA, Monday, September 12th through September 23rd, 2022. What's a JOA? ATF Special Agent JOA. Job Opportunity Announcement. Okay. Here is an invoice for Canton IA Sergeant Good. So this is the invoice for the investigation of Sergeant Good by Michael Myers Consulting. He billed, looks like, I don't know, 2 hours, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 16, 18. He billed like 24 to 30 hours. Doesn't say what he was doing while investigating Sean Good. Okay, these are new documents. Yes, Tiffany Bob, I'll drink as much water as I can. You're so wonderful. All right, so Higgins forwarded to Berkowitz on September 6, 2022, a post about a special agent job opportunity announcement, and it says FYI, and then it says Brian Higgins, special agent, tactical medic, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, Boston Field Division, U.S. Marshal Service, HIDTA, Fugitive Task Force, cellular telephone, redacted. And it says, begin forwarded message. Michael O'Shaughnessy at ATF, September 6th, all Boston Exchange. All, please see attachment for upcoming special agent job announcement for the ATF. Feel free to share with anyone who is interested. Respectfully, Matt, Supervisory Special Agent, Division Operations, Bureau of ATF, 10 Causeway Street in Boston. Good evening. Attached, you will find details on the ATF Special Agent job opening announcement that will post on Monday, September 12th, as well as a number of resources that will be useful to applicants. The JOA will be open from September 12th through September 23rd at the GS-79 level. Please share this document with all Field Division staff, as well as anyone that has expressed interest in a career as an ATF Special Agent. Info sessions will be conducted daily by the RTT starting tomorrow, September 7th at noon. The link to access the info sessions are included in the attached document. Thank you. Okay. Canton Police Department. All right. This is the internal affairs report, I think, about Sean Good. Okay. James Galanis. Galanis? James Galanis? Wasn't that... Did it Meredith? What? You're not telling me that Meredith O'Neill, this is a question, previously, ladies and gentlemen, you are not telling me this right now, that Meredith O'Neill knew the head of the, the Canton Police Union president, and you all think my theory that she was a plant is outlandish? No chance. No chance. Are you kidding me? And he was the guy representing Sean Good during Proctorgate. Wait a minute. How is it okay, listen to me. How is it possible, if Meredith O'Neill did indeed know James Galanis, how is it possible Oh, dude, they're good. They got some good networks, huh? Huh? And he was there. I know this report has been out there before, but Galanis was there while Good was being interviewed about the Proctorgate messages. Oh, dude, they play dirty, huh? They play so dirty. How about them apples? How can you find out? Well, I would imagine, you know, just thinking out loud. People who grew up in Canton, I don't know, they've been around. They know who was around. Like, say you were at a bar in Canton, right? Just a random bar, you know, near a hill or something, hypothetically. And say you were having this night out, right? And it wasn't going great. Things were a little shaky. Maybe, like, things were supposed to be shaky, so, like, someone would scream into a pizza shop window and so they could have, like, a bail revocation motion. Bro, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Now, say you were at a bar, all right? And you're at a bar, all right? Now, here's the problem with being at a bar. You can blend in, I suppose, but, like, bruh, Massachusetts is small. So if you're at a bar and you're being, like, you know, like maybe you were, like, around back in the day, but, like, you haven't been around in a while. Like, dude, people are going to notice you. And then, if there's, like, a fight at the bar or, like, an argument, and you go over to a group of people who are from Canton, who recognize you from a long time ago, you know, I'm just saying, in this hypothetical non-existent bar, such a bar might, you know, those people might be like, oh, well, don't you remember when this? Don't you remember this? Don't you remember this? Oh, didn't you know this? Well, I'm just saying. You know, it's a small town. Word gets around. You know what I'm saying? So I knew this a long time ago. The second that bar, so I want to tell you all something. The second that incident happened, I knew. Because just obviously, from what I just said, I was like, wait, why would they know her? Why would that random group of men know her? What? That doesn't make any sense. Canton is a small town. And then I started asking questions. No, but I see. Indeed. You see what I mean? You don't want to tell. Starting to ask questions. Because I'm trying to find the truth. And petition my government for redress of my grievances. And I'm very mad about my constitution being undermined. I become a Southern town. I'm a Southern man. Alright? So let me just say, I'm telling you, I know what I'm onto here. Now, you know the only thing you can't control? Human nature. You can put 4 women in front of a guy. There's no way to guarantee on any given day or night he's going to pick the same woman on the same day. Or, excuse me, the same woman every time. 4 exact same women, same guy, different days, different environments. He's probably going to pick a different woman each time. I'm just saying, it probably. So you know what you can control though? Flood the zone. Dude, do random like hot-bodied women who all are like 5'2" normally show up at like district court to support people? Is that common? I mean, let's just all like think about it. Like, you know, I don't have a type, so good luck with that. But say your type were like 5'2" women who have a very specific facial structure and have hard bodies, okay? And certain hair color, certain style, etc. You can't determine which of those girls the man is going to pick to be with, but you certainly can put a bunch around him and say whoever gets closest, well, your salary is going to be really high. Now, you can imagine, you know, say you were getting paid to do that, hypothetically, and you were the queen of the mountain, so to speak. I bet your paycheck would be good under the table. But if you, for whatever reason, fell out of that role, oh, dude, I bet your paycheck would go down a lot. And likewise, if another girl then had to be brought off the bench and filled the role, I bet her paycheck would go way, way up. But eventually, right, you can't control who someone's going to date, right? Free will. So, get it while the getting's good. And then once it's over, well, we can't pay you as much anymore. You did well, though. Good work. You know, I hear Norway's nice this time of year. Just saying. I'm just saying. In this hypothetical world, that certainly, you know, is ringing a few bells if we're just talking very, very hypothetically, of course. You know what I mean? Hypothetically. And I understand. I understand. But I'm offended by the tactic. And that's not cool, bruh. That's cheating. It's no different than Michael Proctor cheating in the Miles King case. You cheat. Cheaters. No pun intended. Dirty, rotten cheaters. So, I'm just saying, like, you know, try to, it's weird, but screen the people around you. And you won't get caught up on fake, ridiculous charges. I'm not saying that that's what happened to Aiden originally. But the window shop incident, come on now. Come on now. After what we know in hindsight, you want to tell me that window shop incident wasn't a setup? Come on. Oh, please. But I'm a window shopper. You know what I'm saying? That needed the 50 Cent song as a soundtrack, you know? Baby, I'm a window shop. Or you're a window shop. Whatever it is. I'm not a singer. I'm a talent. Now, listen. I wouldn't do this, okay? You see how I would think if I were a prosecutor. I'm methodical. look at the law, look at the charging instructions, look at the facts, think about the public interest, weigh the factors, make a decision. You know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't use romantic and sexual attraction for information. I think that is over the line. You want to roll someone on, like, I don't know, you want to infiltrate their business, you want to infiltrate cops, whatever, fine. Okay, but I don't like the idea, whether you're infiltrating cops or like activists or otherwise, of using romance. It's unfair because the way that works is your brain fires oxytocin and serotonin and dopamine when you are in love. Those chemicals firing at the same time, oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin, make you incapable of thinking rationally. So it is a per se unfair advantage to investigate someone utilizing romance because it manipulates the production of oxytocin, serotonin, and dopamine. And thus, I argue it should be prohibited. It's prohibited in Britain. They had a big scandal recently about this, like infiltrating environmental groups. Cops were infiltrating them by sleeping with the women. You can't do that. It's morally wrong, and morally I could get over it. But I gotta call balls and strikes when I'm trying to like set up a fair system of investigatory oversight. And I can't let cops, especially cops, use romance ever or love to get information. It's not okay. It's unfair. It's not an acceptable investigatory tactic. And so that's why I'm mad. And you can investigate whoever you want, it's your purview. Alright? But you can't cheat. You must play by the rules. The rules are why we have such a wonderful republic that I love so dearly. And they broke the rules. And I'm going to find out who did it. It had to have been funded, okay? And I really do think Sean on the Gulf is involved. I really do. Because he seemed to be like the guy that these like people would go to like in a pinch. And that's what tipped me off. But I was like, bruh. I mean, the Constitution prevails, okay? So I don't know what they thought they were doing. You can't have a political fight when you're violating the Constitution. It's like the doctrine of unclean hands on steroids. You're going to lose. So that's what I didn't like. Just the disrespect, a flagrant disrespect for the principles of the Fourth Amendment. It was like evidence laundering taken to the extreme. It's wrong. I'm going to write a law against it. I want to let you know. I'm going to write, not only am I going to reform the special prosecutor statute, which I'm already working on, I'm going to write a law that will make it illegal in this state to use undercover informants in the form of romantic or sexual relationships for information. I will outlaw it. I will strip any police officer, no pun intended, or prosecutor involved of their statutory immunity. I'll strip it in the statute, which you can do. I will remove it. Specifically for this, even by accident. I'll hold them liable for doing it. I'll hold them liable even if their informant does it without their permission. And I can do it. I think some of you may now understand. Writing a law, you don't do that and get credit. You want to write a law, you got to move quietly, give someone else credit, then you talk about it. That's what I did. So you won't hear about it for like a year. Then all of a sudden you'll see the story like legislative leaders support law to reform use of sexual and romantic relationships for undercover informants. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. Well, I can't actually because I'm disabled. But I can sit and chew gum at the same time. That still counts. All right, so now you get where I'm going with this, all right? That's the implication. Is it confirmed? No. Is there enough hints that there's something there? Probably. Is it? It's not a problem, in my opinion, for any of the girls. I've said that except for the girl who extorted Sandra Birchmore, I think she's probably in trouble. The other girls, listen, I don't think they did anything, like, personally, other than just, like, work, okay? I truly, and I don't believe it was like following orders. I just think they were sold this as a job, like a fun, unique, interesting job. And I think some of them had buyer's remorse. Some of them got effed over and like didn't get paid in certain ways. Like I think it was like this whole, like, it's a business, bro. And so I don't fault them. I really don't. I understand. All right, all's fair in love and war, but not this. Okay, because all is not fair in prosecutorial investigations. It's just not. You have to follow the rules. So the only issue I have, and listen, the other problem is, listen, you can run an informant who you think is working for you, but who falls in love with your target. And they are the most dangerous person in the entire world. Because they may not tell anyone directly what's going on, but they're going to flip on you, and they're going to burn you down. And people, especially women, I don't know why it happens to women more than men, but I've just looked at there's a study of this, because you have to prevent it in the intel world. There's a study of undercover informants falling in love with their targets. It's rare. It does happen. And it's more women than men, but there are some men who fall in love with their targets. This is another reason not to use these techniques. Because guess what happens when your undercover informant falls in love with the target? Best case scenario, they keep working for you, but at the same time, like, tip off the target. Worst case scenario, they indirectly reveal to journalists and other people what's going on. That's a dangerous game for these people to play. You should not. I said it once to one of these informants. I said to him, he was not admitting I made him, but I knew I made him. And I says to him, it was private intel, I says, tell your handlers that human lives are not a job. Just tell them, Grant, he wanted me to tell you, my cover's blown, he wanted me to tell you that human lives are not a job. Well, God works in mysterious ways, and human hearts are not a job. All right? So if you did that, all right, it's kind of like divine retribution that your scam failed. You know why? You know why? Because the heart is more powerful than even like the drive for money, than almost anything in the world. And it's not just oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin. Those are what influence cognition. Love is something way more. And if you run an informant, no matter how much you pay him or her, and she falls in love or he falls in love with that target, they're going to burn your operation down. And you won't see it coming. And frankly, that's what happened here. I'm not going to explain. I think you all can figure it out. So, let me continue. Listen, don't mess with human hearts. I tried to tell people, bro, it's a sacred thing. Just don't, it's not worth studying it. It's not worth codifying it. It's not worth running informants through love and romance. Just don't do it. Okay? Just don't. All right. We've already read this. This is the IA report about Sean Good. Yeah, masochistic. I remember that. I remember this. Wait a minute. I didn't know we knew about this. Kevin Foley? Huh. All right. Well, we have our answer. I don't remember reading this. I'm pretty sure I kind of remember some of these words. Where's Cal? Cal, are you here? Have we seen this full report, or is this like the underlying notes for the final report? Because some of this stuff is verbatim from the report. But I don't remember ever learning. Maybe I just missed it. I read the Sean Good IA report. It was a long time ago. Maybe like a month, 3 months, 4 months. The war was intense. I don't remember. But is this... I don't remember if we learned that. Because that's a pretty explosive piece of information. I can't imagine I would have just overlooked that. You know what we can do? I can just pull up the Sean Good IA report. I have that. Let me see the final report. Bruh. Here it is. Oh shit, it is different. Oh shit, no way they withheld this stuff. No, they did not. No, see, it's all there. It's here. Yeah. Oh my god, they withheld these two. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Objection! Objection! I object! I object! Oh, Kevin, I object! Oh, how dare you! You tricksters! How dare you! Oh! 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 You! You kept out from the final report this and this? Oh, you did? Did you? I'm mad! Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm furious. Even if they put it in later. Oh, that's outrageous. Objection! Objection! Kevin from South Boston has woken up from his, what do they call it? Dogmatic slumber. Alright! Alright! Somebody tell Cal. Oh no, I'm so sorry for waking you up. Noto says, you scared the S out of me. I was napping and my head cold. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you have some medication to make you feel better. That's it. That's it. I knew it. I knew it. I was like, wait a minute. I have heard these same words before, but I don't remember. I knew it. I knew it. My memory's so good. You don't understand. It's not perfect on all things. But when it comes to certain things, ladies and gentlemen, did you see my brain be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And then it was like, wait a minute, I kind of remember some of this verbatim. Oh my God, but not that paragraph. Wait a minute, I can prove this. Bastards. I demand satisfaction. That's it, you're getting a song. I feel like some people just like leave this on passively. Like T.A. Sarah got, she was watering her plants. 70 billion bonus points for watering the plants. and they're just like passively kind of doing their thing, and then they're like, wait a minute, I heard the towel alert, he's yelling, oh no, he's yelling about something, I should probably go like sit down, or I should wait. Kevin from South Boston has this like sensor. When I go above like, I don't know, 90 decibels, it like shakes him awake. It's like, okay, wake up now. I call it the towel sensor. I should sell that. That would be great. Imagine if we had an item where if the decibel level on the towel stream went more than like a certain level, this little thing you wear just yelled out, I'm a towel. All right, here we go. I'm ready for this. I've got to do it. I'm gonna write it up. I need some music. I need some towel music. I gotta get up. I gotta get up in the zone. All right, that's what the music will do for me. All right. How about this? And how about this? Because real gangsters run the world.
Yeah. Now don't ask me no questions, just listen to this shit.
You heard him.
She catch a one-way flight to kick it wherever I'm at. So if she wanna stay, then the bitch will never come back. You wanna know how a chip feel? I've been there once. This year 3 in the beginning of a 10-year run. And as predicted, my persistence got my name on all the lists. Had a brick before rap, like that dope boy from Memphis. I survived all them death threats and 3 felony convictions. Plug found out my whole team was hot, he kept his distance. What's a stage with no mic and no voice of a poet? What's more important, the flower or the soil that grow it? Yeah, it's cool, but one rule, don't get caught in a moment. Or it's back to swinging ratchets and warming the water. Starving made me think.
Nothing about
There
ratchets.
ain't no mercy in this game we in. Odds stacked against us, had to play to win. I got a broad I never saw before 1 a.m. I'm out west and crazy girls cleaning out the ATM. Let's go.
Phone so burnt, I need my pager back. Trips with that work, my baby made it back.
She had that work.
I fuck with them hoes, I know she hated that. You gon' cry in that Toyota or this Maybach?
This for hustlers with straight cash, not bitches with fake bags. For hoes who fall in love with trappers and break bad. She texting my homie, but I'm fucking hers. She fake mad. These hoes can't handle a nigga they can't have. Unlucky for y'all, you know who the fuck is in charge. I put a couple in jars, let it fluff till it's hard. I'm at J House, Kerry James Marshall, cover the wall. Enough cushion I could cover the fall. You know business is business, bitches is bitches, and they fucking us all. You know how life go, you stuck with your flaws. What's that about? They had me fucked up. Niggas thought I'd suffer for long. I'm driving, counting money with hundreds on the color and floor. Put my hands together and I pray for the bread. Cause I get 5 jail calls a day from the feds. Go to sleep with an alarm and a K on the ledge. And a fireproof 1,000-pound safe in the crib.
I don't know nothing about
I need my pager back. Trips with that work, my baby made it back. Fuck with them hoes, I know she hated that. But you gon' cry in that Toyota or this Maybach?
I'll tell you what's going on, Mama D. Alright, Mama D, what's going on, we're going to get back to vibing, is that they hid information in the Sean Good IA report, the final one. They hid information that confirms the nature of the revelations about the identity of an SA victim in the Proctorgate messages. Proctorgate is back, and this is in honor of all the people who obviously didn't know how to move silently like the G in lasagna. You know who's a G? Jessica Hyde. Her and I can ride out anytime, all right? She wants to lean on a square and call it a rhombus. I'm all about it, you know what I'm saying? What do you know about a Sherm stick anyway? Seriously.
I said fuck it, one gon' do reverse. Bought some ugly white girl when I whipped it, it's Miss Universe. Migo brought them chickens on the bird, that's that scooter work. I control my bitches only fans, I got computer work.
Alright, get it? Listen, do you get it? Because if the white girl was ugly, when it came in, it was stomped on. So he had to whip it to clean it up. You see what I'm saying? This is educational content, alright? He was whipping it up, you know, on the stove because the white girl was ugly, right? It was stomped on. So he's got to clean it up, make it all shiny, you know? Like Miles King on a Tuesday while on pretrial probation. I'm sorry. He's the one who sold crack on pretrial probation. Don't you blame me for it. He did it. I'm trying to teach you all a lesson. All right? It's not a condemnation. It's a lesson. So anyway, my point is, when he says the white girl was all dirty when she came in, what he means is he got a kilogram of cocaine, 2.2 pounds or whatever it is, and when he looked at it, it was cut. All right, so it was like yellow. It just didn't have the look of the product he wanted. So he couldn't bag it out into powder. All right, I'm just explaining the song. What do you want from me? This is educational, okay? I can't control the art. All right, and so if he's going to clean it up, he has to do something to it on a stove, okay? And he's got to put it on the stove and he's got to whip it. Now, you might be saying, but Grant, I don't understand what whipping it means. Just know it involves an egg beater and some baking powder. I'm not going to go into details, all right? Just know if you want to clean up the dirty white girl, you've got to whip it. Everybody on the same page? There will be a quiz on this. It's educational material, okay? Make sure you take notes.
Work, Freddie Kane, I keep a college bitch on the 94 with the waist stash. Baby daddy bought her that fake rollie, she fake mad. Butcher and the rabbit, goddamn it, check out credentials. Hoes get fucked and sent home early just like the Clippers. Is you with it, bitch? Phone so burnt, I need my pager back. Trips with that work, my baby made it back. Fuck with them hoes, I know she hated that. But you gon' cry in that Toyota or this Maybach?
Aaron, did you ask why whipping it is good? Oh my God. What has the government done? I blame the CIA. Listen to me. I'm not going to explain to you why freebase cocaine exists. That is not happening. There's a limit to what I'm willing to explain to you. Drugs are bad. Do not do drugs.
Got a new plug, my other guy sucks. Better got a buzz out, 25 bucks. Drop 200, I got too much, and I got too fried, I'm sunny side up. Got your dad doing blow off my ass. Got your mom trying to suck on my nuts. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it so happen that money buy drugs. Therefore, by the transitive property, when I'm fucked up, don't talk to me. I feel like it's a bunch of little bugs on top of me. Help me, I can't get them off of me. I can't move, I'm stuck in the sofa. That's stuck in a room where the walls get closer. Next time you try fucking me over, I'll put you in the bath with a plug-in toaster. It's too late, no one can stop me. Hey Siri, how do you get rid of a body? Chop it up, do a little bit of karate. I'm doing 90 and it's sitting in a bag riding shoddy. Such a good boy when I was 18, but I smoked alcohol and drank weed, and now my brain turned into baked beans. Don't be like me, kids, I'm fried.
This is a public service announcement.
Got a new plug, my other guy sucks. Better got a buzz out, 25 bucks. Drop 200, I got too much, and I got too fried, I'm sunny side up. Got your dad doing blow off my ass. Got your mom trying to suck on my nuts. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it so happen that money buy drugs. I feel obligated to say this, kids don't do drugs. Drugs are dangerous, the brain can change in ways I can't explain, but it feel like I'm stuck in a simulation. Two sedatives for the euthanasia. The voice in my head got too persuasive, the flu contagious. Everybody dead except a couple rich white dudes in spaceships. Ding ding, time is up. The world is ending, the climate sucks. I'm high and drunk, driving a Cybertruck. The AI talking to me like it's trying to fuck me. Such a good boy when I was 18, but I smoked alcohol and drank weed, and now my brain turned into baked beans. Don't be like me, kids, I'm fried.
You heard the man. Alright, I gotta write this up. Let's go.
Got a new plug, my other guy sucks. Better got a buzz out, 25 bucks. Drop 200, I got too much, and I got too fried, I'm sunny side up. Got your dad doing blow off my ass. Got your mom trying to suck on my nuts. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it so happen that money bites.
I mean, I'm offended. I just want to say, I'm offended.
I'll swallow my pride, I'll choke on the ride. The life thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt, turn it inside out. Find nothing but faith in nothing. And I wanna put my turn heart in a blender. Spin around to a beautiful oblivion. A burn like a wicked cabinet. Drop white and oh so frugal. I see our time is getting stern. The clock is painful, insane and logical. I'm running, tearing up through. I hear words and clips and phrases. I think shit like ginger ale. My stomach turns, denying
We have a Bradle tweet. Is it related to our motion? We're kind of rocking out. You know what I'm saying? We were kind of rocking out. Is the Bradle tweet the motion? Also, by the way, if Aiden posts the motion, I'm also happy to read the motion. Whoever can post the motion, all I want to do is analyze Aiden's motion because I'm really interested in the journalist shield law. So you got me for like, I don't know, an hour, if that. Then I should really go to bed because I have doctors in the morning and I have been staying awake like for a long time. Like I've been sleeping, but I've been like doing these documents. So the motion is up. Oh, it's from Bradle. Okay, I gotta finish this though. Okay, I gotta get into super towel mode. We're gonna do the motion. Everybody get ready. Super towel mode incoming. Okay, I haven't done this in a while. All right, hold on. I can do this. I think the adrenaline will probably kick in. T.A. Sarah's favorite song. Let's go. Come on, adrenaline. Where are you? I know you exist somewhere. T.A. Sarah loves this song. It's her favorite song. Let's go.
All day, all night. All day, all night. All day, all night. All day, all night. All night. What the fuck? Viva la fiesta. Viva la noche. Viva los DJ. What the fuck?
Johnny,
la gente está muy loca.
Hi, Cheryl. Quite a night. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to Ibiza.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Proctorgate has retired. This is how the news should be consumed, okay? We need some levity.
Viva la fiesta.
Viva la
Viva la fiesta.
Viva la fiesta.
Viva la fiesta.
Viva
Viva
la
la fiesta. Viva la Viva la Viva la Viva la Johnny, la gente está muy loca.
Let's go. I could be a DJ. We'd have a lot of fun. Even Nunya's dancing. Nunya's breaking it down. Alright, now let's go to Mr. Radle's page. I got that done. Michelle Hell, T.A. Sarah's having a great time. Alright, where are you, Mr. Bradle? Give me my motion. I want the motion, Mr. Bradle. It's not the motion. Give me... Oh, the motion! Oh, you're great, Mr. Bradle. All right, everybody celebrate. We got the motion. God bless you, Mr. Bradle. Mr. Bradle, you want to listen to me read it? We can have a dance party. Let's go. Listen, Tim Bradle, my opinion of him is that he's a good man who shouldn't kayfabe me. Just pull me aside, bro. Like, find a way, all right? The best thing is to read towel in. Otherwise, towel, you know, towel's a towel, okay? I don't know what to tell you, all right? You know. All right, let's do it. I got it. I'm ready. We got to wait a little bit, though. I'm still dancing and the song's not even playing. Here's one for Kate Peter. We like her, you know?
For you and you and you, I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention.
Fuck black,
throw up your working bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that violence and bio likes. I swear she had a plan, but she ain't different when it's Thursday night. Like college level music every day.
It's true, though. It's different on Thursday night. What do you want? pal. It's Wednesday. Yeah, well, who cares? What's a line? Line? I've never heard of such a thing. Like a line, like while you're riding on like powder, like while you're skiing? Stop. What does it mean to hit the slopes? What are you all talking about? You have dirty minds. You do too many drugs. Get the jitters out because we have some work to do after this. Listen, I don't know anything about finding like lines of fresh powder while skiing on mountains. What are you talking about? We're not hitting the slopes, all right? Listen, I don't. You all have just your minds are in the gutter. Here's some foreign music. You know, this will cleanse your soul. There you go. Pray to Jesus.
Alo? Salut? Sunt eu, un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea, primește fericirea. Alo? Alo? Sunt eu, Picasso, ți-am dat beat.
We are not going skiing. We are not hitting the slopes. Stop it. It is summer. You cannot hit the slopes in the summer. Stop it. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in like 49 states.
Te sun să-ți spun ce simt acum. Alo? Iubirea mea, sunt eu, fericirea. Alo? Alo? Sunt iarăși eu, Picasso, ți-am dat beat și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic.
Damn adrenaline. Here's one for Aiden. You know, if we're gonna review his motion, this could be Aiden's theme song, okay?
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want to
try it once
with my benevolent clan, and that's the reason that I only trust my fam.
You know what I'm saying?
40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they want to get me signed to the majors if I switch up my politics and change my behavior. Trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. Thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch. Full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do. Asking me to tone it down during the interview. Try trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain.
I got no strings, so I have fun. I'm not tied up to anyone. Take that string when you can see there are no strings on me.
Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga. Tell them what's up. Word, nigga. Fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those steak ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck. For the kids. For the kids.
Wu-Tang is for the children. You know what I mean?
Beat bandits.
Alright, I gotta get Tim Bradle a special voice, and then we're ready to go. Alright? Alright, come on now. Let's go. I'm almost ready to read you the motion. Alright, we have the TurtleBoy motion. Look, I got it all ready. I just have to get Tim Bradle a special voice. Alright? Gotta do a little work. Alright, but it's worth it. Alright, we're gonna roll out the Tim Bradle voice. Alright, so that means you're gonna have some songs until I'm ready. Alright, here's a song.
I've heard whispers about the financial.
Now, Mimi, this is a very educational song, alright? This goes, it's not really to my friend Mimi, but it teaches us a very important moral lesson, okay? Don't traffic drugs to support black budget government operations, okay? Maybe an important lesson for some people to think about.
Support your government receives from the drug industry.
Well, the irony of this, of course, is that this money, which is in the billions, is coming from your country.
You see, you are the major purchaser of our national product, which is, of course, cocaine or cocaine.
On one hand, you're saying the United States government is spending millions of dollars to eliminate the flow of drugs onto our streets. At the same time, we are doing business with the very same government that is flooding our streets with cocaine. See, let me show you a few of the other players that are involved in this tragic comedy. I love that intro. He's saying, when are you gonna finish? If you don't finish, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm on the border of Bolivia, working for treated like a slave. The coca fields have to be ready. The spirit of my people is starving, broken and sweaty, dreaming about revolution, looking at my machete. But the workload is too heavy to rise up in arms, and if I ran away, I know they'd probably murder my moms. So I pray to Jesucristo when I go to the mission, process the cocaine paste and play my position.
Okay, listen, Juan Valdez, just get me my product before we chop off your hands for workers' misconduct. I got the power to shoot a copper and not get charged. It would be sad to see your family in front of a firing squad. So feed your kids, I need these bricks, 40 tons in total, let me test it. Indeed, shit, this is good. Pass me a tissue and don't worry about them, I paid off the official.
Yo, it don't come as a challenge. I'm the son of some of the foulest, elected by my people, the only one on the ballot, born and bred to consort with feds. I laugh at fate and assassinate my predecessor to have his place in a third world fascist state. Lock the nation with 90% of the wealth and 10% of the population. A Central Intelligence Agency takes weight faithfully, the finest type of China white and cocaine you'll see.
Honey, I'm home. Never mind why your bank account suddenly grown. It's funny, we're so out of this debt for this money we owe with ya. When have I told you that I had you governments overthrown to keep our son enrolled in a private school and to keep our tummy swollen? Come on, our fucking home was built on a foundation of bloody throats, the hungry stolen of their souls. Of course this country's running coke. I took a stunning oath to hush the ones who know. The CIA conducts the flow for these young hustlers that lust for dough.
I do work in the hood, hit my connect. That's what's really good and supply work to the hood. These suits fucking crack me up, scrutinize like we inferior, petrified when we meet in my area. My dudes will shoot till I say so. You got the loot, give me the yay. Like Ice Cube, so don't play with my yayo. We won't stop you bastards. My street spam is chopping and bagging.
Taking pictures and tapping phones, debating snitches and cracking codes. Best to cuff or blast the foe on any hustler stacking dough.
Alright, we're ready.
Crack a blow. And my overtime is where your taxes go. Gain your trust, get you to hand wait to us. Cause we paid up front on the low with cameras taping ya. Getting pop away, prison sentences doomed. Make the collar to leave with 2 keys
Out the evidence room went my fame. Truck, boat, or plane, they watching you. You think you got work? They copping too. We control blocks. They lock countries and own companies. We had nice cars and sneaker money.
Alright, we gotta get to work. I'm sorry. The file is about to download, so we are gonna take a look at this. Alright, where is it? Had a lot of things that I brought up today. We're gonna look at this bill. Alright. This is the law that Tim Bradle's going to talk about. I found the actual amendment that was passed by the Senate. Alright, so we got some work to do. Let us do that now, and then we're going to listen to the motion from Eden after we learn about the law. Alright, so now we got to actually buckle down and do some work. I know you're not thrilled, but that's life. Alright, here we go.
Which the person... Senate. Dot. In the 100... The Committee on Senate Ways and Means, to whom was referred the House Bill promoting transparency and public access in state government, House No. 5469, reports, recommending that the same ought to pass with an amendment striking out all after the enacting clause and inserting in place thereof the text of Senate document numbered 3200. Section 1. To provide for certain unanticipated obligations of the Commonwealth. 2. Provide for an alteration of purpose for current appropriations and to meet certain requirements. 3. Of law, the sums set forth in Section 2 are hereby
Alright, that's all we need. Where is it? That's the public records law expansion. Alright, where's the journalist section of this? Where is it? Alright, let me just control F the word journalist. Alright, so why is this the journalist shield law? I'm just going to get the press release. Here. Alright, try this.
Press room. Massachusetts Senate acts to defend free press as attacks on journalists mount nationwide. New law would shield reporters and their sources from compelled disclosure. BOSTON, July 31, 2026. Amid federal subpoenas of journalists and FBI raids of reporters' homes, the Massachusetts Senate has passed legislation that would defend Massachusetts journalists' constitutional right to report facts and hold institutions accountable. If signed into law, Massachusetts would join 41 other states in the country in making it illegal in most cases for the government to compel journalists to reveal their sources. The law would apply to all journalists in local newsrooms, state outlets, and national news organizations. At the federal level, no equivalent protection exists. Until Congress acts, journalists reporting in Massachusetts are protected only by state law, leaving federal investigations, federal grand juries, and national security cases outside its reach. A free press is absolutely essential to a healthy and thriving democracy, said Senate President Karen E. Spilker, D-Ashland. Defending our residents from the Trump administration means we must protect their right to access reporting that holds institutions accountable and promotes the public good. It also means we must protect journalists and news organizations, as well as their sources. I applaud Senator Roush for her leadership on this important amendment to our Public Records Bill, Majority Leader Cream for shepherding the underlying legislation, and each of my Senate colleagues for their support. A free and independent press is essential to a healthy democracy, said Senate Majority Leader Cindy Cream, D-Newton. As attempts to undermine the press continue at the federal level, we have a responsibility to act here in Massachusetts. This legislation ensures that journalists can do their jobs without fear that confidential sources will be exposed, strengthening government accountability and protecting the public's right to know. I am grateful to Senator Roush for leading this effort, and I am proud that the Senate took this important step to safeguard press freedom in Massachusetts. As Trump and his administration accelerate and intensify their attacks on journalism, and sources are increasingly afraid to speak up, the Massachusetts Senate takes an historic stand to strengthen our free press and fortify our democracy, said Senator Becca Roush, D-Needham, who filed the amendment. The need for a statutory press shield law in our Commonwealth has never been more urgent. By passing this legislation, we show the federal government and our constituents that we will defend the First Amendment and support a free press, without which our democracy cannot survive. I want to thank Senate President Karen Spilka, Majority Leader Cindy Cream, Ways and Means Chair Mike Rodriguez, Senator Cindy Friedman, Senator Lydia Edwards, our staffs, the bipartisan group of co-sponsors, and the coalition of experts and advocates behind this effort. Our collaboration brought us to this moment. The measure, passed unanimously as an amendment filed by Senator Roush to broader legislation that would open the legislature and governor's office to public records requests, would include an exemption in certain limited circumstances and only with clear and convincing evidence that the source disclosure is necessary and there is an overriding public interest in the disclosure. The amendment was modeled after legislation filed this session that was heard and approved by the Joint Committee on the Judiciary.
Alright, so this is what it says. Oh, I have to get the actual amendment. Oh, that's why I was being kind of dumb. Here it is. Here's the actual law. Oh, got it. Oh, so you really got to know what you're doing to get this, huh? I thought I was pretty smart, but I'm not that smart. Well, actually, I did know. Wow, so you'd really have to be good at what you're doing. So this is the actual law. Let me have it translated, and then I'll have British Reporter Tal read it, and then we'll take a listen to Aiden's motion. I knew I'd be able to find the law. I couldn't find it before because I was looking at 3200 itself. It was actually an amendment, so I had to go to the amendments and click Amendment 17, and then in Amendment 17 was the press shield law that was adopted. So now I have the text of the law. I didn't have it before. I thought I did. That's why I couldn't find it. I was so baffled because I know it was in the public records law, but it didn't have the amendment in the actual body of the text. They do it a little differently, but I have it here. And as you know, when we do a motion here, we really do our research. I like to lay a proper foundation. All right, here we go. What's the law actually say?
August 19th, 26, 6:29 p.m. Amendment 17. Amendment ID S320017R1. Redraft Amendment 17. Press Shield. Ms. Roush, Messrs. Mark and Keenan, Ms. Edwards, Messrs. Lewis, Eldridge, Feingold and Tarr, Ms. Jellan, Ms. Lovely and Mr. Montini move that the proposed new text be amended by inserting after Section 7 the following section, Section 7A. Chapter 233 of the General Laws is hereby amended by inserting after Section 20 the following section, Section 20p. A. For the purposes of this section, the following terms shall have the following meanings unless the context clearly requires otherwise: journalism, gathering, preparing, collecting, photographing, recording, writing, editing, reporting, investigating, or publishing news or information that concerns local, national, or international events or other matters of public interest for dissemination to the public. Journalist, a person who is or was engaged in journalism as an employee, agent, or independent contractor of a news organization at the time the news or information sought was obtained or received, or the news organization for which such person was engaged, and any supervisor, parent, company, subsidiary, or affiliate thereof at the time the news or information sought was obtained or received. News organization, a newspaper, magazine, publication, book publisher, wire service, radio or television station or network, or other professional organization with a principal function of regularly disseminating news to the public. B. No court, grand jury, or judicial, executive, legislative, administrative or other body with the power to issue a subpoena or other compulsory process shall compel a journalist or news organization to testify about, produce or otherwise disclose, I, the identity of a confidential source of information, or, e, any information that would tend to identify such a confidential source, except as otherwise provided in this section. C. A court may compel disclosure of the identity of a confidential source or of information that would tend to identify any such confidential source, only upon a finding, after the journalist has been provided notice and an opportunity to be heard, that the party seeking such identity or information has established by clear and convincing evidence that such identity or information is, I, material and relevant, e, critical or necessary to the maintenance of a party's claim, defense or proof of an issue highly material thereto, e, not obtainable from any alternative source, and, iv, there is an overriding public interest in the disclosure.
Notice that word "and." That is a huge word there. And you need to always take a note. T.A. Sarah, this will be on the final. You need to always take a note when there is an "and" statement, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I forgot to, it's been 6 hours. I forgot to drop the links. You can support the channel. By the way, I'm supposed to do this like every 2 hours. I don't have to, but it's just a good reminder. You can support the channel by the links in the pinned comments. Thank you all for being here. Let me explain. T.A. Sarah, this will be on the final. Okay, and all the assistant TAs. T.A. Sarah is the head TA. 70 billion points for everyone. An "and" test. See that word "and" there? An "and" test means that all of the categories must be met. An "or" test, okay, means that any one of the categories can be met. Now, an "or" test will normally be construed by the court as a balancing test. So if you have the word "or" there, what does it mean? It's more favorable to the party seeking compelled disclosure. If you have the word "and" there, it's more favorable to the journalist. Why? Because now you've set up a 4-factor "and" test. Big circle around the word "and", okay? 4-factor "and" test, which means the movement, the government, the person trying to get the subpoena, whatever, must establish all 4 factors of the test, all of them, in order for you to meet the burden. That is an incredibly high burden. And remember, going back to our lecture about the difference between probable cause, okay, and then reasonable articulable suspicion. Well, reasonable articulable suspicion, probable cause, okay, preponderance of the evidence, and then reasonable doubt. So remember, we're on a 50-yard line, 50-yard field, like arena football, okay, 50-yard field, okay? If you need to establish a burden of reasonable articulable suspicion, that's like getting to the 2-yard line, okay? If you need to establish a burden of probable cause, that's, I'm generalizing, that's like getting to the 8-yard line. If you need to establish a burden of preponderance of the evidence, that's like getting to the 25-yard line plus an inch, okay? And not a yard, not a foot, 25 yards plus an inch, okay? And if you need reasonable doubt, let's say 48 per yard line, the highest degree of certainty possible with the capacities of human reason, okay? So to review, there will be a quiz, okay? You're going to be asked for the order of these. What is the correct order of the weight or the standard required of the movement when we're looking at reasonable articulable suspicion versus probable cause versus preponderance of the evidence versus reasonable doubt? If you answered exactly that order, you got it right. But you got to draw your football field. T.A. Sarah, this is going to be an interactive exam. You got to draw your football field. It's a 50-yard field. Okay, everybody, draw your 50-yard field. Kevin from South Boston, get your paint supplies, get the goats, get ready. You're going to draw 10-yard line, 20-yard line, 30-yard line, 40-yard line, 50-yard line. Everybody on the same page, grab your pen or pencil, proceed to take the following notes. At the 2-yard line, draw an X, okay, and write reasonable articulable suspicion, RAS, okay, put that in brackets. Are you done? Okay, now go Pats. Pats are back. You know what I'm saying? Drake May, pay attention, this will be on the final. All right, now at the 8, Drake May's wife's probably like, how does he know I watch? I don't know what you're talking about. Who the hell is Drake May? My point is, at the 8-yard line, okay, you want to draw the word probable cause. We're going to call that PC. All right? So 2-yard line, reasonable articulable suspicion. 8-yard line, probable cause, PC. Not protective custody, probable cause. Now, when you get to the 25-yard line, okay, you want to draw a little mark that's just a little beyond it. Why? Because that recognizes for us the concept that preponderance is 50.1%. Okay? So draw it at the 25-yard line and 1 inch. You write preponderance of the evidence. There's no shortcut for that. Don't call it preponderance. It's too shortcut. Preponderance of the evidence. What is it a preponderance of? My intuition? Preponderance of the evidence. Now, preponderance of the evidence is the standard for civil cases and certain things in other arenas of law, evidentiary burdens, etc. What is the next one? Reasonable doubt. 48-yard line. Okay? Draw an X at the 48-yard line. Reasonable doubt. And then draw a big circle around that one. That's the hardest one. Oh, it's water under the fridge. Who says, what's up, Grant Dog in chat? I hope y'all are having a great day. Can't stay long today as people need me to get inebriated with them for my birthday. Oh, my goodness. It is water under the fridge's birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to do this. Happy birthday to the wonderful and adored defender of the Great Lakes, the man who has created the most successful blockade in history. God bless you on your special day, my friend. Happy birthday. So if you all do not know Water Under the Fridge has shared some moments of his special day with us. Happy birthday to you. I am so happy that I'm able to say this to you. I'm so glad that you were able to join us. I'm going to take a special screenshot. A very happy birthday to you, Water Under the Fridge. You have so many wonderful towel friends here, including me. And from towel to you, I don't have a cake, but, you know, actually, I know you can't stay long, but let me see if I can get you a cake. I heard a rumor that one time Cal made me a picture of a cake. So I'm going to present you with a very special, and before we get back to reading our motion here, or our law, I'm going to present you something very special, okay? It is the cake that I gave Chloe when she was freed into the doggy WITSEC program. This is a cake that only Water Under the Fridge and Chloe have, okay? All right, this is a very special day, all right? It is one of the most important days in the history of the blockade of the Great Lakes, which keeps Iranian ships out of our man-made navigable waterways. And let me just tell you, you think the Iranians can't get to the Great Lakes, ladies and gentlemen? Have you considered that they could roll their ships over Canada with logs? All right? It hasn't happened because of Water Under the Fridge. So, Water Under the Fridge, I present to you a piece of cake. Okay? That's Chloe the dog in a wig. She's just a towel. That's Laura. That's Jenny. And that's me. I'm a towel. That's also me. I'm a towel with cake and suspenders and a suit. That is Cal. That's Super Dee Dee. And that's Chloe the dog in a wig. Now, Chloe is just letting you know that she's just a towel, but she has questions. Jenny wants to let you know we must protect Chloe the federal informant dog at all costs. All right? So, Water Under the Fridge, I present to you as your dear towel friend who adores you very much and is so grateful for you every day, this piece of cake. It designates you as an official member of a very special club that is only, as of now, me, you, Chloe the dog in a wig, and me as a towel. Okay, so it's a 4-member club. Our meetings are on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. and we bring cake. Okay, that's the secret. The cake was not a lie. Okay, it's just only available at 7:30 on Wednesdays for me, Chloe the dog in the wig, my towel persona, and Water Under the Fridge. The cake was indeed not a lie. All right, I'm waiting for your greatest birthday celebration ever. Hello, Sarah B. Creative. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad we were able to raise your spirits. You came in during our birthday celebration for Water Under the Fridge. He is the great defender of the Great Lakes. So if you haven't had an opportunity to say happy birthday to Water Under the Fridge, feel free to serenade him. Ladies and gentlemen, birthdays are wonderful. Water Under the Fridge, you are appreciated and adored. And Water Under the Fridge says, love it. Thank you all, 100%. Oh, you're so kind. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. When you are having your wonderful birthday drinks tonight, please keep us all in mind. And I know you can't toast yourself, but as you're enjoying all of the jubilation that comes with one's birthday, I hope you'll take a moment and think all of my Towel friends, if they could be here with me right now, would be enjoying it. And I'm sure Towel would be doing something ridiculous, and it would be hilarious. You know what I'm saying? So I'm coming to hang out with you, Water Under the Fridge, if you will do me the honor. When Towel Girlfriend gets here, I will travel all the way to come say hello, if you will have us. Stay in touch. God bless you. Have a wonderful birthday. I hope it's full of smiles and laughter, and we will see you tomorrow, where hopefully we'll hear all about it. All right? So you have full Towel permission to beam with radiant joy for for as many hours as you so desire, and have a wonderful night, my friend. How about that? That was so fun. Water Under the Fridge is a treat. All right, thank you all for that slight digression. Water Under the Fridge has his cake. He's off to have a wonderful time. We will see you very soon. Much love to you, my dear friend. We're going to finish with our law. All right, then we're going to get to work on the motion from Mr. Bradle. And then we are going to wrap up for the night. So we're pretty much close. I went over my 5-hour mark that I promised Towel Girlfriend I wouldn't do, but you know, stuff happens. Let's go.
An overriding public interest in the disclosure.
So remember, we talked, ladies and gentlemen, about the AND test. So don't forget about that. Water Under the Fridge says, take care, everyone. I promise I will not remember tonight. Carry on. What? God bless you. Godspeed. And may the winds forever be at your sails, my dear friend. Enjoy it, Water Under the Fridge. Have fun, my dear friend. All right. So remember, we're picking up on the AND test versus the OR test. This is a very favorable standard to the journalist because it is an AND test, and it is also the preponderance standard, okay? Clear and convincing, which is preponderance. Might even be higher than preponderance, but it's around I think of it as like preponderance, okay? That's a very high standard.
D. An order compelling disclosure under subsection C shall be limited to such portion or portions of the information sought as to which the showing required by said subsection C has been made and shall be supported by clear and specific findings made after a hearing. E. The provisions of this section shall apply to a subpoena or other compulsory process issued to a custodian or record keeper other than a journalist if the records or information sought would reveal the identity of a confidential source or would tend to identify such a confidential source. The party seeking the records or information shall provide the affected journalist or news organization, if known or reasonably ascertainable, with notice and an opportunity to be heard before disclosure, and the custodian or record keeper shall not disclose the records or information unless a court orders such disclosure upon the findings required by subsection C. F. Nothing in this section shall be construed to deny or infringe upon the rights of a defendant in a criminal prosecution guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of the Commonwealth.
All right, so there you go. That is, Tia Sarah says, I have high standards. So there you go, clear and convincing, 4-part OR test, 4-part AND test, okay? And on top of all that, you can be a journalist by doing any of these things, okay? There is you can't just claim you're a journalist, okay? You need to, and the way the designation works is twofold, but let's start with the first most important part. You need to be a newspaper, a magazine, a publication, a book publisher, a wire service, radio station, a radio network, a television station or a television network, or an other professional organization with a principal function of regularly disseminating news to the public. You must. It's not necessarily about you as the journalist. Your outlet has to meet the standard of a news organization. Now, if you are not a news organization, but you have records that would fall under this definition because they belong to a journalist, which is redundant because that journalist has to be in the context of a news organization to get the protection, you can object, even if you're a third-party records holder. Actually, you have to object, barring a court order, okay? So to meet this standard, you have to, it's not like being on the SJC 119 list is enough. It doesn't say that. What it says is you have to be actively, primarily, okay, so more than 50%. You have to be primarily, maybe even more, primarily, I guess you could argue is more than 50%. You got to really look at that. But you need to mostly do news. If you mostly do news, okay, which is gathering, preparing, collecting, photographing, recording, writing, editing, reporting, investigating, or publishing news or information that concerns local, national, or international events or other matters of public interest for dissemination to the public, and your organization is primarily focused, on disseminating, regularly disseminating that news. You can't just do it once in a while. You have to do it all the time. Then you get this protection. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school. On a blind read, using myself as the standard, okay? Because we can't use the Globe. That automatically you can't use anyone that is defined as a newspaper, a magazine, a publication, a book publisher, a wire service, a radio or television station or network. We have to be within the category of other professional organization with a principal function of regularly disseminating news to the public. Okay? That's the only category that independent journalists not working for like one of those other categories can meet. Okay? If we're in there, let's use me as an example, because we don't want to use Aiden. We want to listen to Bradel's arguments about why Aiden meets the standard. Let's use me as an example. What is the primary purpose of Towel News Network? It's not a television network. I suppose you could argue people watch it on their television. It's not a station. I suppose it is a network you could watch on a television. That would be arguable. But let's just say, for arguendo, that Towel News, just for the purposes of this example, let's set aside the linguistic argument about whether this station is a television network because you can watch it on a television. It's probably not, but there's an argument. I would be interested, maybe you could convince me otherwise. Right? I have to be fair to my reading of it. I might also not know about how the FCC defines television station, so let's just set that aside for now, or network. Other professional organization with a principal function of regularly disseminating news to the public. Well, let's see. What's the name of Towel News? It's Towel News. Okay. What does it do most of the time? If we go through all of the streams on Towel News, starting from, let's say, the past 6 months. Okay, so starting on February 19th, 2026. What do we see? There's State of the Union coverage, war coverage, criminal court coverage, civil court coverage, document coverage, document analysis, real-time news coverage. Okay, is the primary, and how is it presented? Well, it's presented by a host who sits there and personally goes through the news and analyzes it and explains it and relays the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Okay, that sounds like regularly disseminating news to the public. How often does this person stream? Well, they're disabled, so not every day. Sometimes during the war every day, but more than 21 days per month if they can. Well, that sounds regular. I would say more than twice a week is regular, so that would meet that. So, yes, I would say this station, in my lay opinion, under the last category, setting aside all the other ones, arguendo, would be declared a news organization. Okay? It's recognized by its peers, it's cited to, it reaches a broad array of countries and demographics and states and regions and professional networks and whatever. It's very broad, okay? So it fits. We have to use this example because we can't use Aiden as the first example. Bradel has to argue for us why. Now remember, TurtleBoy doesn't do what I do. He does his own form of news. His news is about state police corruption, local cities and towns, like covering things up. He reports on people who like abuse fundraisers on social media, and I don't mean people who put up fundraisers. I mean people who like put up fundraisers, but then he looks into it and whatever you want to say about the like background, it's either he thinks it's not needed, whatever. Okay, that's news. Whether you want to argue that it's, you know, not the same type of news as somebody who's reporting on, you know, I don't know, like car crashes, which is most of what TV news does these days. I'm not using that. It's a pun, car crash TV. But you see what I'm saying? It's news. It's certainly bona fide news. That's before I listen to Bradle's motion. And then the question is, does TurtleBoy do that regularly? Well, how often is he live? 2-3 times a week? Plus the bus stop lives? So, yeah. I mean, doesn't he call his site TurtleBoy Daily News? It's not, I mean, isn't it the name of the site, TB Daily News? Am I wrong? So, TB Daily News, in the title of the site. I don't know how often he writes articles. I don't know. I can check. But there's a lot of them over like a 12-month period or 2-year period. He goes live 3 times a week, 2 to 3 times a week for a show. Plus he does morning updates. Whatever you want to say about the content. It has to be a content-neutral analysis. You can't be like, well, I think the case he's covering isn't as important as this other case, so that's not news. Well, no, that's not. It's a content-neutral analysis. It's a question of how often is he doing his updates. Is he posting on social media daily, more than once a day? Yes. Is he going live 3 times a week plus daily? Yes. So you're meeting all, you see what I'm saying? Regular is established. News is established. And then the only real question left is it a professional organization? Like, you don't have to have more than one person to, like, have an organization. You know? Like, oftentimes organizations are one person. That's like, what's it called? Sole proprietorship. And even if you're not running, like the word organization, let me define the word organization for you. Because this is what it could come down to. Not association, organization. All right. Let me try to get a lexical answer for this. A professional organization, sometimes referred to as a professional association or professional body, exists to advance a particular profession, support the interests of people working in that profession, and serve the public good. A typical professional organization typically requires member dues, has an elected leadership body, and includes a range of subcommittees or functional areas. Professional organizations can be both national or international and often have close ties to colleges and universities. Huh. Interesting. What are the 4 types of professional organizations? Member benefit, designation granting, certifying bodies, and professional regulatory bodies. Member benefit organizations primarily focus on benefiting their individual members through access to physical resources like journals and conferences. They also offer resources like peer support, networking and job searching, access to meetings and events. Are you telling me that the Turtle Club thing is going to count as a professional support network? And guidance on legislative practice and our research updates within the profession? Or speciality? Oh God. No. Your Honor, so they meet every Thursday digitally to provide accommodation, of course, for the people who couldn't drive, you know. Now, Your Honor, you may see from time to time in the records the movement, the journalists referred to this as, you know, a sex club. Now, Your Honor, I just want to be very clear. This professional organization does not involve actual sex. That is, there was this woman, and she went a little crazy, and she was like Helga from Hey Arnold, and she labeled it a sex club, and then sardonically, kind of like Hunter S. Thompson, it became Sex Club. So there's no, much like there's no sex in the champagne room, Your Honor, there is no sex in the sex club. You must understand, this is material to the argument. I get to do this. Okay, so, Your Honor, on Thursdays, this professional association to provide support services for its constituent members, which pay a fee. They are dues-paying members of this professional organization, Your Honor. You see, they meet every Thursday, and it's Your Honor, it's a private, members-only professional organization, and they provide, they provide meetings, events, and guidance on legislative practice and or research updates within the profession or specialty. All right, Your Honor? So, overall, Your Honor, the professional organization known as the Sex Club has very meritorious standing, okay, within the framework of the legislative intent. Your Honor, it exists foundationally within the most expressive apexes, the aegis of First Amendment expression, sardonic artistic commentary in the form of a pun about a crazy lady who thinks she's Helga from Hey Arnold. Okay? Stay with me, Your Honor. This is American democracy made manifest. They are centered on explaining the virtues of the First Amendment. Okay? This is a First Amendment based sardonic sex club, and it is foundational to the erudition and cogency of public discourse. My point has been proven. Rule in my favor. All right. Now listen. I think I could do all of that except for the part where I had to tell the judge about the sex club. I don't know if I could. I think first of all, the judge is going to be like, counselor, let me just stop you right there. So, I understand art is very liberally construed, but let's just go back to the sex club thing for a second. I'd be like, oh shit, damn it. Your Honor, and then I'd deflect and I'd be like, well, Your Honor, in the tradition of Norman Rockwell, and of course the infamous American comedian Jolene Munzer, sometimes we have to just, embody without actually meaning what we're saying, because of course humor exists between what someone is thinking and what they say, Your Honor. That's what I heard on a TV show one time. So anyway, my point is, you got to understand, Your Honor, this is modern comedy. Now, I know the internet is a weird place. I don't have the whole internet here with me today. I tried to put it in a suitcase. I talked to NASA. It didn't work. I'm sorry. I know. God rest his soul. He was a good man. I can't, this is what happens when I think about Jolene's comedy, okay? But my point is, Your Honor, all you have to do is understand that the internet has reformed artistic expression. And the sex club thing is just, it's basically better than Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? You just got to roll with it. And then I'd be like, now, back to my main point, which is you should deny this subpoena. That's how I would do it to him. I'm not a lawyer, though. This is not legal advice. I am a towel. And I also cut myself shaving, and my Band-Aid fell off. And now I'm all mad. I kind of needed that Band-Aid. I'm going to put another one on. I'll spare you. Okay, let's continue. We're going to the motion now. That's actually a good time for me to put my Band-Aid on. Okay, let's do it. You are fully prepared. You've read the entire law. I've created a special voice for Tim Bradle, and I'm going to put on a Band-Aid. All right, let's do it. By the way, I got a very nice new razor, but I've used electric razors for 4 years. And so the first time I used a straight blade, it went okay. But let's just say I got to be a little more careful, okay? I learned my lesson.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk SS Superior Court, 2-4.
Too fast. Too fast.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk SS Superior Court, 2482, CR 00043, 2382, CR 00313, Commonwealth, Aidan Kearney. This case is assigned to Judge Belezos. Defendant Aidan Kearney's motion to stay further review by the taint, team pending imminent enactment of the Massachusetts Journalist Shield Law, which would prohibit such a search. Now comes the defendant, Aidan Kearney, by and through counsel, and respectfully moves for a protective order pursuant to Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure
Creative
14, and the inherent authority of the court, staying any further review, examination, segregation, or dissemination of materials seized from Mr. Kearney by any government taint team. As grounds, a bill shielding such searches, Amendment 17, is before the Joint Legislative Conference Committee with passage imminent. The Massachusetts Journalist Shield legislation, passed in veto-proof fashion, unanimously by the Massachusetts Senate with a cognate. Government transparency provision passed previously by the Massachusetts House is presently in Joint Conference Committee. In further support thereof, defendant states as follows. Massachusetts Senate, 40-0 to adopt Amendment 17 Shield Law, see endnote, N for full text into. Proposed Bill 34-6 to pass Bill, July 30th, 2026. Massachusetts House, June 3rd, 2026, H5469, an Act. Promoting transparency and public access, 125-28 vote. Bill presently in Senate/House conference. Committee, sources, legiskin.com, marlegislature.gov, bostonherald.com, Senate unanimously passes, Amendment to protect journalist sources. August 1st, 2026. See also Massachusetts Constitution, Part 2, Chapter. Article 2, pertaining to the legislature, 2/3 majority shall override governor's veto. There is no public indication found from the governor's office that she would intend to veto such a bill that reaches her desk. Mr. Kearney's investigative reporting and advocacy journalism is at the heart of the charges presently brought against him. In furtherance of the charges, the Massachusetts State Police arrested Mr. Kearney at his child's bus stop, entered his home, and seized the tools of his trade, cell phones, laptops, and iPads. They now seek to search these devices and root through years of confidential sources. His case and these intrusions present issues at the intersection of the First Amendment, attorney-client, privilege, and the sacred confidential relationship between journalists and their sources. See Document 41, Defense Motion to Suppress, Case Number 2, 3-313. For comprehensive background, the materials seized from Mr. Kearney indisputably contain journalistic work product, source, communications, unpublished investigative materials, editorial files, and confidential communications, gathered during investigative reporting. See attached affidavit of counsel. Once those materials are reviewed by government personnel, the invasion of the journalist-source relationship cannot be undone. The court appointed a taint team to review Mr. Kearney's electronic devices and segregate attorney-client privileged materials. The devices contain attorney-client materials that predate this case, on other matters, and involve other attorneys aside from undersigned counsels. The court did not protect or address confidential journalist sources, leaving them fair game for review by police. Presently before the court is the Commonwealth's request for carte blanche assistance from the police to allow the taint team to crack Mr. Kearney's devices to the fullest possible extent, many of which will only contain source material that predates the facts underlying the present charges. The request contravenes Judge Krupp's December 27, 2024 order prohibiting contact between police and taint team members. C. Order Krupp, J. December 27, 2024, case number 23-313, document number 63, section A-3. The Commonwealth is attempting to engineer the search for maximum possible intrusion just before the legislature slams the door shut. These sources are at imminent risk of exposure in direct contravention of this pending legislation and through means prohibited by Judge Krupp. Further, the defense specifically requested consideration of journalistic source material for inclusion in the taint team protections. See document number 67, case number 23-313, with District Court taint team motion attached with affidavit of Aidan Kearney. As exhibit attesting to presence of journalist source materials in devices. Commonwealth opposition is document 74, which would be completely contravened by journalist shield law. The defendant's motion to include journalist source material under taint team protection was denied via docket ruling Doolin J. case number 2-3-313, May 30th, 2025. Obviously, there are changed circumstances. The legislature's recent action reflects a strong public policy determination that journalists.
So you have to have a change of circumstances to argue why Judge Doolin's ruling. It would have been different. Is what you can't just revisit a ruling. You have to say, please look at this again because the legislature wasn't even close to passing this. That now they are, and it doesn't matter the reasons for why the legislature is passing it. It doesn't matter. It would have been a little better if they mentioned Aiden, but you need real good political. First of all, you have to know the Dems, and you need real good political ground game. And they wouldn't mention a current case because it would be tantamount to a bill of attainder, or in the inverse. But anyway, my point: you can't make one bill. You can't make a bill about one person's case. And you can make a bill about a policy, but it's better they didn't mention it. Really. It would have helped the argument, but it would have doomed the law, but in my opinion. But the point remains, though, okay? So what I'm focusing on is Bradle's saying here, look, this law in May of 2025 was not under consideration, not to mention it wasn't passed unanimously by the Senate and with an overwhelming veto-proof majority in the House. Therefore, ipso facto, we have new circumstances, so Judge Doolin's ruling may have been sound at the time, but it's not sound now. Let's review it.
Should not be compelled to disclose unpublished materials or confidential source information. Exit number 2-3-313, May 30th, 2025. Obviously, there are changed circumstances. The legislature's recent action reflects a strong public policy determination that journalists should not be compelled to disclose unpublished materials or confidential source information except under extraordinarily limited circumstances. This search would be illegal under the Journalist Shield Law. See Endnote 1. Under Amendment 17, the party seeking such confidential source identity or information must establish by clear and convincing evidence that such identity or information is 1. Material and relevant, 11. Critical or necessary to the maintenance of a party's claim, defense or proof of an issue highly material thereto, 111. Not obtainable from any alternative source, and 4. There is an overriding public interest in the disclosure. None of these protections have been effectuated in the instant case, and there is no scenario where such hurdles could be overcome by clear and convincing evidence. Accordingly, the importance of protecting a journalist's confidential sources, the legislature's clearly expressed, veto-proof intentions, and due process/fundamental fairness considerations strongly favor preserving the status quo until those protections can be fully submitted through the democratic process. If review by the taint team continues before the court evaluates the pending journalist shield protections, the First Amendment rights at issue could effectively become meaningless. Unlike ordinary discovery disputes, the disclosure of confidential source information cannot later be undone. Once government personnel know the identity of confidential sources, review unpublished reporting, or examine investigative files, the confidentiality the legislature sought to protect has already been destroyed. Accordingly, maintaining the status quo is the only remedy capable of preserving the court's ability to meaningfully apply the forthcoming protections. Granting a temporary stay causes little or no prejudice to the Commonwealth. The seized materials are already secured. No evidence will be lost. Conversely, denial of a stay risks permanent destruction of statutory and constitutional protections designed to protect investigative journalism, and confidential sources. The balance of harms overwhelmingly favors preserving the materials until the court determines whether new law will shortly govern this case. There is also a substantial public interest in protecting investigative journalism and preserving the free flow of confidential information concerning matters of public corruption and concern. The legislature's imminent adoption and passage of comprehensive journalist shield protections reflects a clear determination that these interests warrant heightened legal protection, maintaining the status quo, while the court evaluates the scope of those protections advances, not hinders, the public interest. Conclusion. For all of the foregoing reasons, defendant respectfully requests that this honorable court 1. Stay all review, examination, segregation, indexing, copying, dissemination, or analysis of the seized materials by any government taint team or filter team. 2. Prohibit any additional review of the seized journalistic materials pending further order of the court. 3. Preserve all seized materials in their current condition without further examination. 4. Schedule a status conference in approximately 45 to 60 days to assess the status of implementation of the Massachusetts Journalist Shield legislation so that the parties may address its applicability to the seized materials. And 5. Grant such further relief as justice requires. Dated August 19th, 2026. Respectfully submitted, Aidan Kearney, defendant. By his attorneys /S/Timothy J. Bradle. Timothy J. Bradle, Esquire BBO, number 561079.
Nice. Nice. How's that? So that was Mr. Bradle, not Mr. Betterow. That was good. That was damn good. So, Mr. Bradle's a trial lawyer, but this is excellent. First of all, so I love statutes, as you know. That's what I love. My heart, I like the law, but I love statutory construction because that's what I do. I write laws. I mean, I don't write just one law. I got to help with lots of laws, and it's a team effort. I'm not a legislator, but they talk to Towel. They're like, "Damn it, Grant! Grant, what are you mad about today?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just a town." In any event, all right, let's continue. So, this sort of situation, what it reflects is thus. A very good, first of all, it's a very novel area of law. Literally, by definition, it's novel because the law hasn't passed. But you're in this situation where what you want to show, so I can see how Mr. Bradle's thinking. What you got to set up for the judge, first, material change of circumstance. What is that change of circumstance from the time Judge Doolin previously denied this similar request? New law. Is the new law signed? No, where is it? It's in conference committee. Why? Because it passed the Senate as an amendment 40-0 in the House, 138 to something, veto-proof majority in the House. Why is it in conference committee if it was an amendment? It's an amendment to a bill that will expand the public records law to the legislature because there's about to be a vote in November by the public to create their own public records law that will apply to the legislature. Okay, why does that matter? Well, because it means that this is added, this is what's called must-pass legislation. That normally is used in the financial context when talking about budgetary bills. You have to get it passed by a deadline to set the budget, or you have to go on a CR and do 1/12 emergency budgets. It's complicated. I don't want to talk about it. So anyway, the difference is this is must pass because if the legislature doesn't pass this bill and the public passes the bill in November on November whatever the election is, the 2026, to create a new public records law, then what happens is the way that ballot initiatives work in Massachusetts, and this is very complex, but it has direct material implications for when this law could be passed and why, okay? So, when the public passes a ballot initiative in Massachusetts, what actually happens is it goes into effect within 3 months, I want to say. Sometimes it can go into effect within 30 days. It depends on what the text of the ballot initiative is. It's this unique process in Massachusetts where you can pass a law just by voting on it at the ballot box. But we don't have direct democracy, okay? That's crazy. Bro, imagine if, well, first of all, to even get a law to the ballot box, it's got to be passed by, the Attorney General's got to sign off on it. You got to have enough signatures, it's a lot, like 75,000, 100,000 to support it. Then it's got to actually be a valid law. The Supreme Judicial Court will review the law before you can vote on it. So just to get to the ballot is hard. But imagine if we just let people vote on laws. That's crazy. What if they were like, I want to outlaw like people who wear yellow shirts? Well, there's no constitutional prohibition on a law outlawing wearing yellow shirts, and it's valid as a ballot question, and I'm sure you could get 100,000 people to sign it outside a grocery store if you paid enough money. But bro, like, why the hell would we do that? It's freaking hilarious. But that's not, you can't, just because a majority of people want to ban yellow shirts doesn't mean it should be a law. That's ridiculous. You could, I swear, you could do this. And the legislature has a power built in for this reason to check and balance the ballot petition laws. Even if you pass it, okay, the legislature can override the statute, amend it, okay? That famously happened with the adult use cannabis statute in this state. It passed in November of 2016. They delayed its implementation for 6 months on December 23rd, 2016. And then there was a 6-month period wherein they did a compromise committee. The House and the Senate hashed out, like, the House wanted like a 55% compounded tax rate. The Senate wanted like 8. They ended up at like 20. There's all this complex negotiations, local control. Senator Brownsberger actually came up with this idea that if the town voted majority no on the question, the ballot question, then they could hold a local vote to determine if they would allow or permit or deny retail stores. Okay, for adult use, you can't ban medical stores under the law. That's because the medical law is 94I and the adult use law is 94G. Okay, not relevant to our conversation, but just keep it in mind. Okay, now, going back to our ballot petition example. Now, in the summer of 2017, the legislature adopted a new law that supervened, overrode the ballot petition passed by the voters in November of 2016, and that became the law. So just because you vote on something and it passes does not mean that that's going to be the statute, because the legislature has a redundant power to intervene and amend or just reject the law. You can try again, but the point is you can't override that. That's the ultimate stop on the train. Why is this relevant? The legislature would look terrible and reactionary if, in light of the public passing the public records law in November, the legislature just amended it or changed it. What won't make them look bad, it's called preemptive manipulation of what's called the Overton window, which is the range of acceptable topics of discourse about a relevant to Aiden's case. I'll explain. So when you have the Overton window and you're the legislature, you don't want to react to democracy. You don't want to react to the public voting to impose the public records law on you. You want to have an alternative proposal ready to go. It's called preemptive dialectical reasoning and preemptive establishing of the Overton window. You're not reacting to democracy. Oh no. You had your own law. You're just amending the people's law. That's why this is going to pass. If you're a savvy judge, politically, or a lawyer, that's why you make this argument. It probably costs some money, but it's worth it. Because what you're doing is you're effectively saying to the judge, you don't spell this part out because it convolutes the issue. But any judge who looks this up is going to be like, wait a minute, this is that public records law fight with the auditor, not the 72% voter approved audit law of the legislature, but this is that public records fight. Wait a minute, the legislature probably is going to pass this, bro. And the governor is going to sign it to get ahead of the ballot law about the public records in November. Oh yeah, that is ripe for passage. So I would be rude to rule against this, because you know what would happen? If I rule against this and the law passes, Well, first of all, I look bad as a judge. And second of all, because I look like I didn't listen to what the legislature was clearly signifying it was going to do. Judges interpret the law. They don't make law. Well, that's my argument. They interpret the law. You might be able to set precedent by interpreting the law a certain way, but judges don't make law, they interpret the law. Legislators make law. You must follow the law. And if you're seeing these very clear signs that the legislature is going to do this, and then you look at the political context and think, oh, they're going to do this quick, I'm just telling you, I wouldn't rule against this. It's crazy. Because it's a temporary stay. If you rule against this, and the legislature passes the law, it's coming right back before you. And you look bad. Because it looks like right under the gun, right before the law gets passed, you did the very thing the legislature was saying, please don't do. Please don't do this. Don't issue an order in equity compelling disclosure. And now do you know the chaos that would create constitutionally? If for how so that's why I wouldn't do it. As a judge, I would not deny this motion. In fact, I'm almost compelled to grant it. Because if I don't, first of all, I wouldn't trust the Norfolk DA's office right now more than I can throw them. Dude, they're about to be out of office in like 13 days, maybe less. Okay? So, not formally, but once that primary is over, that's it. Game over. So, here's my insight about this. I would not trust the Norfolk DA's office to not do something incredibly stupid right before the law passes, because that's their style. So, I'd be confronted if I don't rule on this, if I just let it sit, and they do something stupid. I look like I just sat back and let it happen. If I deny this, and the legislature passes the law, I look even worse. If I grant it, and say like, with a limit of right before trial or something, enough time before trial to allow the Commonwealth to go through the material, to get a sense of whether the legislature will pass the bill, I'd buy myself some breathing room. But I would not be wrong on this. It's such a high stakes constitutional issue. I would not be wrong. And it's unique in terms of its procedural posture. We were talking about procedural objections earlier, TSA. It's unique. All right. We're going to do a quiz. And then I'm done. I think we've gone through everything I wanted to get through. We didn't finish the Farwell motion. The public records document. Let's just keep going through it. All right? And after maybe like a little bit more review of this, I'm going to bed. All right? Because I'm tagged. That was a good motion, though. 10 out of 10. All right, where are my public records documents? All right, here we go. We're going to go through these public records. All right, but we're going to do a pop quiz first. All right, if T.A. Sarah gets the question right, we can have a dance party. All right, pop quiz time. Everybody ready for the pop quiz? All right. So, the pop quiz is going to... Objection! Objection overruled. Head T.A. Sarah. Okay, here we go. We're going to have a pop quiz about the Journalist Shield Law. Here we go. All right, you're going to do really good. Everybody ready? All right. You got this. I believe in you all. What's the question? All right. All right, this is going to be a little bit of a simpler question, all right? But you're still going to have a chance. Here we go. Okay, here we go. What? Let me see. What's the difference? What is the difference between an and versus an or test in a statute? Okay? And I'll do the answers now. The and test and test requires 2 or more goats. Or test requires 7 penguins. Okay, now, if you get this one wrong, it's okay. The question is, what is the difference between an and versus an or test in a statute? Okay? Here are your choices. A, read all the choices. Don't rush. The and test requires everything, is A. B, the or test requires everything. C, and test requires 2 or more goats. Or D, the or test requires 7 penguins. I'm going to play you a song. Okay, get your answers in. Students, take out your clickers. All right, everybody do a good job. You will be judged on this. And if T.A. Sarah gets it right, she can listen to her favorite song. But for now, we're going to take her to the O. Because, you know, Michael Proctor's a gangsta, as is Sean Good.
Got some top from the stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just brought
a did?
With a ruler clip.
I don't know if I can
play with
approve
me,
that.
this bitch a hoe. Met her at the store.
She is?
You know how it goes.
That's kind of vulgar.
So I bought some dope and took her to the O. Just got some top from the stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just brought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the store. You know how it goes. She wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O. We in the car. She don't live that far. Say she left her person named Chirp. You know Bonner player. We can go there first. I bust the U. Pulled up to her spot. She lived by the park. It's getting dark.
All right, that's your Jeopardy music. That's how we do Jeopardy music on Towel News. All right. Some people would play Jeopardy music. I play King Vaughn. All right, just how it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your answers in. I'm closing it in 10 seconds. What's the difference between an and versus an or test in a statute? Is it A, the and test requires everything? B, the or test requires everything? C, the and test requires 2 or more goats? Or D, the or test requires 7 penguins? All right, I'm going to close this. Let's see if is this the one? If T.A. Sarah got it right, she gets her favorite song. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the answer was A. 68% of you got it right. The and test requires everything. Those of you who said the and test requires 2 or more goats, 29% of you, goats are not involved in whether or not a statute based on the word and or it needs all of the elements or just 1 or 2 of the elements or some combination to establish the movement's burden. Goats have nothing to do with the and versus or test, but I admire your effort. 6% of you said the or test requires everything. That is wrong. It's the and test that requires everything. And then 0% of you said the or test requires 7 penguins. Good job. It is true. I'm very proud of you. The or test has nothing to do with penguins. Oh, hello, more tutoring towel. Good to see you. It's okay. You were making pancakes. Pancakes are wonderful. We have a pancake emoji. But yeah, so T.A. Sarah, did you get it right? Did you select A? If so, you can have your song. And oh, hi, Mishigama. How you doing? You got it right. If you got it right, 70 trillion bonus points. Good job. That's a lot of bonus points. T.A. Sarah got it right. She gets her song. Let's do it. Good job, T.A. Sarah. This is called a reward. Every time you get a right answer, you get conditioned with your favorite song. That's beneficial Pavlovian conditioning, and no one will tell me otherwise. This is T.A. Sarah's favorite song. That's going to be the rule. Every time she gets a question right, we play this song. We're going to confuse the world.
la fiesta, viva la noche, viva los DJ, what the fuck. Johnny, la gente está muy loca. What the fuck? What the fuck? FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la. Johnny, la gente está muy loca.
Very interesting what we're going through right here. It's a civilian complaint about a police officer who, either Good or Albert or somebody, who yelled at a driver in an accident. Older white female. Okay. Huh. Weird. Helena R. Finland. Oh, was that Chief Rafferty's name before she got married? Was that Chief Rafferty's name before? Was that her maiden name? No, this is not Stoughton. This is Canton. I've never heard of Helena R. Finland. Let's see, Chief Berkowitz, a complaint responding to on July 16th. Good entered the home, walked over the broken fan, and walked through the kitchen while I was making a sandwich. He asked what's going on. The last time one of my sons, he wasn't taking a cooler beer, and it almost got out of control. I wasn't going to let that happen. Good started harassing me, so you're back. He said, puzzled. I replied, I never left. This went back and forth, so you're back. Again, I replied, I never left. Good final reply, no, you haven't lived here. Where's your ex-wife or your wife? You haven't been here for a while, Good told me. I wrote down what was said. When Good left, I also called the Norfolk DA the next day, July 11th, about my options. Finally, Good asked you want your sons out of here? I said, no, I would just like them to leave. Good then walked over to the stairs leading to the second floor. I said, you don't have to go upstairs. He snapped, hey, you called us. After Good was told not to go upstairs, he started to leave. I asked, when can I get a copy of the police report? Good replied, there won't be no report. 7/10/16. The first time I ever met Sean Good, but I do know Redacted, divorce attorney. Redacted is representing Redacted. At no charge, Redacted also thought he could get somewhere with my wife, taking Redacted out drinking and buying her dinner at an expensive restaurant in Boston in June. When I asked Redacted about this, he lied, said he wasn't out with Redacted. What? Who thought they could get somewhere? Sean Good? Redacted is at it again. He didn't learn anything from his action back in December of 1999. People went to jail, lives were ruined because of Redacted's action, and he is at it again. Blank interfered with a 911 emergency call on behalf of his client, my wife, by calling Good, the responding Canton PD officer, to blank 911 call on July 10, 2016, before Good arrived at Redacted. The below links explain why I wrote he didn't learn anything. Redacted. The citizens of Canton deserve better than Sean Good when calling 911 in times of need. This wasn't just a case of bad judgment on Good part. He chose to ignore the broken fan in pieces lying on the floor, all the boxes and clothing at the door where he entered the house. Good was there to help a friend, or maybe Redacted is also Good's lawyer. Maybe Good was helping himself. Sean Good does not deserve to be a Canton police officer. Sean Good needs to be removed from the Canton Police Department forthwith. Maybe in Canton, 911 calls are prioritized by who's calling. Sean Good's number one priority was the call he received from Redacted, helping a retired 21-year veteran of the Canton Police, was more important than a 911 call from a law-abiding citizen of Canton. Sean Good can never be trusted on 911 calls again. Chief, if this was my only issue with the Canton Police, maybe this wouldn't be such a big deal, but we both know that's not the case. Arrested twice for no reason, charges dropped, harassed, threatened, dating back to 2004. Removed from my house. Currently, I'm living out of state because I fear for my safety. Living in Canton is a risk. I hope this complaint gets more attention than my past requests for assistance from the Canton Police. What? I am so confused. Wait! Deputy Helena Rafferty? That was Chief Rafferty! Oh, T.A. Sarah, yes, I absolutely will look in my inbox for Pick-a-Handle's email if they reached out. Did they say they weren't doing okay? I hope Pick-a-Handle's okay. I'll make a note of that right now. Yes, I'll reach out to you, Sarah, 100%. That was Helena Rafferty. Oh, I hope Picatal's okay. I will try to find their email if they reached out, and I'll ask them if we can do anything or if they're okay. Wait. Helena Rafferty. Oh, that's right. That's right. I've been doing a lot of work. Helena Rafferty was the Canton chief who got in a car accident. Helena Rafferty was not the Stoughton chief at any point in time. That was Donna McNamara. Helena Rafferty was one of the first, I think, female police officer in Canton who rose up the ranks and became chief. That's right. I was wondering, this is a FOIA, so we've been reading a lot of documents about the Farwell case. We're going to Canton now. Asking me to switch from Stoughton to Canton is a little hard, but I can do it. These are mostly complaints about Sean Good. This is the notification of the Post review about the Proctorgate messages now. Let me see what this is. What's this? Oh, okay, so that's the Post and alerting Chief Rafferty about the complaint. Then Chief Rafferty reaches out to Post and says, here's a follow-up for the December 2023 interaction. You can't pull up the June 2021 and August 2022 incident she's referring to. Firefighters loaded her onto the stretcher. Alright, would you put a citizen complaint? Do you have any IA affairs report involving Sean Good on or around 6/1/2021? It seems that this person may have interacted with Sean Good. If there are no such reports, please let me know. I'm looking to get some context around the civilian complaint. Whoa, there was a previous one? Paul Gallagher did an internal investigation of Sean Good following a citizen's complaint? December 13th, 2023. Okay. Huh. Okay. Let's see. Huh. What is going on? Boyfriend's testimony. There was evidence there. So that one, I mean, it's odd that Gallagher investigated Sean Good. Okay, that's a little odd, but other than that, that seemed to have something to it, other than just the statements by the boyfriend. All right, now there was a complaint, all right, related to 9/27/20. There was an altercation on the first and second floor. The neighbor's daughter slept with the complainant's daughter's boyfriend. Okay, let me see. So the complainant has a daughter, okay, who has a boyfriend. And that boyfriend slept with the neighbor's daughter. What the hell is wrong with Canton, bro? Seriously. That is the most Canton sentence of all time. He's dating he's dating the person's daughter, but also sleeping with the neighbor's daughter, and he causes the parents to get in a fight. Talk about, like, a Canton story. The complainant said Good wrote a report, and she got charged. Oh, so it was the mother. The complainant said the officer discriminated against her because she was the one put at fault. The officer was always making complainant the bad guy. Complainant said she thinks Officer Good doesn't like her because she is black. Oh, this woman's going to get some money. Internal Affairs told her that Officer Good is one of the good ones. Oh, dude. Oh, this woman is in. Oh, she's gonna... Oh, God. Oh, my God. They made her think she was freaking crazy. Oh, this poor woman. I'm mad. That's it. That's it. This is why I'm willing to stay late. Oh, I'm mad. Oh, they screwed this woman to the wall. Oh, they gaslit her. Oh, this is brutal. That's it. Oh, this poor woman. She was tormented. And she kept thinking, oh, it's because Sean Good hates black people. He did hate black people. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. And this is just one of the complaints. Oh, this woman is... Oh, she's going to be able to buy her own island. Maybe not an island. But the town of Canton, I think you all are going to need some property tax overrides. Shit. You all are going to need some state funding. You all better have really good insurance. Listen, what is the town of Canton supposed to do? How are they supposed to pay all these people? We're going to need a state fund. I don't think the town of Canton is going to be able to pay all these people. This was clearly more than just her. Oh God. Does this woman even know? I would imagine she does, because she probably doesn't like Sean Good, but what if she just fled the state and just stopped paying attention? Uh-oh. We got our first big problem for the Canton police. The town of Canton. Pardon me. Alright, let me write it up, then I'm going to bed. Oh, that bait. Yeah, this poor woman. Alright, give me a song. I must do her justice. You gotta wake me up with a song. Alright, I am automatic, it's true.
This is that full out, souped up, automatic, just can't quit, let the bass here right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic, automatic. I know life is just a test, and I'm trying my best to give it nothing less. I know I do it all for you, and I see you staring back with the love that's true. Sometimes I don't know how to feel, I'm trying to soak it in, it's so surreal, and I'm just a man with a guitar, words in my mind, a song in my heart. I wanna give it back to you, and I know that you can feel it too. This is that full out, souped up, automatic, just can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic, automatic smile, knowing you'll be mine. Full out, souped up, automatic, can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic, automatic. We're gone, traveling so far, take us in your car, pump it in the yard. We grow, bring it back to you, never losing touch with what we've been through. Sometimes we get pulled away, know that we'll be back, sorry for the delay. We are all about the love, you give us the life that we all dreamed of. We wanna give it back to you, I know that you can feel it too. This is that full out, souped up, automatic, just can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic, automatic smile, when you be mine. Full out, souped up, automatic, can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic, automatic. The time has come, the lights are on high. I wanna know, I never thought life was passing us by. And the only certainty is that it's you and me tonight. And we're gonna give it all, take the curtain call, we're gonna make it alright. This is that full out, souped up, automatic, just can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you
in a panic, automatic smile, knowing you be mine. Pull out, souped up, automatic, can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, you in a panic, automatic.
God bless you, Michigama. Next song. What do we got next? Ooh, how about Summer Nights? I would like that.
Temperature is 85. Trying to close my eyes, but something's on my mind. Thinking out through all the years, counting all the fears. Oh man, it's been a ride. All those days spent lying on the beach, thinking out of reality was so out of reach. And though the years are catching up to me, I light one up and smile because the mood is right. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. The moon is bright. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Damn, it's good to be free. My friends surrounding me. We got that widow tree. It's just one of those days. No, it's not a phase. It's our mentality. At the liquor store, picking up supplies. Party all night, waiting for the sunrise. And when the world starts catching up to me, I take one back and smile because the mood is right. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer night. Moon is bright. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer night. I'm wasting time. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer night. Getting high. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. No matter how far you go, no matter if you've lost control, if you're surrounded by rain and cold, there's always somewhere you can go and always know that the mood is right. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Moon is bright. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Wasting time. Thinking about the
Boston
summer
Defender
nights,
is David
the
Yannetti.
summer nights.
Boston Defender is David Yannetti. Give him a buddy.
Getting high. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Mood is right. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Moon is bright. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights. Wasting time. Thinking about the summer nights, the summer nights.
Good song. Now I gotta find the Sean Good report from me.
Don't you know they're talking about a revolution? Sounds like a whisper. Don't you know they're talking about a revolution? Sounds like a whisper. Don't you know talking about a revolution? Sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, lying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for our promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Poor people gonna rise up and get their share. Poor people gonna rise up and take what's theirs.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Gotcha, Sean Good. Got him! Oh yeah! Oh, this poor woman, if she's still alive. Oh! Got him! Got him! Oh! Oh, you sectioned her too, huh? And you arrested her multiple times? Oh! Got her! He talked about her in the Proctorgate messages. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. That's it! Got him. Nailed it! I knew it! Alright? I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew she was in there. I knew he talked about her because he's dumb. He's going to be feeling all blue now.
Story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him inside and outside. Through his house with the blue little window.
Gotcha.
And a blue
Another one.
And everything is blue.
You racist prick.
And himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen.
You gaslit her. Oh, now you're getting a special towel article. You're right there. Here's one for Tia Sarah. Okay, ready? Do you want Prada?
Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit.
This is how journalists write. What do you want? I mean, if you can't go at this pace after 8 hours, I don't know if you can roll with it. You know what I mean? I'm getting ready. I did my stretches. It's true though. What? I'm ready. They took the Peaches song, but we do have this. This one goes out to Towel Girlfriend, who's going to get really mad at me for being awake 8 hours later, but you know. Let it go. We will get justice for this woman.
like it's 30-12 tonight. I wanna show you all the finer things in life. So just forget about the world beyond tonight. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Cause I need is beauty and a beat who can make my life complete. Cause I need is beauty and a beat who can make my life complete. It's so by you when the music makes you really do it like you do.
You know, that was good. I need something a little bit more. That was fine. I like that. Need something that's going to wake me up, though. You know, what do I got to wake me up? How about an empowering song? You know, we'll fight for the people. All right, ready? What's going to make me fight for the people?
The new age is upon us, and yet the past refuses to rest in its shallow grave. For those who hide behind the false image of the Son of Man shall stand before God. It has begun. The beginning of the end. Yeah. The voice of racism, preaching the gospel is devilish. A fake church called the Prophet Muhammad a terrorist. Forgetting God is not religion, but a spiritual bond. And Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bombed innocent people, trying to murder Saddam. When you gave them those chemical weapons to go to war with Iran. This is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings. Cause Condoleezza Rice is just a new age Sally Hemings. I break it down with critical language and spiritual anguish. The Judas I hang with, the guilt of betraying Christ, who murdered him, stole his religion, and painted him white. Translated in psychologically tainted philosophy, conservative political right-wing ideology, glued together sloppily the blasphemy of a nation. Got my back to the wall cause I'm facing assassination. Guantanamo Bay, federal incarceration. How could this be? The land of the free, home of the brave, indigenous Holocaust, and the home of the slaves. Corporate America, dancing offbeat to the rhythm. You really think this country never sponsored terrorism? Human rights violations, we continue the saga. El Salvador and the Contras in Nicaragua. And on top of that, you still wanna take me to prison just cause I won't trade humanity for patriotism. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking, causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view of the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Read about the history of the place that we live in, and stop letting corporate news tell lies to your children. Flow like the blood of Abraham through the Jews and the Arabs, broken apart like a woman's heart, abused in the marriage, the brink of holy war, bottled up like a miscarriage. Embedded correspondence don't tell the source of the tension, and they refuse to even mention European intervention or the massacres in Jenin. The innocent screams, US manufactured missiles and M16s, weapon contracts and corrupted American dreams. Media censorship blocking out the video screens. A continent of oil kingdoms bought for a bargain. Democracy is just a word when the people are starving. The average citizen made to be blind to the reason. A desert full of genocide where the bodies are freezing, and the world doesn't believe that you're fighting for freedom cause you fucked the Middle East and gave birth to a demon. It's open season with the CIA bugging my crib, trapped in a ghetto region like a Palestinian kid, where nobody gives a fuck whether you die or you live. I'm trying to give the truth, and I know the price is my life, but when I'm gone they'll sing a song about immortal technique, who beheaded the president and the princes and sheiks. You don't give a fuck about us. I can see through your facade like a fallen angel standing in the presence of God. Bitch niggas scared of the truth when it looks at you hard. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain. Suggestive thinking causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view in the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Martial law is coming soon to the hood to kill yo, while you hanging your flag out your project window. Yeah. The fourth branch of the government, aka the media, seems to now have a retirement plan for ex-military officials, as if their opinion was at all unbiased. A machine shouldn't speak for men, so shut the fuck up, you mindless drone. And you know it's serious when these same media outfits are spending millions of dollars on a PR campaign to try to convince you they're fair and balanced, when they're some of the most ignorant and racist people giving that type of mentality a safe haven. We act like we share in the spoils of war that they do. We die in wars. We don't get the contracts to make money off them afterwards. We don't get weapons contracts, nigga. We don't get cheap labor for our companies, nigga. We are cheap labor, nigga. Turn off the news and read, nigga. Read. Read. Told me I would never make it, I would never achieve it. Reality is nourishment, but people don't believe it. I guess it's hard to stomach the truth like a bulimic. It's a dirty game and nobody is willing to clean it. But this is for the paraplegic people dreaming of running. Ladies married to men who don't please them, dreaming of coming. Verbally murderous like David Berkowitz when I'm gunning. Some cowards on the internet didn't think I would sell. Scared to talk shit in person cause they stuck in a shell and couldn't understand the pain of being stuck in a cell. Hell is not a place you go if you're not a Christian. It's the failure of your life's greatest ambition. It's a bad decision to blindly follow any religion. I don't see the difference in between the wrong and the wrong. Soldiers emptying the clips at little kids and their moms are just like a desperate motherfucker strapped to a bomb. Humanity's gone, smoked up in a gravity bong by a Democrat, Republican, Cheech and Chong. Immortal technique, you never heard me preaching a song. I'm not controversial, I'm just speaking the facts. Put your hands in the air like you got the heat to your back and shake your body like a baby born addicted to crack. And since life's a gamble like the craps tables at Vegas, I freestyle my destiny. It's not written in pages. When they tell us how far we came to be, as if our people's history started with slavery. Painfully I discovered the shit they kept a secret. This is the exodus like the black Jews out of Egypt. I keep it reality based with the music I make. Blow up the truth in your face with the style I run with, like the Navy missile that shot down Flight 800. I'm like the Africans who came here before Columbus, and from the 1500s until after tomorrow I watch Latin America get raped in the sorrow. You see the Spaniards never left después de Colón. And if you don't believe me, you can click on Univision. I never seen so much racism in all of my life. Every program and newscast, all of them white. It's like apartheid with 10% ruling the rest. That type of stress will make me put the fucking tool in your chest. Step in my way, nigga, I wouldn't wanna be ya. I burn slow like pissing drunk with gonorrhea. I'll do a free show in North Korea, burning the while J. Edgar Hoover politicians dress up in drag, trying to confuse you. making it hard to follow this. Capitalism and democracy are not synonymous. You swallow propaganda like a birth control pill, selling your soul to the eye on the back of the dollar bill. But that'll never be me, cause I'm leaving the past. Like an abused wife with the kids, leaving your ass. Like a drug addict, clean and sober, leaving the stash. Unbreakable technique, leaving a plane crash. I'm out with the black box and I refuse to return. I spit reality instead of what you usually learn. And I refuse to be concerned with condescending advice, cause I'm the only motherfucker that could change my life. Think I won't make it, but I know that I will escape the emptiness, cause that shit is slow and it kills. The flow and the skill, I made y'all believe it at last. You can make the future, but it starts with leaving the past.
Good song. Well, that was wild. Not expecting that, but there you go. I hope somebody finds that woman.
The last call, baby, was good.
Oh, great song to end it.
Remix just feels before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, though, no question. It's like the elders told me, no one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the one remix. Yo, one enterprises comprises artists in the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight that it pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating and they be patient. So I'm motivating and them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the prisoners' cages while I pound and pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear some rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart.
Dude, redact this. Come on, how'd you miss this redaction? Come on, guys. This is in the FOIA, part 2, page 48. Very clear misredaction. Paragraph 2, line 1. Word 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Redact that. That should not be public. What are you doing here?
One spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean on my enemy's pawns. The dawn communist threat buried and gone, so they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. This is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Richie, Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in a cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field, and for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Yeah. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. Shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
I got a little more reading to do, so you got one more song. This is how I read. I just want to
look, I ain't never been afraid to tell how I really feel. Nunca. I think everybody should know that. Yo creo que todos ustedes deben saber eso. Fucking ought to know, yo. I gotta tell these chicks a lot of times, mira, tú estás actuando de una manera muy mala, bien mala, y no me importa, ya. Yeah, so I gotta let you know. Let them know. Here we go. Dígale a la gente, B. You gotta let you know, for real. Son, drop that. Siempre me encuentro con la mujer equivocada, a superficial mami con la alma comprada. Yo, I'm sick of stupid chicks que hablan de nada. Let's go to my house, conversación acabada. Yeah, we can fuck, but you gotta go after mañana. You walking bow-legged porque te dejé clavada. Don't ever talk shit about niggas and get enojada. There's a reason that you never been properly amada, cause you fuck niggas and suck dick como si nada. Para la porquería and save the drama. Don't come to the fucking club con una actitud mala. You've been drinking too much Bacardi and smoking Lala. Escúchame, señorita, if you don't respect yourself, don't expect respect from anyone else. Don't expect an hombre to support you with wealth. Go to college and be successful. Do it for Delph. Nunca vas a hacer shit without knowledge of self. Mommies with cultural ineptitude are bad for your health. That's the type of mujer that I put back on the shelf and go back to the packed crowd to look for somebody else. Adios. Check it. We keep it moving properly. No me importa lo que haces, ain't no way of stopping me. Moving through property like I owned every monopoly. Smoking broccoli, compartiendo ideologies. Pero solamente pasa on a special occasion with beautiful, intelligent mommies stay blazing. Stay blazing. Yo, that for you motherfucking niggas. Yo, see. Immortal check me, the resurrected Che Guevara. But y'all cats are just a bunch of fake Tony Montanas. I bring drama like Revolución Cubana and rock stages like my last name was Santana. Como puedes comparar your entourage to my squad? You is faker than Resurrection Boulevard. I'm trying to be hard, cause I don't stress fake good fellas. I'll burn your house down and empty the clip. And tu abuela, mucha gente try to convince everyone that they tripe. Hablando mierda, but you never shot a gun in your life. Siempre gritando, how you keep it real in this site. But most of you rappers can't even keep it real with your wife. I sacrifice the puto cabrón for running his mouth. Carjack and kidnap you in front of your house. And while you're tied up by the shotgun while I'm driving down south, I'll push the pedal to 70 and kick you the fuck out. Sola I meant to look back and have something to laugh about. I doubt you really want technique as an enemigo. Fuck with me, I'll make your people turn up their desaparecido. My estilo is Tupac, Amaru y Zapatista. I'm a rebel soldier murdering rap artistas. Colombian necktie MCs, hasta la vista. Taking over the fuck country like a socialista. No. We keep it moving properly. Don't me importa lo que haces, ain't no way of stopping me. Moving through property like I owned every monopoly. I'll blow your fucking brains out and stretch your philosophy. This is for all the celoso motherfuckers that's watching me. I don't make threats, bitch. Lo que hablo is prophecy. Para que toda la gente sepa que no me importa cuánta mierda ustedes hablan. Cuánta mierda. I'll still be on my job. Ever. Still be here. Still be doing my thing. Para siempre. Para siempre. I'll be at everybody's parade. Mortal technique. Se ha acabado la mierda.
This guy doesn't exist? John McQueen? Oh yeah, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Of course he exists. What do you mean he doesn't exist? That's not possible.
5 o'clock traffic, I'm moving slow. I'm in the right lane, that's the usual. Time is feeling static, it's all my fault. Cause when you switch lanes, then you lose it all. Oh, I wish that things went a little different. All the small things that I didn't know I'd be missing. I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry. I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't
He doesn't exist?
I miss all the little things that we didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV, now life moves somewhat slowly. I got a list of reasons you'll live forever in my head. Remember spending weekends watching whatever's playing next. Remember when the seasons when you were cold and got upset. I guess we're never even. I said some things that I regret. Embrace the time that I got used to. The state of mind is no longer new. I'll chase this high of getting close to you, of getting close to you. Oh, I wish that things went a little different.
I found him.
All the small things that I didn't know I'd be missing.
You don't work for the ATF, sir.
I miss driving in the HOV, just you and me, no hurry.
What are you doing down in Virginia?
I miss dinners that we wouldn't eat, cause it wasn't cheap, no worries. I miss all the little things that we didn't notice. You never know a good thing until it's gone. I miss driving in a HOV.
Dude!
Now life moves somewhat slowly.
Are you fucking kidding me? This dude is... Oh my god. Why would you put this guy on blast like that? This guy might serve as a procurement officer for the ATF. He might have done that. But he's actually a diplomatic attaché who lives in Virginia. Excuse me? Damn it, Sean on the golf. Damn it! Oh, I found Mr. McQueen. Oh, Mr. McQueen works for the federal government. Oh, yes, he absolutely does. But he's an attaché in Virginia. Oh, I see. Spooky, spooky indeed. Oh! Well, well, well. What do we have here? Hi, Sean. How have you been? I told you to, I told you. Congressional committees, inquiries. I told you I was made. It was all made. Maybe all made. You leave those birdies alone. Alright, I'm all made. Call Mr. President. Does someone think you were involved in Russiagate somehow? Trying to hurt Mr. President. Think me all mad? Damn commies. Grant, you can't just call people you don't like commies. They're damn commies. Alright? How about this? Can we play a Persian song for Sean on the Gulf? He probably likes the Persian language. He's a world traveler. We meet again.
ضربان قلب من یبن الحسن ضربان قلب من یبن الحسن قلب من.
Remember when that time I asked Will if Dave Tinsley was his neighbor, and Will looked behind his shoulder and was like, I don't know, I hope not.
یبن الحسن یا ایها العزیز ای واسم همه چیز.
You know you don't want to be interrogated by someone when you come away from an interrogation liking the person who interrogated you.
من تا تو رو نبینم ازت دست بر نمیدارم ای مهربون تر از پدر و مادرم دوست دارم من تا تو رو نبینم ازت دست بر نمیدارم ای مهربون تر از پدر و مادرم دوست دارم گوش به فرمانم فرمانده تپش تپش ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آماده راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده. شدا مهدی بابای جوون من پیر شدا مهدی دیر شدا مهدی خبر اومدنت ببین فراگیر شدا مهدی دیر شدا مهدی ببین صدات میزنن از کجا مهدی چشم راه بیا منم میخوام برات فداشم میخوام سید حسن تو باشم گوش به فرمانده تپش تپش ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آماده راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده
Tell her girlfriend's gonna be so mad. I went 8 hours, she's gonna be so mad. Not because she doesn't want me to talk, but because it's not good for my health. God bless all of you who made it this long. We got a little more to do, then we're done.
جات اینجاست اینجا توی قلب رزمندت جات اینجاست تو پناهی من پناهندت جات اینجاست منم آج قاسم آیندت سرباز تموم یارما ظلم و بزانم گرمیارما نگاه نکن قد و قوارمو منم یه یحیی سلوارما گوش به فرمانم فرمانده تپش به ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آمادن راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده.
Well, that was certainly interesting.
I'm talking to this girl. I met this girl, but I don't know what to say.
What do you mean? Just use the pickup line.
What pickup line?
The pickup line, the one about tying your shoes?
You genius. Let me tie your shoes, cause I don't want you falling for somebody new.
That's it?
Yeah, and with all I knew, I thought love started with an L, but it started with a
you. When I saw you coming through, swear to God I couldn't help it, there was nothing I could do.
It's not a fluke.
Nah, maybe we could take it to the roof. Got a view, and it's good, but it's not as good as you.
That's the truth.
Look, maybe we could talk in the back.
Ain't got out of room.
Maybe I could rub on your back.
He on masseuse.
Maybe we could run through the cash.
That's what he do.
Appreciate you having my back.
That's what I do.
Yeah, and I'm moonwalking. I ain't seen a thing stranger, this the new Hawkins. Oh, but who talking? Oh, that's you talking? Well, what you trying to do, baby? We got two options.
I don't mean to stare,
but I'm still gonna stare.
But you look good, too good, babe, a little unfair.
Yeah, it's too unfair.
Usually bite my tongue, but I just don't care.
Dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk, yeah. I like the way you working with it. You a one-on-one, you the first edition. Turn a new page, we could burn a few things. I might have that, but it's worth the ticket.
Big pockets, deep pockets, whoa. Been ballin', keep buffin', whoa. Been bout it, keep talking, whoa. All I ever want is what I got, alright.
I heard they talking bad, there's nothing wrong with that. The more they talk that talk, the more we make it mad. Yeah, and I'm moonwalking. I ain't seen a thing stranger, this the new Hawkins. Oh, but who talking? Oh, that's you talking? Well, what you trying to do, baby? We got two options.
I don't mean to stare,
but I'm still gonna stare.
But you look good, too good, babe, a little unfair.
Yeah, it's too unfair.
Usually bite my tongue, but I just don't care.
Dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk, move, dance, grab it, walk.
Hey, you know, haven't some people made some trips to Tennessee or that area recently? I'm just saying, you know. Let's see. Alright, let's see who actually wanted to do this. Sumner, PWX Express, Florida. KER Digital, Barry Dunn McNeil and Parker, Cone Resnick, Weaver, Raftelis, Janice Associates. Janice Associates. Capital Strategic Solutions, Strim Group, 7 Outsource, OIR Group, Police Evidence Audits. Wait a minute. Ed Davis tried to do the Canton Police Department audit? I didn't know that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nobody told me that. That's it.
London's burning! London's burning! London's burning with boredom, baby!
Shauna the Golf doesn't know what a back channel is. Don't make me call the Pope.
London's burning down, 9999! London's burning with boredom, baby! London's burning down, 9999! All across the town, all across the night. Everybody's driving with 4 headlights. Black or white, you turn it on your face, a new religion. Everybody's sitting around watching television. London burns. London burns down. 9999. London's burning with the border flame. London's burning. 999. Up and down the westway, in and out the light. Great traffic system is so bright. I can't think of a better way to spend the night. Being around underneath the yellow light. London's burning with border flame. London's burning. Na 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 na. London's burning down. Border flame. London's burning down. Na 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 na. Now I'm in the subway and I'm looking for the flat. This one is the fish block. It's the least of that. I went down to the empty block looking for a home. I run through the empty stone 'cause I'm all alone. London's burning. London's burning down. Na 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 na. London's burning. All of it. London's burning. Na 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 na.
Good song. What's next? We already listened to that today. We're going to need something else. This is a good song.
I'll move on when I graduate. I'll move out this city, state. New lawns and new real estate. Thought I could replace it, but left high school to meet new friends, to only end up missing them. I see my life through a brand new lens, but I guess it all depends. I wish the best to everyone back home. Whichever way we gone, I hope one day we'll reconnect. I miss the late night runs for tacos, the fights we had on consoles, watching football, eating nachos, do anything we want. Oh, we don't got school tomorrow. Take a trip to Colorado, hit that gas, we push that throttle. I know we did a lot, and I'm like, whoa, oh, oh, like, whoa, oh, oh, like, whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's the way we roll, the way we did. The room was small, we packed it in. It's not how we intended, but it's distance apprehended. We got loose ends, live on 2 ends. I can't do this, I miss my true friends. They were students, but they act stupid, yes, yeah, yeah. And I wish the best for everyone at home. Whichever way they gone, I hope one day we reconnect. I miss the late night runs for tacos, the fights we had on consoles, watching football, eating nachos, do anything we want. Oh, we don't got school tomorrow. Take a trip to Colorado, hit that gas, we push that throttle. I know we did a lot, and I'm like, whoa, oh, oh, like, whoa, oh, oh, like, whoa, oh, oh,
All right, let's get back to work. Here's a relaxing song. He obviously didn't get it, but they sent it for his review. Just so you understand, just because he got the RFP, he was not even in the finalists. That's why no one ever saw that. He was not, whether or not he responded is irrelevant. He never was even close to being selected. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I do remember Five Stones having an office there. 1616 H Street, Northwest, Washington. Oh, interesting. And then, where is Elevate? Does Elevate have a Washington, D.C. office? That would be interesting to find out. Alright. So let's see. There's how they paid him. This is what a Five Stones intelligence looks like. Alright. Okay. Contract with Five Stones. A lot of duplicate documents. Wait, what? Five Stones was involved in an audit of the pipe bombing at the outside the DNC and RNC on January 6th? Royal Bahamian Police Department? FISI is neutral, unbiased, and unattached. Are we sure about that? They've executed search and seizure warrants, investigative methods, suspect interrogation, evidence collection, chain of custody, storage and handling. License plate readers. They're experts in all aspects of undercover operations to include criminal intelligence gathering, confidential informant recruitment, handling, documentation use, payment, and reporting requirements. Let's see, RFP. All pretty standard. $25 internal affairs investigations over the past 5 years. Okay, that's it. Some interesting stuff in there. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of the stream. Towel Girlfriend's going to be made. Okay, I went way over my 5-hour time limit. 8 hours and 50 minutes she can be all made. Thank you to everyone. If you stayed this long, you did a great job. Thank you if you supported Towel Stream. Thank you for being you. Thank you for all your super chats. Thank you for all your kind words. I'm sorry I'm so behind on my emails and my texts and things like that. I need to rest, and then I go doctors tomorrow. So 70 trillion bonus points to TA Sarah and everyone in chat, all the other TAs, for staying up and staying the whole time. You win the prize. All right, the prize is you get to see Pete Bundy. Come on, Pete. Where are you? He's traveling with me. So let me get him. All right, Pete, let's go. This is Pete. I want to go to bed, so we're going to do a quick outro. And I cut myself shaving and it hurts, so we're going to bed. This is Pete. He's the channel mascot. Now, you might be wondering, how can I support Towel Channel? Well, did you know that you can donate to Towel Channel? I haven't said this once all stream. I might have reminded you once, but if you found this interesting, you want to help, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Got a lot going on right now. Got a lot to think about. Got a lot to plan. I'm grateful to you all. Things seem to be, on the whole, okay. But I have a lot to plan. I got to get back to you about what we're going to do about coverage for the Birchmore case, what the budget's looking like. Depending on that, it may or may not need more help. I don't think I will, but anything could happen. Towel Girlfriend's coming to visit. I'm so excited. So I'm thrilled. We're going to have a great time. God bless you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Pete. Now, Pete's friend Francine loves him very much. And I just want to say hello to everyone. I am going to go to bed soon. Indeed, God bless you all. God bless you for staying up this late. But before we go to bed, we do our tradition, which is Tip a Canoe and Tyler too. Shout out TurtleBoy. I saw him around earlier. This is where I list the U.S. presidents in order to test my mental acuity at the end of stream. Ready? President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren, William Henry Harrison. I don't know 10. 11 and 12 are Tippecanoe and Tyler too, so that's going to be Polk and Tyler. Then that's going to be 13, which will be Millard Fillmore. Then Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester, A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. So yeah, I will cool my equipment down. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Caroline and 3 Clerk Monty and Tiffany Bob and Rum Runner and Fridge Breaker and T.A. Savra and Shell Hell and Mediocre Mac and Cheese. You were here from start to finish. You may have been the first comment today, Mediocre Mac and Cheese. Might have been Tiffany Bob. Either way, you both win the prize. Everybody wins the prize. 70 trillion Googleplexes worth of bonus points. Good luck figuring out how many zeros that is. All right, so this is Towel News, Grant Smith Ellis, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching. It's coming past 9:07 p.m. Eastern Time here on the East Coast in a balmy 80 degrees Fahrenheit, Boston, Massachusetts, under clear night skies. It is 3:07 a.m. in South Africa, 4:07 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 4:37 a.m. as the sun rises on another day in Tehran, Iran. Kevin from South Boston, great job. You are a TA now. You're under head TA Sarah. You get 74 quadrillion Googleplexes worth of bonus points for doing so good. Excellent job, Kevin from South Boston. 10 out of 10. All right, good job, everyone. Nefarious, you as well, and Tiffany Bob. Excellent job, everyone. And that, by the way, would be Wednesday, August 19th, 2026. Happy birthday, Robin. And then, let's see, that would be Thursday, August 20th, 2026, in South Africa, Israel, and Iran. Now, there is a 9:48, 5 a.m. Karen Reed hearing tomorrow. I will not be around, so Trial Channel, I hope, will record it and put it up. We can watch it when I get back from the doctors. The goal of this news channel, by the way, or my efforts here, is to educate, inform, and entertain. As some of you astutely noticed, 20% education, 20% entertainment to buffer your brain and insulate it from trauma, 40% information, 40% education, such as to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you liked what you saw today, if you benefited from today's stream, found camaraderie in the chat, I hope you'll consider paying it forward with a small act of service of kindness to those around you. Perhaps you'll consider a donation to our veterans or service members, or in particular our homeless veterans, service members, or their families. There should not be a single homeless veteran or service member in the United States of America against their will, or we have failed as a society, ladies and gentlemen. They fought for our freedoms. You can help them with a donation today. Now, you may also consider, what if you like our furry friends? Peep's not an animal, but he is a Peep Bunny towel. You may also consider a donation to a charity, animal charity or shelter that helps our veterans or service members. Great way to help our furry friends, great way to help our service members or veterans. But if you can't find one of those charities, you may look for a charity that helps animals, animal shelters, or otherwise. Great way to help our furry friends who can't fight for themselves. But it doesn't have to be, a donation to our furry friends or veterans. If you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to the Big Issue, a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did one time years ago, and having them designated honorary towels during every outro from that point on forevermore. In that way, may we pray the current realpolitik continues to shift from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein allowing us to live up to our Tal Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer, standing tall and carrying a Peep Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. Towel girlfriend's going to be all made when she sees I went in almost 9 hours. God bless you all. Also, consider going to towelnewsnetwork.com if you'd like to buy some merch with Peep on it. I heard some people's run shirts are coming in. Feel free to take a look at that. towelnewsnetwork.com. You can also do store, ! in the chat. And then you can also take a look at our Discord. I'll leave that link as well. Feel free to come hang out anytime. It's fascinating in there. Talk about all sorts of interesting things. God bless you, Caroline K9. Guy, I believe so many of you did a great job today. Old enough to know, and tutoring Towel, great job to you as well. And William Ricardo, I saw you here all day as well. Great job. Shell Hell, God bless you. You're wonderful. All right, ladies and gentlemen. With that said, I believe that the work that gets done here is possible because of the energy from you all, your goodwill, your support and compassion, and just general friendship towards each other. You inspire me every day to live up to the values that I espouse, and I'm grateful for all of you, and I'm grateful to God in many ways that we've crossed paths despite the difficult circumstances of the work that we do. Oh, that is so kind. From a vet to a jet, carry on. Oh, I want to say a very special thank you to, hold on, Rum Runner. God bless you, Rum Runner 50 Cal. And God bless all of our veterans. Thank you for being with me tonight. Thank you for learning so much. Thank you for being dedicated to this important sort of study of these different cases and the documents. You're all so wonderful in so many ways. Oh, Aaron. Aaron says you are loved, Grant. Thank you for charging forward. Well, look at that look at that beautiful color array right there. From a vet to a jet, carry on in orange from the wonderful Rum Runner 50 Cal, and then followed up by a yellow from Aaron, the wonderful Aaron Gobra. You are loved, Grant. Thank you for charging forward. How's that? That's one of my favorite back-to-back super chats I've ever seen. I feel very touched. I'm so grateful. The work on this channel and otherwise would not be possible without you all, and I'm so grateful. God bless you. Thank you for being you. I'm going to, of course, conclude our broadcast day with my favorite thing, which is our flag. I love the flag. All right? I love the United States of America. Very proud of my country. It's not perfect, okay, but I will not give up on it, and I do think that this is one of the most wonderful countries that has ever existed. I think it's the country that I feel the proudest to represent. I've only been a citizen of one country, but I'm very proud of it. I love it dearly, and I'll fight for this Constitution in this country till the day I'm dead. So God bless each and every one of you. God bless these United States of America. I hope you will get some rest, wherever it may be and whenever it may come. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and this thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News at 9:13 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, August 19, 2026, which would be 3:14 a.m. Eastern, 3:14, in South Africa, a.m., 4:14 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 4:44 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, Thursday, August 20th, 2026. Again, thank you all. God bless you. Be safe. God bless these United States of America. May God protect us all. And until we see each other again, thank you for being you. Thank you for being with me. God bless you.